Chapter 585, Perfect Skill. Although Shifeng had bombarded the Grey Barrier all this time, his attention never once left the Great Lord Noya. High-ranking bosses in God's domain possessed very high intelligence. In a desperate situation, they were capable of carrying out actions that surpassed one's imagination's forcefully cancelling split caused a massive backlash initially. Noya still had over 3 million HP. Now, however, it only had over 2 million HP. Moreover, it was obvious that, overall, the gargoyle had weakened significantly. This great lord is simply insane. Cold sweat slid down Shifeng's back as he looked at the black fissure extending towards him. This move was the Tier 3 Taboo skill, Dark Annihilation, and it was a skill known for having the highest single target attack power among all Tier 3 skills. Its might could rival even the Tier 4 skill, Dimensional Slash. It was a frightening skill that could only be dodged, not blocked. However, as Dark Annihilation was a very powerful skill, its user would also receive a strong backlash that would place them in a weakened state for a long time. Shifeng had not expected the Great Lord to be so decisive. First, it forcefully cancelled Split. Now, it even used a Tier 3 Taboo skill without hesitation. Shifeng immediately switched to the Aura of Earth and activated Absolute Defense, becoming invincible for 5 seconds. Immediately, a golden barrier appeared around Shifeng's body. The instant the black fissure collided with this barrier, the impact sent Shifeng flying. He felt as if he had just been struck by a truck. Shifeng flew over 20 yards through the air, his body slamming into a cliff. However, Noya was far from done with its attack. The gargoyle continued to brandish its scythe, sending a stream of black fissures striking at Shifeng, who was embedded inside the cliff. Dark Annihilation was not a one-off skill. Rather, the skill functioned to enhance its user's attacks for a certain amount of time. After suffering over a dozen attacks, the cliff collapsed, transforming into neatly cut gravel that exploded in all directions. This sensational scene stupefied the players of District 1, who currently watched from afar. Compared to their prior battle with Noya, Shifeng's battle with the Great Lord was on an entirely different level. If Noya had used this move against them, it would have wiped them out instantly. They would not have had a chance. Damn. That gargoyle had actually been toying with us. The leading elementalist tightly gripped his staff, feeling humiliated. Leader, this is weird. Why is Noya attacking a cliff instead of us? What's going on here? A level 29 shield warrior asked curiously. Has Noya gone insane? That's not it. I've already used Eagle Eyes to take a look. Noya is currently attacking a swordsman player. A ranger explained. This swordsman sure is dumb. He actually tried to steal the chapter of darkness while we fought Noya. Does he really think the gargoyle will let him steal the chapter so easily? If it were that simple, we would have done it long ago. Many players on the team began ridiculing Shifeng's foolish actions. All right, that's enough. Let's hurry and retreat. If Noya comes after us again, we will truly be finished, the leading elementalist said. Everyone nodded silently before escaping the valley. Despite their ridicule, they still felt very grateful towards Shifeng. Just the brief battle against Noya's doppelgangers had reduced their numbers to less than 60. If things had dragged on, none of them would have walked out of here alive. As everyone turned to leave, the ranger who had previously used Eagle Eyes suddenly exclaimed, "Team leader Blue Frost, that swordsman is still alive." Alive? How can this be? Not even a shield warrior with protection blessing and shield wall can survive. How could a swordsman possibly live after that attack? The leading elementalist named Blue Frost could not bring himself to believe the ranger's words. It's true. If you don't believe me, you can ask the other rangers as well. The ranger replied, his shock clearly written all over his face. Curious, the other rangers also activated Eagle Eyes and looked towards the cliff. Immediately, they all found themselves tongue-tied. When Blue Frost saw the shocked expressions on the other rangers' faces, he had no choice but to believe it to be true. Who is that? Blue Frost could not help but ask. Against such an attack, their team of 100 could only embrace their deaths. It was simply impossible for them to block it. Yet, this mysterious swordsman had survived against that frightening power. In Blue Frost's memory, a person with such capabilities did not exist. Even those mavericks he knew of were incapable of doing so at this moment. Shifeng slowly stepped away from the broken cliff, his HP holding steady at 100%. Such frightening power. Shifeng stretched, the bones all over his body cracking and popping after receiving over a dozen dark annihilation attacks. He felt as if his entire body was about to fall apart. If not for the invincible effect of absolute defense, he would be a dead man by now. In God's domain, attack and defense skills were not absolute. In front of absolute power, even invulnerability was useless. Fortunately, absolute defense was not a skill that current bosses could overcome. If he had chosen to use parry or defensive blade, he would most likely be dead. Seeing Shifeng still alive, Noya's anger burned even brighter. Ignoring its weakened body, the Great Lord swung its scythe toward Shifeng, adamant in reaping the swordsman's life. Yuri still not giving up. Do you really think that I won't fight you? Shifeng frowned. Immediately, he activated Heavenly Dragon's power and blade liberation, jumping up to meet the gargoyle in battle. Even if the Great Lord were in peak condition, Shifeng would still be confident of putting up a good fight. Heavenly Dragon's power increased Shifeng's strength attribute by 100%, and defense and HP by 300%. Immediately, Shifeng's HP broke past 30,000, his defense climbed to more than double that of an MT of the same level. As for blade liberation, when the skill was used on the level 30 abyssal blade, Shifeng's strength increased by 90%. His agility also increased by 90%. Although Shifeng's body had not changed, the power within him right now resembled that of an ancient beast. The abyssal blade transformed into a streak of light as it struck the black scythe in Noya's hands. Boom! An explosion shook the air. Shifeng's attack grounded the level 40 Great Lord, forcing the gargoyle to retreat by 2 steps as it landed on the ground. The ground shattered with each step. In contrast, Shifeng managed to land effortlessly. Turning his feet slightly, he dashed towards the Great Lord. After activating Heavenly Dragon's power and blade liberation, Shifeng's mind experienced serenity and clarity like never before. As he arrived before Noya, he activated Purgatory's power, increasing both his attack speed and damage once more. His arm that held onto the abyssal blade then reflexively used Chop. 3 full silver moons struck Noya's body from 3 different directions. The abyssal blade instantly pierced Noya's skin, which was harder than steel. The Great Lord released an anguished cry as the force of the attack threw it backward, frightening damages appearing above his head, one after another. 540, minus 8,346, -16, 650. The final strike of Chop was even a critical hit. In total, Chop devoured more than 30,000 HP from Noya's system. Chop completion rate 98%, resulting in 160% of skill's effect. Skill proficiency +4. Shifeng broke his previous record. Noya raged. It tried to counterattack, but unfortunately for the Great Lord, Shifeng had long since sensed its intentions. Shifting his body slightly, he easily dodged the gargoyle's claw. He then leaped into the air, tightening his grip on the abyssal blade. In the next moment, countless arcs of lightning and scorching flames emerged from the abyssal blade, which then transformed into a meteor that plummeted towards the Great Lord's head. Every movement had been fluid and natural. Shifeng felt as if he had gathered all his strength to a single point, the tip of his sword. The instant he swung the abyssal blade, he felt incomparable satisfaction. Although Noya tried to defend with its scythe, the spatial suppression of thunder flame explosion caused the Great Lord's movements to turn sluggish. Noya could not keep up with the abyssal blade's descending speed at all. Boom! Fire and lightning consumed Noya. 154. System: thunder flame explosion. Completion rate 100%, resulting in 220% of skill's effect. Skill proficiency +4. Is he human? The District 1 players who watched from afar were stupefied, shock filling their hearts. A player was actually capable of overwhelming a level 40 Great Lord all by himself. If others heard of this, nobody would believe such a tale. Yet, that was exactly the situation they had just witnessed. Chapter 586, Creating a Legend. Leader: who is that? The vice leader of the team, a beautiful level 29 female cleric named Evening Lotus, could not help but ask as she looked to Blue Frost. Blue Frost was the #1 player in District 1. Not only were his combat techniques excellent, but he also possessed plenty of contacts. He knew a lot of experts and even a few rarely seen mavericks. Moreover, he had been a beta tester of God's Domain before the game had launched. Out of all of the players of the available shelters, nobody was more familiar with God's Domain than Blue Frost. He wished to know that as well, Blue Frost replied, smiling bitterly as he shook his head. None of the experts I know of are capable of reaching such a standard. Just a single attack from Shifeng had managed to cause over -30,000 damage to Neue. Shifeng's damage could already rival the damage of their entire 100-man team. The difference between them was inconceivable. Blue Frost recognized himself as one of the players standing at the top of God's domain. However, after experiencing Shifeng's power, he finally realized that there would always be a sky above the clouds. It would be great if we can befriend him. Such an expert will definitely be one of God's domain's leading figures in the future. If we can become friends with him, it could massively help our District 1's shelter, Evening Lotus stated. Indeed. If we can recruit such an expert into our shelter, we will become one of the strongest shelters out there. Blue Frost nodded in agreement. Their District 1 was only considered the top shelter in this region. However, that was not the case when they included other regions. Currently, players could only travel to their desired destinations using their own 2 feet. Their range of activities could not extend past a single region. Hence, for now, exchanges between different regions were very inconvenient. However, that story would change once other forms of transportation appeared. When movement between regions became more convenient, more competition would certainly greet them. Naturally, their District 1 would no longer be the strongest shelter if they had an expert like Shifeng supporting them. When such a time arrived, the position of their shelter could rise significantly. Leader, what are we going to do now? Leave? Or, Evening Lotus asked. Currently, Shifeng still fought an intense battle against Neue. If they joined the battlefield now, it would look like they were trying to take advantage of the situation. If that happened, rather than finding friendship with Shifeng, they would become enemies instead. I ascended. Obvious? We wait, Blue Frost said very definitively. Wouldn't it be a pity if we lost the chance to befriend such an impressive expert? We have the perfect opportunity to do so right now. Although he is very powerful, he must have used some sort of berserk skill to achieve such strength. Such skills won't have a long duration. Sooner or later, he will have to escape. At that time, if we lend him a helping hand, won't it be easy to get acquainted with him? Evening Lotus nodded in agreement. After hearing these words, mavericks were very arrogant. Normally, they did not bother with people like them. Hence, it was not easy to befriend a maverick. However, if they sacrificed themselves to save Shifeng, even a powerful maverick like him would be willing to get to know them. Hearing Blue Frost's words, the other members of the team also expressed their agreement. It was not easy to earn the favor of a maverick. It was especially true for a maverick like Shifeng. If they could get such an expert to owe them a favor, they would not mind suffering some deaths or injuries. Hence, everyone quickly started to prepare. As soon as Shifeng turned to flee, they would move in to hinder the Great Lord. Currently, Shifeng had no idea what was going on around him. He was already intoxicated with the feeling from his previous attack. Is this what a 100% completion rate feels like? Shifeng looked at the abyssal blade in his hand in disbelief, his mind recalling the previous attack. Since he had begun playing God's domain, this was the first time he had achieved a 100% skill completion rate. The sensation was simply wondrous. As a result of Thunder Flame Explosion achieving a 100% completion rate, the skill displayed 220% of its effect. Although the skill's fainted effect was ineffective against the Great Lord, the gargoyle had received the movement speed reduction debuff in full. Moreover, due to Shifeng achieving a 100% skill completion rate, Neue's speed, which originally would have reduced to 1/6 of its normal speed, had now reduced to 1/13 of its original. The debuff's duration also lasted over a dozen seconds. Even if the Great Lord were at its peak, having its speed reduced to only 1/13 of its original would slow it to a turtle's pace, not to mention the current Neue, who had suffered 2 debuffs already. Neue's current attack and movement speeds were as effective as if it were in a fainted state. At this moment, even a level 1 could go up and give Neue a kick without dying. Shifeng also knew that this was a great opportunity that would not be available a second time. Currently, Neue only had 2 million HP remaining. Not only was it suffering from 2 weakening debuffs, but it had also received a Thunder Flame Explosion at 100% completion rate. Most importantly, Shifeng was at his peak. Finish it. This thought suddenly emerged in Shifeng's mind. Originally, Shifeng had intended to drive off Neue temporarily before shifting his focus to breaking the Grey Barrier. However, the rare opportunity before him was simply too tempting. That was a Field Great Lord. Even the loot of an ordinary Field Lord was astounding, with fine gold equipment being the most common among the drops. If one were lucky, they could even obtain dark gold equipment. Meanwhile, High Lords had a very high possibility of dropping dark gold equipment. As for Great Lords, they would drop dark gold equipment with 100% certainty, and there was even a good chance of epic items dropping. Even if no epic items dropped, there would still be forging designs, recipes, and materials of equal value in the past. Even after sacrificing thousands of lives to kill a Great Lord of the same level, a guild would still profit. One could just imagine how frightening a Great Lord's value was currently. A greatly weakened level 40 Great Lord stood before him. How could he let such a golden opportunity go? Without hesitation, Shifeng activated 9 Dragons Slash and Phantom Kill. He even activated Black Emperor, the trump card he had saved all this time. Blade Liberation's effect only lasted 20 seconds. After these 20 seconds, if he were still unable to kill Noya, he would have no choice but to give up and run. Hence, Shifeng decided to use all of his available skills immediately. Shifeng, his doppelganger, and the 12 Abyssal Blade Phantoms attacked Noya with its speed reduced. Noya was incapable of resisting the attacks. However, Shifeng was still not satisfied. Pointing the Abyssal Blade towards the sky, he activated the magic weapon's newest skill, Abyssal Curse. Clouds of black mist suddenly covered the sky. These clouds then submerged themselves into Noya's body immediately. The gargoyle howled with anguish. Although a Great Lord possessed very high resistances, Abyssal Curse still managed to reduce 10% of Noya's attributes. As a result, not only did Noya's HP fall to 1,800,000, its defense also significantly decreased at the same time. The 12 Abyssal Blade Phantoms assaulted the Great Lord with a constant stream of attacks. Each phantom dealt over -1,500 damage, -3,000 damage if it were a critical hit. Fortunately, the Abyssal Blade had a critical chance of 50%. In total, the 12 Abyssal Blades were capable of dealing up to -30,000 damage every second. There was even less need to mention Shifeng's doppelganger, who had activated Blade Liberation. Every casual attack from the doppelganger dealt over -3,000 damage, or over -6,000 damage if it was a critical hit. Including the damage from by various skills, the doppelganger's damage output was simply mind-blowing. The numerous critical hits allowed Shifeng to accumulate 30 stacks of death auras quickly. He also continuously utilized the death auras to reduce his skills' cooldowns. Although the death auras could only be used to reduce the cooldown of skills he had learned, it was still a very powerful effect. Take the Tier 1 chop for example. Shifeng could instantly remove the skill's cooldown by using a stack of death auras. As for skills such as Thunder Flame Explosion and Thundering Flash, Shifeng could use them every 3 to 4 seconds. Every one of these skills could destroy more than 20,000 or 30,000 of Noya's HP. Moreover, Shifeng continued to hack at the Great Lord with the Abyssal Blade, devouring HP as the magic weapon's passive attribute quickly accumulated a bonus of 20% damage. As the recipient of these attacks, Noya's remaining 1,800,000 HP decreased at a rate visible to the naked eye. In total, the Great Lord lost around 90,000 HP every second. In 10 short seconds, Noya's HP fell below 1,000,000. However, Blade Liberation's duration was reaching its end. During Shifeng's initial collision with Noya, he had wasted nearly 1 second. Taking everything into account, he now had less than 9 seconds to finish Noya off. Blade Liberation had a very powerful backlash. Once the skill's duration ended, Shifeng's attributes would instantly reduce by 80%. At that time, even if Noya only had several tens of thousands of HP remaining, the Great Lord could easily kill him. Bring it on. Shifeng gritted his teeth. Right now, he was in a race against time. Suddenly, Shifeng sucked in a mouthful of air as he activated Dragon Breath. A white beam lanced through the Great Lord Noya, causing critical damage of over -50,000 points. Shifeng immediately followed up with a firestorm. With both Heavenly Dragon's power and Blade Liberation activated, Firestorm's power became even more frightening. Dragons of fire descended from the sky, one after another, completely devouring the level 40 gargoyle and turning the Great Lord's surroundings into a sea of flames. Meanwhile, damages of over -30,000, and even -60,000, points appeared on Noya's head. Firestorm lasted a full 5 seconds. During this time, Shifeng continued his relentless assault on the Great Lord. When only 4 seconds were left on Blade Liberation, Noya still had 500,000 HP. The final strike, Flame Burst. Shi Feng shouted, the abyssal blade instantly transforming into a miniature sun at this time. Shi Feng's doppelganger had similarly activated Flame Burst. Shi Feng then activated Divine Providence, a faint golden glow suddenly enveloping his body. Knowing that death was already on its doorstep, Noya's eyes suddenly glowed a bloody red. It had actually managed to break free from the movement speed reduction debuff and brandished its scythe at Shi Feng. Every strike from the scythe seemed capable of cutting apart space itself. This was also the last skill in Noya's arsenal, the Tier 2 Taboo skill, Death's Tribute. This move was a domain skill, and it was capable of causing horrific amounts of damage to enemies within a certain range. Upon Death's Tribute's activation, the area 50 yards around Noya turned deathly silent. Wraiths and evil spirits began to emerge from the ground. There were also dark blades moving through the area, and anything that came into contact with these blades immediately turned into sand and dirt. What kind of battle is this? Evening Lotus was shocked as she watched the battle from afar. On one side, there was the sun. On the other, the end of the world had arrived. If players like them participated in this battle, they would die instantly, without even ash remaining of their bodies die. At this moment, Shi Feng couldn't care less what the Great Lord was trying to do. Without hesitation, he dove straight into Death Tribute's domain. If he did not fight now, once Blade Liberation's time was up, he would not be a match for the Great Lord. 24 consecutive strikes. One after another, miniature suns melded into the darkness of Death's Tribute. In the next moment, Shi Feng and his doppelganger struck the Great Lord Noya a total of 24 times, each strike accurately hitting Noya's weak points. Every one of Shi Feng's attacks dealt over -20,000 damage and -40,000 with a critical hit. As for the doppelganger, every one of its attacks dealt over -10,000 damage and -20,000 if it were a critical hit. In the blink of an eye, 24 dazzling blades of light illuminated the gloomy valley. Noya's remaining 500,000 HP plunged to zero, frustration filling the gargoyle's eyes as its body fell to the ground. At this moment, Shi Feng also knelt. His complexion was deathly pale. Fresh blood covered his entire body as if he had just taken a dip in a gory pool. As for his remaining HP, he had less than 500. Chapter 587, Frightening Harvest of a Great Lord. He won. Blue Frost and the others, who had waited patiently for the time to save Shi Feng, were dumbfounded. They could not bring themselves to believe what their eyes had just witnessed. A single player had actually defeated a level 40 Great Lord. Although they had seen other mavericks defeat the monsters serving as gatekeepers to new maps, that was in the past. The monsters those mavericks had gone up against had merely been lords. A Great Lord, on the other hand, was on a completely different level. This fact had been reinforced after they witnessed Noya's ultimate move, Death's Tribute. Everything within 50 yards of the Great Lord had turned into sand and dirt. No living creature could survive in that domain. I sent that person way too powerful. He actually survived the Great Lord's ultimate move. Just how high are his HP and defense? A level 29 shield warrior exclaimed back when the shield warrior had received Noya's normal attack. Despite having activated shield wall, he had still received over -4,000 damage. If he had not possessed shield wall's 50% damage reduction effect, he would have died on the spot. Shield warriors and guardian knights wielded shields. Not only could one's shield increase a player's defense, but they also possessed a block rate. It was why these two classes could serve as a team's MTS. However, Noya's Death's Tribute was not a normal attack. It was a powerful AoE skill, yet Shi Feng had still managed to survive after receiving it. His defense and HP were inconceivable in reality. Shi Feng was also rejoicing. He truly had not expected to survive Noya's last attack. The power of the Tier 2 Taboo skill, Death's Tribute, was no joke. Even against a player of the same level, their chances of survival were practically nil. It was the same even if said player was an MT who had activated a life-saving skill. Although Heavenly Dragon's power increased both his defense and HP by 300%, the might of a Tier 2 Taboo skill rivaled that of a Tier 3 skill. Defeating a mere Tier 1 player like himself would be child's play for Noya. Even a Tier 2 player would be badly crippled if they managed to survive with the remaining 30,000 HP he had at the time. He should have had no chance of surviving the ordeal. Shi Feng could only think of one reason for his miraculous survival: magic resistance. Death's Tribute was an attack that combined both physical and magical damage, with magical damage as the main component. Meanwhile, his high magic resistance had negated a large amount of the Taboo skill's magical damage, and as a result, allowed him to survive. Leader, are we still going over to meet him? Evening Lotus asked after recovering from her stupor. Yes. Of course, we're going. He has just achieved such a feat, and we are the witnesses of this legend. How can we not go and congratulate him? At this moment, Blue Frost's eyes were filled with reverence as he looked at Shifeng. To them, a great lord was an immovable mountain. Blue Frost even had yet to hear of anyone throughout God's domain overcoming this mountain. Yet, the man before them had easily scaled it, achieving a miracle that nobody had managed until now. On the other side, Shifeng did not remain idle. After killing Noya, Shifeng's level instantly rose by 1, pushing him to level 33 and allowing him to recover significantly. Immediately after, Shifeng sent a few slashes at the Grey Barrier. Blade liberation was still in effect, so it was the best chance for him to shatter the barrier around the gate. Previously, before Shifeng had used any of his berserk skills, the Grey Barrier barely defended against Shifeng's attacks. Now, however, it had only taken a few swings to shatter the Grey Barrier. Like a balloon being poked with a needle, the barrier released a pop as it shattered completely. Shifeng then jumped up and retrieved the black slate tablet from the stone gate. Ivy finally got it. Shifeng grinned at the chapter of darkness that was shrouded in a faint layer of demonic aura. Chapter of darkness, dark gold rank item. The chapter of darkness brims with soul energy. You may pass it to a shelter's caretaker to enhance the shelter's power and activate a portion of the chapter of darkness's ability. Shifeng then stored the chapter of darkness away with satisfaction. Now that he had obtained the chapter of darkness, his task here was finally complete. What's left for him now was to collect the loot from Great Lord Noya. The moment Shifeng arrived before Noya's body, blade liberation's effect ended. Suddenly, his whole body lost strength, and his feet caught air. His attributes sharply reduced by 80% as well. At this moment, he was not even as powerful as an ordinary player. The after effects of using twofold berserk sure is severe. Even my mental power has nearly depleted. Shifeng suddenly felt a powerful migraine assaulting his head, and all he wanted was to lie down and sleep. If not for the Great Lord's enticing loot, he would have logged out to rest that instant. Noya was as tall as a 3-story building. Despite Shifeng having activated Divine Providence before killing the gargoyle, a jackpot had not occurred. Loot had not covered the ground around Noya's body at all. On the contrary, Shifeng only saw 6 items beside Noya's body. Are the monsters in the dark den also stingy? Shifeng frowned. If he had killed a great lord outside the dark den, the monster would have dropped a minimum of 10 items. Although Shifeng had not hoped that Divine Providence would grant him a jackpot from a great lord, was there a need to be this shabby? After all the trouble he went through, he had only obtained 6 items. Shifeng then picked up one item after another. With each subsequent item Shifeng picked up, his heart grew increasingly colder. He had only managed to encounter such a heaven-sent opportunity after much difficulty, yet, in the end, this was all he got in return. Out of the 3 items he had already picked up, all 3 were pieces of level 40 dark gold equipment. None of these pieces were even set equipment, not to mention weapons. When Shifeng collected the 5th item, however, he was suddenly dumbfounded. Teleportation magic array design. When Shifeng saw this item, he began to have visions of mountains of gold. Players residing in the dark den might be unfamiliar with teleportation arrays as their only form of travel was by foot, but to players outside the dark den, they were quite familiar with the concept. After all, when players outside the dark den travel to faraway maps to grind monsters, they normally use teleportation arrays to save on travel time. However, teleportation arrays could not teleport a player to every corner of God's domain, as a majority of the locations in God's domain did not possess a teleportation array. For such locations, players could only teleport to the nearest map and run the rest of the way. Even then, they would still have to waste a large amount of time. Meanwhile, the teleportation magic array design could easily solve this problem as long as one paid a certain price and constructed a teleportation magic array at a grinding spot. Players could easily teleport to that location. Of course, unlike the teleportation arrays one would normally find in the teleportation halls, which allowed teleportation between various large cities, the teleportation arrays one could construct with this forging design were the simplest version, a 1-to-1 teleportation array. These teleportation arrays only allowed teleportation between 2 locations. Even so, it was something many guilds dreamed of obtaining. Only teleportation magic array designs were not that easily obtainable. Normally, great lords or above dropped them. Moreover, their drop rate was horrifically low. There was no guarantee one would obtain a design even after killing 100 great lords on the market. A single teleportation magic array design was worth more than 10 epic items. Its value was only less than fragmented legendary items. However, nobody would be so foolish as to sell the teleportation magic array designs they obtained. For such a strategic level item, not a single player would willingly trade it even if they were offered 20 or 30 epic items depending on the level of an epic item. There would come a time when it would lose its value. However, teleportation magic array designs would never have such a problem. In the past, even after God's domain had been in operation for over a decade, these forging designs were still incomparably valuable. These were better at maintaining their value than any other item in the game. Chapter 588, System Upgrade. My efforts weren't in vain. Shifeng sighed as he stored the teleportation magic array design. This single forging design made all of his efforts worth it. His trip to the Dark Den had not been wasted at all. While a piece of epic equipment might improve the combat power of a single player, a single teleportation magic array design could improve a guild as a whole. As players reached higher levels, the maps they would journey to would be much farther away from cities currently. Players visiting leveling maps around level 30 could still reduce their travel time significantly by utilizing the teleportation arrays in cities. However, maps after level 35 practically had no available arrays. Players were required to run across at least one entire map to get to their desired destinations. Even if players did not rest and did not encounter any monsters on their journey, with players' current levels, they would require at least 3 hours to cross a map. Moreover, the higher level the map was, the larger it would be, which would result in longer travel times. Hence, after players reached level 35, it was very normal to return to cities only once every 2 or 3 days. They would return only after they had exhausted their consumable items or when their equipment was in dire need of repair. With a teleportation array, Zero Wings members could return to the city or go out to the fields any time they wished, saving plenty of time. They also wouldn't need to stay on guard throughout the night. They could easily return to the guild residence. With this, Zero Wings members could grind more efficiently, widening the gap between them and other guilds. Shifeng picked up the last item that Noya had dropped. The last item was a dark gold whistle decorated with many complex runes carved into its metal mount. Shifeng was shocked once more when he saw this whistle. Mounts were one of the means of transport in God's domain. After all, God's domain was massive. Not only was it laborious to travel from place to place constantly, but it would also take a huge toll on a player's body. This was where mounts came into play. Shifeng was no stranger to mounts. In the past, as the guild leader of a second-rate guild, he had plenty of mounts to choose from. However, the mount he just obtained was different from those in the past. This was a dark gold mount in God's domain. Like equipment, mounts were categorized into different ranks. There were common, bronze, mysterious iron, secret silver, fine gold, dark gold, epic, and even legendary rank. Mounts of different quality possessed varying abilities. Common mounts could only be used for transportation, and they provided an additional movement speed bonus of 100%. In other words, a journey that one would normally take 2 hours to complete would only take an hour, saving players plenty of time. As long as players reached a certain level, they could go to cities and purchase the most common mounts. Bronze mounts were slightly rarer, and not only could they be used as a means of transport, but they also possessed some offensive capabilities. They provided an additional movement speed bonus of 120%. Bronze mounts could not be purchased in cities and were only available through some high-level rare quests, large-scale team dungeons, or when a player's reputation with certain powers reached a specific level. It was extremely difficult for ordinary players to obtain bronze mounts. As for mysterious iron mounts, other than having significant improvements to their offensive capabilities, they could also carry items for players, having the same capacity as a player's mobile bag. The mounts also increased a player's movement speed by 150%. Such mounts could only be obtained through super rare quests or large-scale team dungeons with a low drop rate. Secret silver mounts were extremely rare. Not only did they possess strong offensive capabilities, but they also possessed some special skills that could be used to assist players. They could also carry more items than mysterious iron mounts, and the movement speed bonus they provided was 180%. They were even rarer than multiple pieces of dark gold equipment. Fine gold mounts were as rare as a phoenix feather. Not even the guild leader of a large guild would have one. A fine gold mount strength was the equivalent of a special elites of the same level, and it provided 220% movement speed bonus. A fine gold mount was no less rare than 2 or 3 epic items. Dark gold mounts were even more impressive. The mount itself was already the equivalent of a chieftain of the same level. In addition, it also had special skills that made it even stronger than an ordinary chieftain. As for the movement speed bonus, a dark gold mount provided 280% in the past. The best mount Shifeng had obtained was fine gold rank. He never expected that he would actually obtain a dark gold mount from killing a single great lord. His luck was inconceivable. Even grand lords have an extremely low chance of dropping dark gold mounts. The drop rate from great lords should be practically zero. This could be a system reward item for killing this great lord gatekeeper. Shifeng rejoiced as he examined the dark gold whistle in his hand. In God's domain, players could purchase mounts in cities once they reached level 40. Shifeng had originally planned to complete some rare quests to obtain a mysterious iron mount once he reached level 40. However, that was no longer necessary with a dark gold mount. He could move even faster than when he activated Wind Rider. Moreover, Wind Rider had a limited duration, whereas a dark gold mount had no such limitation. In addition, a dark gold mount possessed significant combat power and special skills. Overall, while out in the fields, a dark gold mount was far more useful than an epic item. Unfortunately, it will still be some time before I reach level 40. When Shifeng thought about how powerful a dark gold mount was, he looked forward to the day he could equip this mount. Of his mounts in God's domain were not static. They could become stronger if nurtured properly. In the beginning, bronze and mysterious iron mounts only possessed combat power equivalent to that of a common monster of the same level. However, through careful nurturing, it was not impossible to raise their combat power to the standard of an elite or special elite. Naturally, dark gold mounts had far greater potential. From the moment they were born, they were already as strong as a chieftain of the same level. After nurturing, they could easily become lords or even high lords. In the past, Shifeng had seen many wealthy players and upper echelons of first-rate guilds parade their lord-ranked mounts on the streets, attracting shock and awe of many players. Compared to luxury cars in the real world, these mounts were several times more impressive. Lord-ranked monsters were bosses in 20-man team dungeons. If one could ride such a monster, one could just imagine what kind of deterrent it would be if Shifeng could nurture his dark gold mount to become a high lord quickly. It would significantly improve his combat power. Just as Shifeng stored away the dark gold whistle and was about to turn around and leave, the sound of a system notification suddenly rang out by his ear. System announcement: God's domain will be undergoing a system upgrade. The system upgrade will require 10 real-time hours. All players must log out of the game within 10 minutes. Why has the third evolution started so soon? Shifeng was momentarily speechless. Shouldn't it initiate only after players have conquered the first 100-man team dungeon? Did a team already manage to raid one? In the past, God's domain's third evolution was one that affected the game the most. There were 2 reasons why Shifeng had not hurried to raid a 100-man team dungeon all this time. Firstly, he still lacked sufficient strength. Secondly, the impact of the third evolution was simply too massive. It was still not something that he could take advantage of at the moment. That's not right. It still shouldn't be possible for anyone to raid a 100-man team dungeon yet. The precondition for doing so is to have all players reach level 30, attain their Tier 1 classes, and achieve peak combat power of a Tier 1 class. However, even with these conditions fulfilled, the success rate of clearing a 100-man team dungeon is no more than 20%. At the very least, a team needed to be fully geared with the set equipment from the 50-man team dungeons to have even a 30% to 40% success rate. Shifeng shook his head, immediately denying this possibility. Currently, all of the various large guilds were still trying to conquer 50-man team dungeons. How could they possibly have raided a 100-man team dungeon successfully? Shifeng had to admit that the system evolution this time would greatly impact his plans. Chapter 589, Era of God's Domain. I wonder how melancholic has been. Hopefully, she has collected a sufficient stock of mana crystals, Shifeng muttered somewhat regrettably as he rubbed his forehead. While the third evolution of the main god system meant that the world of God's domain was going to become even more fleshed out and realistic, it also indicated the opening of a new door. This third evolution would send God's domain to a whole new peak. Not only would demand of mana crystals suddenly rise, but the real world would also undergo some changes. Initially, sure. Feng had not expected this change for at least another dozen days or so. The largest impact would be the focus shifting from an era of physical fitness to an era of God's domain after the second evolution. Everyone had a vague method of testing a player's skills through their skill completion rates. Players who could achieve a skill completion rate of 69% or below were basic players, whereas those above 70% were considered experts. As to what standard of an expert, nobody could accurately tell. However, after the third evolution of God's domain, this indicator would become very clear. After the third evolution of God's domain, the importance of skill completion rate would grow, especially in battles between players. Meanwhile, the style of combat available would also become more varied. There would be field battles, survival battles, and more. Those who pursued excitement and limits would not miss this opportunity, and these future battles would allow everyone to witness a realistic world that was completely different from the one everyone was familiar with. These battles were far more exciting than the actual fighting competitions in the real world. They were just like the real survival battle that caused a sensation to sweep across the world dozens of years ago. In order to satisfy some of the world's top figures, some of the major powers in the real world had secretly procured death row inmates, having them engage in battle in specified locations. The winner of such battles would not only obtain their freedom, but they would also receive a large sum of credits. In the end, this situation had resulted in many major powers nurturing their own experts in secret and forcing them into such survival battles. Despite major governments banning these battles on the surface, many were still conducted secretly throughout the world. Meanwhile, after God's domain underwent its third evolution and activated similar competitive battles, the game had immediately attracted a large number of players. In addition, due to God's domain's combat system reaching the peak of perfection, the game had managed to replace many of the popular fighting competitions in the real world. After all, not only were fights in God's domain without danger, but the fighters in these competitions could also improve their strength through these battles. In addition, many of those who were disabled in the real world could obtain a complete body in God's domain. Whether they were blind, deaf, or missing limbs, as long as one did not suffer from any brain damage or mental disabilities, they could enjoy life as experts in God's domain. Due to these changes, the entire world entered the era of God's domain. As for how one could become an expert, the main God system had provided a concrete answer: skill completion rate. How could one go about increasing their skill completion rates? If one relied solely on hard work and constant training, they would not experience any significant improvements. The simplest method of increasing one's skill completion rate was to improve their control over their own body. Take a person's physical strength for example. In a test, an ordinary person might land a 50 kilograms hit on the first punch and 70 kilograms on the second punch. This was a very wide margin. Meanwhile, this margin would only grow wider in a fight against another person. However, if a person underwent training and often participated in matches against other people, the fluctuations in their strength would become practically negligible and stable. With a stable output of physical strength, one's body would not break form due to using too much or too little, thereby reducing the chances of creating weak points for one's opponent to exploit. Many experts were even capable of achieving a level of control with which they could exert as much strength and accuracy as they wanted. For example, if they wanted to send out a punch with 90 kilograms of force, they could do so. One could say that their physical control had already reached perfection. The usage of skills in God's domain had a very high requirement of the body's movements. Hence, such training was a must. As a result, many people began to study martial arts, learning how to control their bodies more efficiently. Due to this, places such as training centers and dojos became instantly popular again after the third evolution of God's domain. In the past, originally, Feng had intended to optimize his training grounds further and secretly nurture plenty of God's domain experts. However, now that the third evolution of God's domain was being initiated, the other guilds and powers would definitely notice of the changes and immediately shift the core of their development towards martial arts dojos and training centers. Although these first-rate guilds and major powers had access to fully equipped training facilities of their own, these machines were all suited for daily exercises and maintaining physical fitness. The various powers had not particularly focused on training their members in martial arts. If they shifted their focus now, due to the inherent advantages these major powers possessed, one could just imagine how quickly they could nurture experts. Luckily, I secured the Big Dipper training center, obtaining a suitable training ground. I need Big Dipper to order some more of the latest equipment, Feng muttered silently, following which, Shifeng searched for a safe location and prepared to log out of the game at this moment. The players of District 1 hurriedly ran over to him. Expert, please wait. Blue Frost hurriedly said as he dashed up to Shifeng. Shifeng glanced at Blue Frost and the others. This group had helped him significantly, forcing Noya to use Split and creating a golden opportunity for him to kill the Great Lord. Otherwise, he would have only been able to steal the Chapter of Darkness and would not have obtained a teleportation magic array. Design and a dark gold mount. Do you need something? Shifeng asked calmly. Brother Expert, please don't misunderstand. I am Blue Frost, the leader of District 1's first party. I have come here to congratulate you on your victory. Just now, I personally witnessed the moment you killed the Great Lord by yourself. You have truly earned my admiration, Blue Frost hurriedly explained, afraid that Shifeng would misunderstand his intentions. In truth, he, too, knew that abruptly showing himself could cause a misunderstanding. However, if Shifeng logged off, he would most likely lose the opportunity to befriend Shifeng in the future. Yuri called Blue Frost. Shifeng could not help but ask curiously as he looked at the elementalist before him. Blue Frost. Shifeng had heard this name in the past. To be precise, Shifeng had heard plenty about this person before. In the past, Fantasy Extinguisher had a powerful general named Blue Frost. Back then, Blue Frost was a well-known Tier 5 Grand Wizard, and his strength was not one bit inferior to Fantasy Extinguisher himself. Particularly, Blue Frost had learned plenty of Tier 4 curses and large-scale destruction spells. He was the nightmare for many guilds. However, the current Blue Frost was somewhat different from the one Shifeng had encountered in the past. The Blue Frost he encountered back then always wore a cold expression as if he donned a mask constantly that hid his true self. On the other hand, the Blue Frost before him looked to be a bright and cheery person. His current personality was completely different from before. Yes, I am indeed Blue Frost. Has Brother Expert heard my name before? I'm really honored. Seeing that Shifeng seemed to have heard about him before, Blue Frost felt hope. May I know how I should address Brother Expert? Although their team had long since discovered Shifeng's name through identification skills, as a form of courtesy, it was proper to ask Yifeng. Shifeng replied straightforwardly. The fact that I was able to kill the Great Lord Noya is largely due to Brother Blue Frost's team forcing Noya to use Split. Otherwise, if Noya had not weakened itself by cancelling the skill, I would have had no chance of defeating it. No. It is because Brother Yifeng is awesome. If not for Brother Yifeng, our entire team would have been wiped out. If you don't mind, why don't we go get a drink? My treat. Our District 1's 100-berry wine is unmatched. Shifeng involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva when he heard Blue Frost mention the 100-berry wine. This beverage was one of God's domain's extremely famous wines. However, it was rare, and its source was unknown to everyone but its supplier. Even Shifeng had only tasted the wine twice in the past. He never expected that the 100-berry wine actually came from the Dark Den. Chapter 590, Improvement of Control. Shifeng promptly accepted Blue Frost's warm invitation. However, as the system was going to update soon, they could only reconvene after the upgrade completed. Shifeng and Blue Frost then added each other as friends. That way, they could contact each other at any time so long as both parties were online. Inside the Dark Den, players could still communicate with other players. However, it was limited to players who also resided in the Dark Den. Communication with players outside of this area was still unavailable. After logging off, Shifeng did not remain idle. He called Liang Jing over and had her purchase the latest training equipment available nowadays. With the current technology, some of the latest training facilities could even speed up the improvement of one's physical control. Only, these machines were useless to people who only sought to improve their strength and fitness. Moreover, they were extremely expensive. Each unit cost millions of credits. Hence, the various training centers had not bothered to buy them. Even martial arts dojos would only use some of the older models currently. The various powers that had invested in God's domain had not taken note of this. If Shifeng did not purchase these facilities now, it would not be as easy to do so in the future. It was the same case with the virtual gaming cabins. Master Shifeng, the volume you wish to purchase is simply too large. The funds required to do so exceed your allocated budget. I will have to report this to the board of directors and ask them to approve your request. Liang Jing contained her shock when she heard that Shi Feng wanted to buy over a dozen of the latest training machines. These training machines were meant to correct the way a person used and exerted their power with the help of AI. They also had various other functions available. Meanwhile, each unit cost 2 million credits. They were extremely expensive, and practically nobody would willingly buy them. Yet, Shi Feng actually wanted her to purchase over a dozen units. This was simply a huge waste of money. There is no need to report to the board of directors. I'm buying these machines with my own money. You just need to find a fair seller and negotiate a price for me. Shi Feng laughed when Liang Jing heard that Shi Feng intended to buy so many training machines with his own funds. Her little mouth involuntarily parted as she became dazed. For quite some time she knew Shi Feng's background. He was only a student who was about to graduate from university, and he was definitely not some young master from a wealthy family. If not for his identity as a martial arts master and his limitless potential, he would not have his current position. Hence, now that Shi Feng had suddenly revealed several tens of millions of credits in order to purchase training machines, how could she not be shocked? Alright, stop daydreaming. This matter needs to be completed immediately. You only need to focus on negotiating a price for me. If the price is low, I want to buy a few more units, Shi Feng instructed. Hearing Shi Feng saying so, Liang Jing was thoroughly stunned. She could not figure out just where Shi Feng had managed to obtain so much money. She even started to wonder if Shi Feng's identity and information were fake. He was actually treating a 2 million credit machine as some sort of cabbage that one could easily buy from the market. However, as Shi Feng was spending his own money, Liang Jing could carry out his orders. She then left the training room and began to see to the necessary arrangements. Naturally, Shi Feng recognized Liang Jing's shock. However, he would not explain his actions. These training machines might seem expensive right now, but once the various powers shifted their attention to a player's physical control, it would be impossible to purchase these top-of-the-line training machines. In the past, if the major powers wanted to nurture experts, these training machines were a must-haves. Although these machines were not as effective as the tutelage of a martial arts master, the latter could not possibly spend their every waking moment guiding others. With these training machines, players could receive guidance and corrections anytime. If they also factored in the tutelage of a martial arts master, they could very quickly nurture a group of experts. Hence, the training machines, which had not been particularly popular, instantly skyrocketed in price and demand. Moreover, these training machines were quite demanding of AI, resulting in a slow production speed. Only a limited number of units were produced each year. In the end, from its original price of 2 million, the price of each unit rose to 3 or 4 million credits. Even then, it was extremely difficult to obtain one. If Shi Feng did not purchase his own now, he would not have the opportunity to do so in the future. During this period, due to Phoenix Rain secretly helping him, providing various contacts to sell the candlelight trading firm's equipment to, he had earned a lot of money. Moreover, the majority of his customers purchased the equipment with credits. After all, everybody was tight on coins at the moment. Hence, Shi Feng now had plenty of credits on hand. After deducting the necessary expenditures, he still had a little over 50 million credits. In the past, this would have been a massive sum of money to Shi Feng. To the current Shi Feng, however, this was nothing. Even Melancholic Smile was treating such a large sum as if it were nothing. After all, as the candlelight trading firm continued to develop, it would be very easy for them to earn several, or even dozens, of times more. After his morning training, Shi Feng went on to guide Fire Dance and the others. In reality, he was simply teaching them how to use void steps. Void steps was an advanced style of footwork in God's domain. Unlike other advanced styles, however, void steps placed a heavy burden on its user's mental power. Even in his current state, Shi Feng did not dare use void steps in battle too often. On the bright side, although void steps mentally exhausted its user, this exhaustion gave one the opportunity to break past their mental limits and increase their brain's activity. This was also Shi Feng's greatest discovery regarding void steps. Only, the precondition for this was to possess S-rank nutrient fluids. However, it was not easy to learn void steps. Even Shi Feng had only managed to grasp the technique recently. Whether Fire Dance and the others could successfully learn the footwork would depend on their efforts and natural talent. In the past, countless people would watch videos of experts' battles to explore and learn various bodily movements, styles of footwork, and attack techniques. However, the number of people who actually achieved success from doing so was very low. As for those who managed to learn advanced techniques, they were as rare as a phoenix's feathers. Meanwhile, void steps was a special technique that combined breathing, footwork, bodily movements, and various other subtle techniques. It was more difficult than ordinary advanced techniques, so it was typical for players to struggle or fail to learn it through Shifeng's teachings. Only Fire Dance and Violet Cloud had managed to obtain some clues. The others were still at a loss regarding his companion's situation. Shifeng was helpless as well. There would be no helping it if they were unable to learn void steps. Fortunately, it did not matter much if they could not learn it. Everyone had their own strengths and weaknesses. Also, void steps was a combination of a wide array of techniques. Even if Kola and the others failed to grasp void steps, the knowledge and experience they gained would still be very helpful when they went on to learn other techniques. Void steps was especially useful in helping a player improve on their physical control. For example, despite Fire Dance and Violet Cloud only gaining some clues to performing the advanced style of footwork, their control over their bodies had improved significantly. They were now only a thread away from reaching half a step into the refinement realm. Their skill completion rates also rose from 80% to around 83%. If they took half a step into the refinement realm, their skill completion rates would reach 85%, allowing them to display 100% of their skill's effects. With the top-tier equipment they wore, they would instantly become great experts that stood at Star Moon Kingdom's peak. As night arrived, God's domain finally finished updating. Drinking a bottle of S-rank nutrient fluid, Shifeng immediately lay within the virtual gaming cabin and began a new day in God's domain. Chapter 591, New Changes. Just after Shifeng came online, he suddenly felt his body grow heavier. It's been quite some time since I experienced the gravitational system. It really is somewhat difficult to adapt to. Shifeng stretched and absorbed the sights, sounds, and smells of his surroundings. Based on what his senses experienced, the gravity in this region should be around 1.5 times that of normal gravity. After God's domain evolved the third time, combat and environmental effects in the game had been optimized. Not only could players detect changes in temperature more acutely, but depending on the region one was in, they would also experience a gravitational shift. This change would easily throw players off balance, particularly in battle. This gravitational shift would significantly impact a player's display of their combat power. A weapon that initially weighed 5 kilograms might become lighter or heavier depending on the area's gravity. It would cause players, who had already grown accustomed to the weight of their weapons, to feel uncomfortable. This would cause deviations when these players activated their skills, resulting in significant declines in skill completion rates. Shortly after Shifeng logged into the game, the members of District 1 also began to load into the game, one after another. What's going on? Why do I suddenly feel sluggish? A shield warrior very quickly discovered that something was amiss. It's true. It feels somewhat awkward when I try to swing my great sword. A berserker on the same team clearly felt the problem with his body as well. Although the other classes were similarly affected, the impact to their performance was not as significant as it was for the plate armor classes. The gravity must have changed. As one of the top-tier experts in District 1, Blue Frost immediately pinpointed the cause of their current predicament. Since gravity has changed, let's not move unnecessarily for now. We'll leave this place after we adapt. Everyone else on the team suddenly understood upon hearing Blue Frost's words, and they began to familiarize themselves with their new weight. Currently, it was still nighttime in the dark Denver. There were a lot of monsters hunting for food in the fields. Although Shifeng and the others had logged into the game in a safe location, a pack of level 40 elite-ranked demonic light jackals quickly discovered them. These light jackals maneuvered their way through the forest swiftly, rapidly approaching Shifeng and the District 1 team. Not good. A pack of jackals is approaching. A ranger with sharp senses shouted. Demonic light jackals were this area's tyrants. At night, these monsters usually moved in packs of 7 to 10. Moreover, a chieftain and multiple special elites usually led these packs. Facing such a group of monsters was normally extremely difficult. Even death was a possibility. Unfortunately, they were not only missing members, but the gravitational change also affected their combat power significantly. Fighting these demonic light jackals as they were would be a big problem. Prepare for battle. Blue Frost frowned. Hurriedly, he said, "MTs, just focus on pinning down the jackals. Don't make any rash movements. The team from District 1 had not yet fully adapted to the gravitational shift. This sudden change greatly affected the plate armor classes in particular, and it would be quite challenging for them to serve as reliable combatants. The team could only rely on the magical classes for now. Yes, sir. Under Blue Frost's command, everyone on the team fell into formation, prepared to welcome the approaching battle. Sure enough, after the team took up their positions, demonic light jackals began to emerge from the dark forest, one after another. These jackals split up into groups of 3 to 5, each group setting their eyes on a single target. Meanwhile, among these groups of demonic light jackals, there were also the larger special elite ranked demonic claw jackals and chieftain ranked black demonic jackals. Demonic claw jackal, demonic creature, special elite. Level 40. HP 360,000/360,000. Black demonic jackal, demonic creature, chieftain rank, level 40. HP 1,000,000/1,000,000. Our luck is really bad. There are 8 demonic claw jackals and 2 black demonic jackals in this group. Evening Lotus's expression turned grim when she saw the pack of jackals. Are there 2 packs here? Normally, each pack only had 1 chieftain and 3 to 5 special elites. Now, the numbers had doubled. All elementalists, use Ice Wall. Try to split them up as much as possible and don't give them any chances to use group tactics. This was not the first time Blue Frost had fought these jackals, so he was very familiar with their attack methods. Upon receiving the command, the dozen or so elementalists in the team began chanting incantations, casting ice walls in an attempt to separate the jackals. Even if they could not separate them, they could still slow their movement speed should the jackals attempt to gang up on a player. Oh. The 2 black demonic jackals howled suddenly. The 80+ demonic light jackals began to take action under the command of the black demonic jackals. The demonic light jackals split into 2 groups. More than 30 mounted a frontal attack, while the remaining 50+ rounded to the side for a pincer attack. Damn. 4 of the demonic light jackals launched themselves towards one of the level 29 shield warriors simultaneously. Although he tried to defend himself with his shield, due to the change in gravity, his movements were somewhat slow. As a result, he suffered the bites of all 4 jackals, instantly losing more than half of his HP. The other melee players faced similar situations. Only the magical classes standing in the center of the team had an easier time. What's up with these jackals? Are they actually players in disguise? After fighting for some time, everyone quickly discovered that something was off. The demonic light jackals had actually torn a small hole in their formation, and the moment they did, the demonic claw jackals and black demonic jackals charged through that hole, dashing towards the team's healers using fierce gale. One of the black demonic jackals instantly arrived before a tier 1 oracle. Before this oracle could use mantra resist, the chieftain's attack sent him flying, his body transforming into particles of light. Something's wrong. These monsters have become smarter. Melees, hold them off as much as possible. We're retreating immediately. Blue Frost's complexion paled. Even a fool could tell that these monsters had changed in the past. While players had pinned them down, these jackals had not bothered the healers in the rear line at all. Now, the chieftain and special elite ranked jackals sent their underlings to keep the MTs busy, whereas they set their sights on the team's healers. To player teams, this sudden transformation was fatal. At this moment, one demonic light jackal had managed to locate a gap and pounced on Chiffon. Demonic light jackal, demonic creature, elite rank. Level 40. HP 140,000/140,000. Just as this elite jackal's glistening claws were about to sink into Shifeng's back, he suddenly took half a step to his left and tilted his body. As the jackal's claws glided past Shifeng, the elite monster exposed its body. The demonic light jackal was as tall as a player, and pitch black fur covered its entire body. There was also a horn on top of its head. Even if a player wore a mysterious iron breastplate, this horn could still easily penetrate the armor, breaking through the player's defense. These jackals were natural-born killers of the night. Shifeng then unsheathed the abyssal blade, sending a tier 1 chop at the jackal before him. 3 silver moons bloomed from the demonic light jackal's body. Immediately, the elite monster released an agonizing scream. Its body then slammed into a massive tree, frightening damages of -3,076, -4,622, and -9,254 appearing above its head system. Chop completion rate 92%, resulting in 125% of skill's effect. Skill proficiency +4 with just one skill. The demonic light jackal lost over 12% of its HP. Sure enough, the 1.5 times of gravity has caused my completion rate to drop significantly. Shifeng frowned, disappointed with his attack. As for the increase in these monsters' intelligence, Shifeng was not one bit surprised. As God's domain evolved, the monsters in the game would grow increasingly smarter. Currently, these jackals were only targeting the healers of a team. In the future, they would target the team's commander instead. However, Shifeng had no intention of letting these jackals flaunt their arrogance in front of him. Adjusting his footwork, he transformed into a shadow as he dashed towards a level 40 black demonic jackal. Chapter 592, Player's Advantage. Destroy the leader, and the gang will collapse. This was a law of the war. The elite-ranked demonic light jackals were like soldiers on a battlefield. The chieftain-ranked black demonic jackals directed their actions completely. Hence, as long as Shifeng could defeat the black demonic jackals quickly, this pack's fierce assault would crumble. However, taking out the enemy commander in a field battle was a most difficult task. As a chieftain-ranked monster, beyond being the strongest among this pack of jackals, the black demonic jackal's sensitivity towards danger was also the highest. While Shifeng was still some distance behind one of the two level 40 black demonic jackals, the chieftain had already noticed Shifeng's presence. Immediately, it stopped attacking the District 1 healers and turned to face Shifeng. Bearing its sharp fangs, the black demonic jackal released a low growl, seemingly issuing a command. After this black demonic jackal's growl, two of the nearby special elite-ranked demonic claw jackals moved to stand before the chieftain. The two jackals then pounced on Shifeng, brandishing their claws at the swordsman. The players a short distance away were stupefied when they witnessed the attack. In the past, these jackals had been bloodthirsty and reckless monsters. Back then, the chieftain-ranked black demonic jackal would usually be the first to dive into battle, tearing its enemies apart. Yet, now, it called upon its underlings to serve as its guards while the chieftain itself continued massacring their team's healers. Even an elite party of the same level would struggle against two demonic claw jackals with 360,000 HP. Not to mention current players that were of much lower level than these jackals. Players could only rely on equipment with the ignore level attribute to have a fighting chance. Brother Yifeng, let me help you. Noticing the importance of killing the black demonic jackals as well, Blue Frost led two parties over to assist Shifeng. No. You guys handle these two special elites. I'll deal with the two black demonic jackals. Shifeng immediately countered. Under normal circumstances, with the strength of the District 1 members, a single party would be more than enough to deal with one black demonic jackal. However, due to the gravitational shift affecting their combat power, they would most likely require a very long time to defeat just one black demonic jackal. Hence, it would be far more efficient for these parties to deal with the demonic claw jackals first. But there are two black demonic jackals, Blue Frost said, slightly worried. However, when he recalled how Shifeng had defeated a great lord by himself, even if the gravitational shift affected the Maverick's combat power, he should have no problem pinning down two black demonic jackals. Immediately, Blue Frost said gratefully, I'll have to trouble Brother Yifeng, then. Blue Frost then led his two parties to deal with the two demonic claw jackals using the footwork for void steps. Shifeng instantly disappeared. Even the special elite-ranked jackals lost sight of him, surprise coloring their expressions as they searched for the swordsman. However, no matter how hard they tried, they simply could not discover any trace of Shifeng. What kind of skill is this? Don't tell me the swordsman class can actually turn invisible. The female cleric, Evening Lotus, stated in surprise. No, that's not a skill. Invisibility skills have a slight activation delay. Even an assassin's vanish skill is no exception to this rule. He must have used some sort of technique. Blue Frost was very knowledgeable, so he quickly realized that void steps was not a skill available in the game, but a technique. However, this technique is truly amazing. The Mavericks I've seen before have only wielded techniques that increased their attack or dodging speeds. This is the first time I have seen a technique that allows its user to vanish from everyone's sight. Both shock and admiration filled Blue Frost when he saw Shifeng's void step. Such a technique was practically a life-saving skill. Whether the technique was used to escape or assassinate, it could yield miraculous effects. With such strength and techniques, he is definitely not someone we should provoke or make an enemy of. At this moment, Blue Frost rejoiced over the fact that he had befriended Shifeng and had not become enemies with him. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Shortly after Shifeng disappeared, the nearby black demonic jackal howled painfully. Oh! The black demonic jackal called out for the other black demonic jackal to help as it glowered at Shifeng, who had suddenly appeared beside it. At this moment, there was also a hint of fear within its eye. Shifeng had suddenly appeared by its side, his sword easily cutting through its iron-like skin, leaving behind a very long gash. The wound still bled. Although its defense is not as high as the dark magic serpent, its reaction speed is truly frightening. It actually managed to react the instant I stopped using void steps. Shifeng was quite surprised as he observed the black demonic jackal's wound. Although there was a wide slice across the chieftain's body, the wound was not particularly deep. It would not affect the monster's mobility. After the third evolution of God's domain, not only had the gravitational system appear, but the monster combat system had also changed, making battles against monsters even more realistic. This also created a new weakness. In the past, monsters would only lose some HP after being wounded. Even when their vital points had been struck, the attack would only deal a little more damage than usual. Their movements had not been affected whatsoever. However, after the third system upgrade, monsters' injuries would affect their movements and attacks. Naturally, the same held true for players. However, unlike monsters, players had healers to help them recover from these injuries quickly, maintaining full HP. This was a huge advantage when the two black demonic jackals grouped up. Rather than pouncing on their enemy, they circled Shifeng, looking for his weak point to land a fatal hit. Even an MT of the same level would die instantly under the combination of a level 40 chieftain's attack power and a super high damage skill, not to mention Shifeng, who was only level 33 right now. The black demonic jackals were precisely chieftains with such skills. Unlike the dark magic serpent, which utilized its vicious venom skill to exhaust its enemies to death, the black demonic jackals used the horn on their heads to tear apart all enemies before them. The horn attack of a chieftain-ranked monster would even pierce secret silver equipment. At this moment, the players of District 1 focused all of their attention on Shifeng and the two black demonic jackals. Every action this battle would determine the life and death of either side. Following the howl, the two black demonic jackals launched their attacks simultaneously. A large amount of wind mana also began to gather around their pitch-black horns. Immediately, the two chieftains transformed into miniature tornadoes as they flew towards Shifeng. Crap! Dodge it quickly! Blue Frost shouted anxiously. These miniature tornadoes were no trivial matter. If they struck a player, there was zero chance of survival. However, Shifeng did not bother to dodge the oncoming attacks. His lips curling up slightly, he activated Heavenly Dragon's power. After logging out of the game for 10 hours, not only had his weakened debuff worn off, but the cooldown for all his skills had also completed. Otherwise, he would have had to activate space movement in order to dodge the attacks. After activating Heavenly Dragon's power, Shifeng's strength doubled. He then met the black demonic jackal's attacks with a Thunder Flame Explosion system. Thunder Flame Explosion completion rate 91%, resulting in 120% of skill's effect. Skill proficiency +4. Although his completion rate was significantly lower than before, 120% of the skill's effect was still impressive. The Tier 1 Thunder Flame Explosion's effective range of 10 yards immediately increased to 12 yards. When lightning and fire made contact with the two black demonic jackals, the two chieftains' movement speed immediately and sharply dropped, becoming only 1/7 of their initial attribute. As a result, Shifeng easily dodged the two oncoming miniature tornadoes with a speed reduction of nearly 8 seconds. The two chieftain-ranked jackals could only receive a one-sided beating from Shifeng during these 8 seconds. Each black demonic jackal lost roughly 10% of their HP. Just as the movement speed reduction debuff was about to wear out, Shifeng swung the abyssal blade and summoned his doppelganger. The doppelganger then followed up with its own Thunder Flame Explosion, instantly devouring over 10,000 HP from both chieftains and reducing their movement speeds once more. With the doppelganger assisting him with dealing damage, Shifeng's total damage output nearly doubled. Shifeng and his doppelganger then each fought one black demonic chieftain, significantly reducing the difficulty of the fight. Thundering Flash, Earth Splitter, Skywheel Sword, Firestorm, Flame Burst. When Shifeng activated Flame Burst, every one of his attacks dealt over -20,000 damage. His doppelganger also dealt over -10,000 damage with its attacks. In addition to the frequent critical hits, the two managed to destroy close to half the HP of one black demonic jackal in less than 20 seconds. One of the chieftains fell. The remaining black demonic jackal was also heavily injured, covered in such severe wounds that one could easily see bone. As a result, the chieftain's mobility was incredibly limited. Even without the doppelganger's assistance, with Heavenly Dragon's power's duration of 2 minutes, Shifeng finished off the last black demonic jackal very easily. This burst power is invincible. Evening Lotus's jaw dropped when she saw the two dead black demonic jackals. She was so shocked that she had even momentarily forgotten to heal her team's MTS. Although everyone had witnessed Shifeng defeat a great lord, watching two chieftains die in such a short time and at such a close distance still astounded them. They were still not used to Shifeng's terrifying damage. Chapter 593, Promising Newcomer. When the two chieftain-ranked black demonic jackals died, the entire pack suddenly fell into chaos, their attacks becoming monotonous. Moreover, after such a long battle, every jackal had received some form of injury. Those that were heavily injured had even lost a detrimental amount of mobility. In contrast, although Blue Frost's team had lost over a dozen players in this fight, as their team had healers to keep them alive, the survivors were all in perfect condition. Their combat power had not been affected at all. On the contrary, after fighting for a time, they had begun to adapt to the new gravity. Suddenly, the tides changed. Blue Frost's team immediately gained the advantage as they began killing off the elite and special elite jackals as expected of a team from District 1. Their members' capabilities are impressive. They can deal with these jackals so quickly. After Shifeng picked up the loot that the two black demonic jackals had dropped, he had not bothered to help Blue Frost and the others. He simply glanced at their intense battle. Currently, the melee players of the team had begun striking at the jackal's limbs, particularly the monster's powerful hind legs. That way, they could greatly hamper the monster's mobility, making the battle far easier. At this point, the outcome of the battle was already clear. Shifeng began to arrange the drops he obtained from the two chieftains. He was already level 33. Despite having killed 2 level 40 chieftains, his experience bar had not increased by much. Meanwhile, after using Divine Providence, his harvest from the 2 black demonic jackals was very bountiful. The 2 chieftains had dropped a total of 6 soul crystals. Unfortunately, the other items were not worth mentioning. The rest was just a bunch of level 40 mysterious iron equipment and materials with 6 soul crystals. I should be able to trade them for a tier 1 taboo skill. Shifeng smiled with satisfaction. It was not easy for players outside of the Dark Den to obtain tier 1 taboo skills. If he could have every Zero-Wing Corps member learn a tier 1 taboo skill, they would have no problems with conquering a 50-man large-scale team dungeon against a level 28 Great Lord ranked boss. Even if they could not kill it with one series of attacks, they could severely injure it. At that time, the team only needed to expend a little more effort to defeat the boss. After the battle ended, Blue Frost immediately walked up to Shifeng, gratefully saying, "Brother Yifeng, I really have to thank you for your help. If not for you, this might have been our team's grave today. If you need help with anything in the future, just tell me. Can you help me trade for some tier 1 taboo skills?" Shifeng had long since considered this request. Although Discipline Paradise was the leader of District 5's third party, he could only get his hands on a limited number of tier 1 taboo skills. On the other hand, as the leader of District 1's first party, Blue Frost definitely had access to plenty of taboo skills. It would be much easier for Shifeng to trade with Blue Frost. You want to obtain a taboo skill? Blue Frost could not help his surprise. With Shifeng's abilities, he should have long since obtained a tier 1 taboo skill for himself. However, although Blue Frost was curious, it would not be proper to ask about it. Immediately, he nodded, saying, "That is a simple request. No need to trade. If Brother Yifeng wants a tier 1 taboo skill, I can just give you one. I don't want just one taboo skill." Shifeng shook his head. "I wonder if Brother Frost can obtain 20 tier 1 taboo skills for me?" 20. Initially, Blue Frost intended to agree with Shifeng immediately. However, upon hearing that Shifeng required 20, he was shocked. Laughing bitterly, he said, "Brother Yifeng, as a maverick, you might not know this, but each Tier 1 Taboo skill requires about 5 soul crystals worth of contribution shares in trade. Even the first party of a shelter needs 4 soul crystals to trade for 1. If they are for someone else, each skill book will cost an additional soul crystal. Moreover, I can only trade for 3 taboo skills per day. If it were in the past, I might have barely been able to trade for 20 taboo skills. However, after I purchased the demon suppressing barrier, the maximum number of taboo skills I can gain right now is 10. If Brother Yifeng wants them, I won't try to profit off you. 10 taboo skills for 50 soul crystals. 10. Shifeng was surprised he had simply mentioned 20 to discover Blue Frost's bottom line. He had not expected that Blue Frost could purchase as many as 10 Tier 1 taboo skills. Sure enough, the title of District 1's first party was well deserved, so be it. I want all of them. May I know when Brother Frost can obtain all 10? Shifeng did not particularly mind the issue of the soul crystals. He just needed to kill some level 40 chieftains to increase his stock. He can have them ready in a day. Blue Frost was shocked to hear Shifeng's decisive agreement. Even their first party required a long time to obtain 1 soul crystal. Currently, their party only had about a dozen or so in their warehouse. After including the contribution shares they had stocked up, Blue Frost still needed to borrow many soul crystals from other parties. Yet, a maverick like Shifeng could spend 50 soul crystals so casually. Following which, Shifeng followed Blue Frost to District 1. On the way back, the group had been ambushed by chieftain-ranked monsters many times. As a result, Shifeng had gained another 9 soul crystals by the time they reached District 1's shelter. The shelter Blue Frost and the others resided in occupied the heart of a high-level area. The monsters surrounding the shelter were all level 35 and above. That was 5 levels higher than the monsters surrounding District 5 currently. The monster assault on District 1 had ended. Corpses of level 35 monsters littered the surrounding area outside of the shelter's walls. There were over 10,000 dead monsters outside of the shelter. Among them, there was no lack of elite, and even chieftain-ranked monsters. One could just imagine how intense the battle must have been. Moreover, even after God's domain had undergone its 3rd evolution, District 1 still managed to defend its shelter successfully. It went to show how strong a foundation the players of District 1 possessed. The moment Blue Frost and his team entered the shelter, the players inside immediately sent them reverent gazes. Many female players even shrieked when Blue Frost's glance swept over them. In District 1, Blue Frost was practically a celebrity. He attracted attention wherever he went, and almost everyone in the shelter knew of him. "Leader, you've returned. Did you finish off the Great Lord Noya?" A skinny and youthful level 29 berserker asked excitedly as he ran up to Blue Frost. When Shifeng saw this skinny berserker, he involuntarily stiffened. He recognized this berserker. The youth's name was Wind Chaser. He was also one of the most powerful experts who had worked under Fantasy Extinguisher in the past. Back then, he had successfully learned a Tier 5 taboo skill, and his strength was only inferior to those Tier 6 God-ranked players. Great Lords and High Lords are monsters on entirely different levels. It was useless, even with the demon suppressing barrier, Blue Frost said, shaking his head. He could not help his fear as he remembered how powerful Noya had been. Fortunately, we had Brother Yifeng's help. Otherwise, we really wouldn't have returned with our lives. When Wind Chaser heard Blue Frost mention Shifeng, the berserker shifted his gaze toward Shifeng, his eyes containing a hint of awe and fighting spirit. "Chaser, don't have any foolish ideas. Brother Yifeng is a guest that I've invited. Not to mention, in front of Brother Yifeng, those weak combat techniques of yours are not worth mentioning. If you want to fight, go look for Blue Bull." Blue Frost glared at Wind Chaser. He had personally witnessed how powerful Shifeng was, setting aside the fact that Shifeng had defeated the Great Lord Noya by himself. Just the number of chieftains Shifeng had killed on their way back had left him speechless. Wind Chaser most likely would not survive a single move against Shifeng. Meanwhile, Blue Bull, the person Blue Frost had mentioned, was none other than their District 1's #1 berserker. Blue Bull was extremely powerful, and within their first party, Blue Bull's position was only beneath his. However, as the operation against Noya had mainly relied on magical classes, and defending the shelter against the monster's assault was also very important, Blue Bull had not been selected to participate in the raid. Meanwhile, Wind Chaser often liked to test himself against Blue Bull. Although Wind Chaser lost terribly every time, the Berserker never grew bored of challenging Blue Bull. After Blue Frost's reprimand, Wind Chaser was a little satisfied. However, after hearing his leader's suggestion, he immediately turned around, planning to look for Blue Bull to test his skills against him once again at this time. However, Shifeng suddenly said, "No worries. It's good to be impulsive sometimes. As a guest of District 1, I have not prepared any gifts. I don't mind sparring with Wind Chaser to liven things up a little." Chapter 594, Powerful Secret. Hearing Shifeng accept Wind Chaser's challenge, those who knew just what kind of power Shifeng wielded were confounded. Although PvPs were frequent occurrences in shelters, these fights were usually meant to help each other improve. Take Blue Bull of First Party for example. If not for his notice of Wind Chaser's potential, he would not have bothered sparring with the youth, offering pointers of how the other Berserker could improve his techniques. Not to mention, Shifeng was a maverick that had zero relations with their District 1 at all. Since Brother Yifeng is willing to give Chaser a few pointers, this could not have worked out better. Blue Frost was naturally quite pleased with Shifeng's offer. He turned to his subordinate, immediately instructing, "Lotus, go to the Lion's Bar and make the arrangements, particularly for the 100-berry wine. Today, we're reserving all of it. Consider it done." Hearing Blue Frost's command, Evening Lotus turned and ran towards the Lion's Bar. However, this scene had left many of those who had come forth to greet Blue Frost speechless. Who is this Yifeng? Leader Blue Frost is actually being so generous, renting out the entire Lion's Bar. I recall that renting out the Lion's Bar costs 3 gold. You think coins alone are sufficient? You also need plenty of contribution shares to rent out the Lion's Bar. Moreover, the cost only a trivial matter compared to the 100-berry wine. Not only does each bottle cost 1 gold, but it also requires 200 contributions. I have to complete 10 contribution quests just to collect 200 contribution shares. Also, only 20 bottles of 100-berry wine are available each day. That's a total of 20 gold and 4,000 contribution shares. This is worth far more than 1 soul crystal. Everyone shifted their gaze toward Shifeng, awe and curiosity filling their hearts. The Lion's Bar was the best bar available in District 1's shelter. Even Blue Frost's First Party would feel a sting from their wallets when they visited the bar, not to mention renting out the entire place and spoiling everyone with 100-berry wine. Not even the visiting First Party leaders of other shelters would warrant such a grand welcome. Following which, Blue Frost led Shifeng on a stroll towards the Lion's Bar, introducing him to District 1's situation. On their way, Wind Chaser tagged along in high spirits. He really wanted to know just how powerful Shifeng was to earn such high respect from Blue Frost. Shifeng's 5 senses were far superior to ordinary players. Naturally, he could detect Wind Chaser's fiery fighting spirit. His personality is still the same as it was then, constantly challenging every powerhouse he met. It was no wonder he becomes someone who was only inferior to Tier 6 classes in the past. Shifeng inwardly sighed. In the past, both Blue Frost and Wind Chaser had become extremely famous experts throughout God's Domain. Fantasy Shrine, Fantasy Extinguisher's first-rate guild, had only surpassed a powerful guild like Ouroboros due to these experts in this life. However, Fantasy Extinguisher would not have the chance to receive the epic quest Darkness Descends, so it could not lead him here where he could recruit these people. Instead, that opportunity had fallen into Shifeng's hands in this life. If he could recruit Blue Frost and his team, Zero Wing would certainly grow more powerful for it soon. Shifeng and the others arrived before the Lion's Bar. Lion's Bar was different than other bars in the shelter. This bar that could only be constructed once a shelter had developed up to a certain degree. The NPCs guarding the bar were extremely powerful, with the weakest at level 150, the bouncers being level 180 Tier 2 NPCs, and the proprietress was a level 200 Tier 3 NPC. These NPCs even qualified to guard a small city. Even if monsters invaded the shelter, the Lion's Bar would not fall. Aside from consuming alcohol at the Lion's Bar, players could also engage in PvP battles inside. The PvP battles here operated in a similar fashion to the battles held in the underground arenas found in the outside world, and that other players were allowed to place bets on the fights. Hence, many players of District 1 frequented the Lion's Bar. At this moment, however, Blue Frost had reserved the entire establishment, so not many players occupied the 3-story tall bar right now. Upon entering the Lion's Bar, Shifeng discovered that the place resembled the Colosseum of ancient Rome. There was an arena in the establishment's center. There were also spectator stands surrounding the arena that allowed players to consume alcohol while watching the matches. When Shifeng arrived before a large private room, he discovered that the room already held plenty of players. Every one of these players possessed frightening auras, and they all wore dazzling equipment. The lowest level player among them was level 28, and one could easily tell that they were not ordinary players. Brother Yifeng, let me introduce you. These people are the party leaders and vice leaders of our District 1's top 10 parties. They have heard about your arrival, so they wish to make your acquaintance. Blue Frost began introducing Theses leaders, one after another. Hello, I am the party leader of second party, Best Reincarnation. Hello, Big Brother Yifeng. I am the leader of third party, Shallow Moon. These players did not even show a hint of arrogance as they introduced themselves to Shifeng. On the contrary, they treated Shifeng as if he were an old friend. In truth, even without any introduction, Shifeng already knew who they were in the past. Every one of these players had been upper managers of Fantasy Shrine. Encountering Blue Frost and Wind Chaser had already surprised Shifeng. Now, even the many upper managers of Fantasy Shrine appeared before him. Shifeng began to suspect whether or not District 1 had been Fantasy Shrine's main headquarters. After exchanging pleasantries, Shifeng finally understood why Blue Frost had invited all of these players. Unlike the other shelters, the parties of District 1 were fiercely ambitious. They did not care about holding the title of District 1 in this region. Rather, they hoped to step out of this region and become the #1 shelter in all regions. Hence, the parties in District 1 were all united, unlike the parties in other shelters, which treated each other as enemies rather than allies. It was also due to this that the shelter in District 1 had managed to construct the Lion's Bar so quickly. On the other hand, the other shelters in this region had yet to construct a single advanced establishment like the Lion's Bar. The conversation continued. Blue Frost also revealed Shifeng's victory over the great Lord Noya and his slaughter of the many chieftains they had encountered on their way back, shocking everyone present. The various parties present had all been helpless against Noya. Only the first party had a small chance of defeating the great lord. They had not expected to hear that Shifeng had actually defeated Noya by himself. Even though the great lord had been weakened, it was still an astonishing feat. Brother Frost, you are too insincere. You did not record a video for us to take a look. That's right. This will definitely become a legend throughout God's domain. Everyone voiced their complaints, greatly disappointed that they had not personally witnessed Shifeng's performance. At the same time, their reverence of Shifeng grew even more intense. Ha ha ha. I had been completely stupefied by Brother Yifeng's performance. By the time I thought of it, the battle was already over. Blue Frost scratched his head in embarrassment. However, you are not without a chance to watch him fight. In a moment, Brother Yifeng is going to give Chaser a few pointers, so you guys will get to see how powerful Brother Yifeng is. Leader, can I drink a bottle of the 100-berry wine before the match begins? Wind Chaser hurriedly asked Blue Frost in embarrassment. Initially, he had thought Shifeng was only an ordinary maverick. He never expected that Shifeng was actually capable of defeating a great lord by himself. Immediately, Wind Chaser had treated Shifeng as if the swordsman were the strongest expert he had ever encountered. If you were sparring against anyone else today, I wouldn't let you waste a bottle. Here, take this. Blue Frost laughed as he shook his head. He then took a cyan bottle of wind and handed it to Wind Chaser. Thank you, leader. Wind Chaser hurriedly accepted the 100-berry wind. The youthful berserker was like a hungry wolf looking at fresh meat when he saw the bottle of berry wine in his hands. With just a few gulps, he emptied the entire bottle. Wind Chaser's cheeks suddenly flushed, clearly having become drunk already. Ha ha ha. He's drunk after just one bottle. It seems that Chaser still needs training. The others could not help but laugh. Although Wind Chaser had gotten himself drunk, Shifeng could clearly tell that the feeling the berserker gave off had changed. If he had been an unsheathed blade before drinking the wine, he was now a hidden blade. The blade might seem harmless while sheathed, but once it was revealed, it would definitely take its target's life. Though everyone else had similarly detected the change in Wind Chaser, it did not surprise them whatsoever. On the contrary, they all thought it was natural. What's going on here? Shifeng could not help his surprise. Is this related to the 100-berry wine? Chapter 595, Frightening Wine. Shifeng glanced at the bottle of 100-berry wine on the table, confirming that it was identical to the one he had drunk in the past. However, when he had enjoyed the 100-berry wine, he had not experienced any particular changes to his body like Wind Chaser had. He only considered it incredibly delicious, so much so that it was hard to stop drinking. Yet, seeing Wind Chaser's sudden transformation, it was obvious that the 100-berry wine had some hidden effect. Does the 100-berry wine possess some sort of effect that I do not know of? The more Shifeng thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. Aside from satisfying thirst and hunger, some food and beverages in God's domain could increase a player's attributes or provide some other temporary benefits. Take the black steel beer for example. Players that consumed it could gain the ignore levels effect, allowing them to challenge monsters of a higher level without suffering any penalties. Although one could ignore more levels as they consumed more bottles of black steel beer, there were also side effects. One side effect was the drunken effect. With this debuff, one's vision would turn blurry, and their senses would numb, resulting in a decrease in combat power. One might even lose the ability to fight at all if they consumed too many black steel beers. Meanwhile, the 100-berry wine clearly possessed a similar effect in the past. I only drank a cup of 100-berry wine at a time. On the other hand, Wind Chaser drank the entire bottle at once. These changes must only happen after a player drinks an entire bottle. Shifeng's interest in the 100-berry wine grew. He then jumped onto the arena. Smiling at the drunken Wind Chaser, he said, "Let's get this started." Shifeng intended to test Wind Chaser properly. The 100-berry wine's effect should not be limited to increasing a player's attributes if it was able to cause a person's aura to change to such a degree. The PvP battles held in the Lion's Bar's arena were slightly different. Most arenas would not usually limit a player's attributes. The Lion's Bar's PvP arena, on the other hand, would adjust both parties' attributes to be on equal footing. Hence, items that increased attributes were useless in this arena, making the fight a competition of techniques only. As the countdown timer above the arena began to tick down, Blue Frost and the others, who watched from the spectator stands, revealed smiles, though the intentions hidden behind each smile were different. Brother Frost, who do you think will win? The Oracle, Shallow Moon, asked. Smiling, she continued, in this match, both sides possess equal attributes. However, while Big Brother Yifeng is a swordsman, Wind Chaser is a berserker. In terms of classes, berserkers possess an innate advantage over swordsmen. Moreover, Wind Chaser drank a bottle of 100-berry wine, increasing his combat power significantly. Even Big Brother Blue Bull would struggle against Wind Chaser with these conditions. Although I believe that Brother Yifeng is very strong, while both of them possess the same attributes, Wind Chaser should have a higher chance of victory, right? After all, he did drink the 100-berry wine. A Guardian Knight commented. Everyone nodded, agreeing with this Guardian Knight's estimation. Everyone present was quite familiar with Wind Chaser's techniques. Among the melee classes in the first party, other than Blue Bull, no one could defeat Wind Chaser in terms of techniques. Meanwhile, against a great lord, players relied more on attributes rather than techniques. Despite Blue Frost's mention of how mysterious and godlike Shifeng was, in their opinion, they only thought of Shifeng as just someone who was slightly stronger than Blue Bull. On the other hand, when Wind Chaser consumed a bottle of 100-berry wine, not even Blue Bull could win against the youthful berserker. Naturally, Shifeng would not fare any better. Since none of you have a high opinion of Brother Yifeng, why don't we place a bet? Blue Frost suggested. This is my favorite part. What are we betting? Best Reincarnation, the leader of second party, suddenly grew interested. Simple. We'll bet on the outcome of the battle. The wager will be soul crystals, and I'll be the bookkeeper. If Brother Yifeng wins, the payout ratio will be 1-2, while Wind Chaser will be 1-1. You may only bet on one player. Blue Frost could tell that everyone doubted Shifeng's strength. After all, without having witnessed the battles personally, even he would find it unbelievable. Now, it just so happened he could take advantage of the situation to make a little profit, making up for the cost of the feast he hosted. Okay, I'll bet 2 soul crystals on Wind Chaser. That brat has improved quite a lot recently. Brother Frost, you better not regret your decision. I'll bet 1 soul crystal on Wind Chaser as well. In a short moment, the various party leaders and vice leaders had all placed bets on Wind Chaser winning this match. One could tell just how little trust everyone had in Shifeng's strength. Only the cleric, Evening Lotus, had bet on Shifeng winning leader. Can I use credit on this bet? I only have 2 soul crystals with me, but I wish to bet 10 crystals on Big Brother Yifeng, Evening Lotus asked as she gave Blue Frost a pitiful look immediately. Blue Frost rolled his eyes at his party's cleric. Resolutely, he said, no. If he allowed Evening Lotus to use credit, he wouldn't make any profit. As the battle in the arena began, everyone's gazes locked on Shifeng and Wind Chaser. The moment the battle began, Wind Chaser instantly used charge. Like an agile and powerful cheetah, the berserker dashed towards Shifeng. However, despite this, Shifeng did not try to evade Wind Chaser's attack, allowing the youth's charge skill to connect. He isn't using parry? When Wind Chaser was only 5 yards away from Shifeng, he noticed that Shifeng had still not moved, the swordsman seemingly having no intentions of defending against his charge. Wind Chaser then abruptly swung his greatsword at almost the same moment as his body crashed into Shifeng's. His silver greatsword also struck Shifeng's head. Wind Chaser's actions were both simple and swift. The silver greatsword sliced through Shifeng's body and smashed into the ground, creating a long and deep crevice in afterimage. Sensing that something was amiss, Wind Chaser used Whirlwind Slash, a skill capable of causing massive damage to enemies within a 3-yard radius. The silver greatsword was like a wooden pole in Wind Chaser's hand. With little effort, the berserker transformed into a silver tornado that engulfed everything in its wake. Boom. As Wind Chaser used Whirlwind Slash, a loud boom echoed throughout the arena, followed by a figure flying away from the berserker. Close 1. Wind Chaser could not help but sigh with relief when he saw that the figure he had sent flying was none other than Shifeng. If he had not used Whirlwind Slash at the first sign of danger, the sword in Shifeng's hand would have bitten into his body by now. Such impressive dodging speed. I couldn't even see what he did just now. The level 29 shield warrior, best reincarnation, exclaimed in shock. It is no wonder why Leader Frost praised Brother Yifeng so highly. With such an amazing dodging speed, it will be very difficult for Chaser to land a hit, though an assassin might have a chance. Everyone was similarly shocked by the skill Shifeng had displayed. Although a few among them could similarly produce an afterimage, they definitely could not achieve it as silently as Shifeng. Only after Wind Chaser's greatsword landed had everyone realized that he had missed. This is only the tip of the iceberg. Big Brother Yifeng hasn't even warmed up yet. Evening Lotus giggled. On their way back to the shelter, Shifeng had frequently used void steps to kill chieftains. That mysterious style of footwork of his was simply unstoppable. In comparison, the technique of using an afterimage to dodge an attack was a trifling matter. The others began laughing when they heard Evening Lotus's words. Nobody believed her at all. In the arena, Wind Chaser finally became serious. Every one of his attacks began targeting Shifeng's vital points or blind spots. Of the berserker's many attacks, his skills contained the most power. Wind Chaser was also extremely proficient in using his skills in conjunction with his ordinary attacks. It was as if the berserker's skills had been tailored for Wind Chaser. So, that's the case. I didn't think that the 100-berry wine possessed such a wonderful effect. It is no wonder the drink is so rare. While Shifeng dodged Wind Chaser's attacks, he also carefully observed the berserker's every action. Although Wind Chaser did have significant physical control, he should still not be able to use his skills so smoothly. In Zero Wing, only Fire Dance and Violet Cloud had achieved this standard. The two were only a thread away from taking half a step into the refinement realm. On the other hand, Wind Chaser was still far from reaching that level. The only explanation Shifeng could come up with was that the 100-berry wine increased a player's compatibility rate with their weapons. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng involuntarily shivered. Improving compatibility rate. This was something that countless experts dreamed of. Otherwise, nobody would bother wasting so much effort to obtain weapons and equipment that fit their styles. Chapter 596, Unbalanced Fight. After seeing the 100-berry wine's true function, Shifeng finally understood why Blue Frost and the others could achieve such high skill completion rates. Unfortunately, the wine supply was simply too low, lowering the number of potential experts who could be nurtured with it. At most, there was just enough for everyone present. Any more and there wouldn't be enough of the beverage to go around for the next 3 minutes or so. Wind Chaser continued hacking and slashing his greatsword at Shifeng. The more Wind Chaser fought Shifeng, the more he grew frightened. Aside from his first whirlwind slash, none of his other attacks had touched Shifeng. Every time he thought that his greatsword was about to connect with Shifeng's body, his weapon was always off its mark just slightly. After a dozen or so times, he could chalk it up to a coincidence. However, if over 100 attacks had the same result, there was definitely no coincidence. Just what is going on? Why can't I hit him? This was the first time Wind Chaser had encountered such a situation in his past PvP battles. Both sides had always suffered some form of damage. It was only a matter of how much, or how little, damage each side suffered. The side with the better techniques would naturally deal more damage, and as the battle dragged on, they would become the victor. However, this battle, in which he could not even hit his opponent, was simply driving him to madness. Is the gap between us really that big? Wind Chaser had already used all of the skills he could, yet, no matter what he did, he could not even scratch the corner of Shifeng's armor. This failure dealt him a huge psychological blow. Big brother Yifeng's dodging techniques are brilliant. This is my first time seeing such techniques. Shallow Moon, the leader of District 1's third party, grew excited as she watched the battle between Shifeng and Wind Chaser progress. She desperately tried to absorb whatever information she could regarding Shifeng's dodging techniques. Shallow Moon wasn't the only person with such thoughts. The other leaders also wore stern expressions as they focused on Shifeng's every action. They even recorded the battle for future reference. If I can grasp just half of Brother Yifeng's dodging techniques, it will become much easier to kill Lord-ranked monsters in the future. Best reincarnation side, you don't say? Lords have extremely high attack power. If an MT can evade 50% of a Lord's attacks, this will significantly reduce the burden on healers. Unfortunately, nobody within our District 1 has managed to reach such a standard yet. As a cleric, Evening Lotus had the most say on this matter. She was the #1 cleric on District 1's first party. Every time the party's MT tanked a Lord, the MT's HP would fall as quickly as flowing water. As a result, Evening Lotus was forced to heal their party's MT constantly. If she were not careful, she could easily draw the Lord's aggro. It really makes you wonder just how Brother Yifeng learned such techniques. If the melee players in our parties can learn from him, our District 1's first shelter can unlock the next stage very quickly. As long as their melee players could grasp this brilliant technique, they could easily hunt chieftains and lords out in the field. Their soul crystal farming efficiency would also rise significantly. At that time, they could upgrade their shelters swiftly and catch up to the several large shelters in other regions. Although District 1 was the top shelter in the Evil Ghost domain, it was only a medium shelter. Although their shelter was the only medium shelter among the Evil Ghost domain's districts, other domains already possessed large shelters. Their strength was several times greater than District 1's. The gap between them would only widen further as more time passed. Leader Frost, is there no way to convince Brother Yifeng to join our District 1? Blue Bull asked. Although Blue Bull was the first party's #1 berserker, Shifeng's techniques left a deep impact. These techniques shattered the concept of their past combat methods. If they could persuade Yifeng to join District 1 and become one of the shelter's residents, it could lift the shelter to a whole different level. Hearing Blue Bull's suggestion, the other party leaders also turned to Blue Frost. You guys. Blue Frost was rendered speechless. Although I want that as well, Brother Yifeng is a maverick. You all know how mavericks behave, right? It really is a pity. The others sighed dejectedly when they recalled Maverick's play styles. The shelter was like their home. Naturally, they wanted to see their shelter grow stronger. Unfortunately, Mavericks did not like restrictions. As the conversation came to an end, Shifeng stopped dodging Wind Chaser's attacks. I have most of the information that I need. Let's end this match. Shifeng had already obtained a thorough understanding of Wind Chaser's strength and the 100-berry wine's effect. There was no reason to prolong this battle. Immediately, he used void steps and vanished before everyone's eyes. He disappeared. Wind Chaser gaped at his surroundings in disbelief. Looking to his left, right, and even above him, he could not find any trace of Shifeng. Where is he? Wind Chaser could not even sense Shifeng's presence. Normally, when an assassin snuck up to him, even if he could not see the assassin, he could, more or less, sense that someone was nearby. Now, he could not detect even the slightest indication of Shifeng's presence. The swordsman's technique was far more powerful than an assassin's stealth. Everyone in the spectator stands was similarly stupefied. A live human had actually vanished into thin air. No swordsman should possess any stealth-related skills. Once a match began, players could only exit the arena after a victor had been determined. The victor's portrait would also be displayed above the arena after the match ended. If one of the fighters suddenly logged out of the game, the system would automatically determine them as the loser, thereby concluding the match. However, the system had yet to declare the outcome of this match, thus, the only possibility was that they were really unable to see Shifeng. However, before everyone could recover from their shock, Shifeng appeared beside Wind Chaser. He then swung his sword, sending 3 silver moons towards the berserker's body, intersecting as they struck such a fast attack. Although Wind Chaser tried to defend himself with his greatsword, Shifeng's sword was simply too fast. The attack landed before he could even react. The force behind Shifeng's chop sent Wind Chaser flying backward. Although they both possessed the same attributes, Shifeng's chop had achieved a 95% completion rate. The skill effect he displayed instantly extinguished over 50% of the youthful berserker's HP. Is he really a swordsman? Wind Chaser was terrified when he saw how much HP he had lost when he had fought other swordsmen with the same attributes as his own in the past. Their chop only managed to devour close to 20% of his HP. Now, however, Shifeng's chop had obliterated over half of his HP. This disparity was insane. Wind Chaser even wondered if the system had made a mistake. What Wind Chaser did not know, however, was that the abyssal blade Shifeng wielded had a 50% chance to deal 200% damage. Adding in his 95% skill completion rate, his total damage was astounding. Gets over. Shifeng looked at Wind Chaser, who he had thrown backward, and used Dragon Breath. Dragon Breath was a skill he had gained from a fragmented legendary item. Not only did the skill possess frightening power, but it also required no casting time. The skill's attack speed was also extremely high. In the next moment, a green ray of light devoured Wind Chaser, inflicting 6 times Shifeng's damage. Dragon Breath depleted Wind Chaser's HP to 0. It's over. The spectating crowd was dumbfounded. Although they had long since realized that Shifeng could defeat Wind Chaser easily, they had not expected him to be capable of finishing off the youthful berserker instantly. How was it possible for a swordsman to instantly kill a plate armor class? Chapter 597, Zero Wing Guild Branch. Even if everyone found it inconceivable, the appearance of Shifeng's portrait above the arena was irrefutable proof that he had won this match. If he can defeat Wind Chaser so easily, despite having the same attributes, it is no wonder how he can solo a great lord. Best Reincarnation and the others were shocked with their standards. Even if they fought an ordinary player with the same attributes, it was impossible for them to defeat their opponent instantly. Yet, Shifeng was fully capable of exactly that. The gap between them was simply unimaginable. If before they had treated Shifeng as an expert, now, they treated him like a monster. They were people living in completely different worlds. Meanwhile, Wind Chaser, who had revived below the arena, was still stuck in a daze. Chaser, didn't I tell you earlier? With your weak skills, you are simply flaunting your incompetence before an expert. Why haven't you thanked Brother Yifeng for his pointers yet? Blue Frost laughed when he saw Wind Chaser's stunned expression. He was the slightest bit surprised by Wind Chaser's crushing defeat compared to the battle with the great Lord Noya. This match was child's play to Shifeng. Hearing Blue Frost's words, Wind Chaser hurriedly thanked Shifeng. After this match, Wind Chaser finally understood the extent of his strength, following which, the leaders also turned to ask Shifeng for advice on their combat techniques. Bombarded with questions, Feng's response to the situation was not miserly, graciously teaching them, one after another. Before anyone knew it, 3 hours had passed. Even so, none of them could get enough of Shifeng. His guidance was targeted towards improving everyone's individual weaknesses, allowing them to see immediate improvements to their combat power. This result furthered everyone's admiration of Shifeng. Not only did Shifeng possess monster-like strength, but his teaching skills were also on point. In reality, though, Shifeng had only made a few suggestions to remedy their bad combat habits and teach them how to control their foundations. They were unlike Fire Dance and the others, who Lei Bao had personally trained to control their bodies properly. May I know if Brother Frost would be willing to sell me 100-berry wine for the long term? The 100-berry wine sorely tempted Shifeng. Although the residents of District 1 had the 100-berry wine to improve their compatibility rates, they did not possess the foundations necessary to display its full effects. If he had some of the wine for Fire Dance and the others to consume, they would most likely see massive improvements immediately. Brother Yifeng, you should know that the 100-berry wine is a specialty of the Lion's Bar, and its supply is very limited. If it is only a few dozen bottles, I have no problems with giving them to you. However, you saw the 100-berry wine's effects for yourself. It can help us improve our skill completion rates, making it easier for us to understand our skills. If we sell it long-term, it will weaken our shelter's players significantly, Blue Frost explained. I understand this, of course. However, what if I have a different method to improve the shelter's strength? Shifeng smiled. Improve the shelter's strength? Everyone present was suddenly interested. The competition between shelters was very intense. Moreover, as players reached higher levels, the intensity would only grow as fewer high-level maps and resources would be available. Naturally, the areas where players could station shelters would also decrease naturally. Those with sufficient strength would have priority over the high-resource locations, whereas weaker players would be chased away. Their District 1 had already competed with other shelters many times in higher-leveled maps. However, the shelters they had to compete with would become more numerous and powerful, so upgrading their shelter's strength was of utmost importance. Join my guild, Zero Wing, Shifeng said. Join your guild? Everyone was stunned. They all knew what a guild was. There were countless guilds in the virtual gaming world. In fact, members of guilds had formed many of the shelters. Only, as there was no guild system available in their location, nobody could officially establish a guild here. Rather than joining a guild, it was more like joining a guild's forces. Many shelters that lacked strength would usually choose to subordinate themselves to a guild's influence, gaining protection and assistance from said guild forces. In return, however, these shelters were required to supply various resources and money to these guilds. Every guild force they knew of was extremely powerful with a plethora of experts. For example, all large shelters were a part of a guild force. Medium shelters, like District 1, stood no chance against them. These guild forces also had plenty of funds and consisted mostly of professional gamers. After considering it for a moment, Blue Frost said, if we join you, what can Brother Yifeng's guild provide? How are you going to help us increase the shelter's strength? In truth, Blue Frost had thought of joining a guild force before. Many guild forces had come to recruit their District 1. However, if they joined one, it would have to be a formidable guild force. That way, they could strive for much more resources for themselves. Otherwise, they would be better off running the shelter without a guild. If you join Zero Wing, we will provide you with teleportation magic arrays so that you can save on travel time. Zero Wing will also provide you with funding and equipment and will train you all to be true experts, Shifeng said. Teleportation magic arrays? You guys actually managed to obtain that kind of item? Shock swept through the small crowd as they stared at Shifeng, their jaws practically hitting the floor. As far as they knew, teleportation arrays weren't available in this area. Even large shelters didn't have any. If their shelter had teleportation arrays, they could save so much time. With that advantage, it'd be difficult for their shelter not to grow stronger, even if they tried. Brother Yifeng, are you telling us the truth? Blue Frost asked excitedly. Don't believe me? Shifeng laughed. He then retrieved the teleportation magic array design from his bag, placing it on the table for all to see. Here, have a look at it yourselves. Wow! It's really a teleportation magic array design. Evening Lotus's eyes shone as she examined the forging design on the table. This item was more tempting than any weapon or piece of equipment. You've seen it for yourselves now. If you all are willing to join Zero Wing, we will provide your shelter with teleportation arrays. At that time, your shelter will develop at never-before-seen speeds. Becoming an advanced shelter will become possible, not to mention a large shelter, Shifeng said confidently. Just like the towns and cities in the outside world, the shelters in the Dark Den were categorized into ranks. There were small shelters, medium shelters, large shelters, advanced shelters, and more. As a shelter climbed the ranks, they would have access to more functions. However, it was not easy to upgrade a shelter's rank, as doing so required a large number of soul crystals. I understand. Since Brother Yifeng has such an optimistic view of District 1's shelter, my first party will join Zero Wing, Blue Frost said after considering the opportunity for a long moment. Since Blue Frost has agreed, my second party will join as well, Best Reincarnation said as he nodded. My third party will also join. Shallow Moon agreed. In just a short moment, the top 10 parties of District 1 all agreed to join Zero Wing. They were not fools, to put it simply. Teleportation arrays were like strategic weapons to a shelter. If news of this got out, countless shelters would vie to join Zero Wing. Moreover, after seeing how powerful Shifeng was, they realized that the guild behind him would not be any ordinary existence. Chapter 598, Gaining Control over District 1. After gaining everyone's agreement, Shifeng handed out contracts to each party leader and vice leader. Not one of them was an ordinary player. They all were players at the top of District 1. Naturally, they would not join Zero Wing as normal members, but middle managers at the very least. And since they were going to become Zero Wing's middle managers, they needed to sign contracts. By the time Shifeng had arrived at this shelter, he had already considered establishing a Zero Wing guild branch here. The Dark Den was different from the outside world. Players here had a much easier time obtaining gemstones and Tier 1 taboo skills, as well as the specialties unique to various shelters. It was especially true for District 1's 100-berry wine. This was an extremely rare item that could help improve a player's compatibility rate. If this beverage were introduced to the outside world, it would help Zero Wing immensely in the future. Correspondingly, the development of life classes within the Dark Den was very slow. There were practically no players producing advanced products here. Particularly, consumables that players normally required to survive out in the fields were extremely hard to come by. These advanced consumables would certainly bolster the shelter's strength if he could supply them. The reason Fantasy Shrine had been able to develop so quickly in the past must be due to their trades with the shelter. Shifeng suddenly thought about the first-rate guild, Fantasy Shrine, which was located in the Black Dragon Empire. In the past, Fantasy Extinguisher had accepted this epic quest and turned Fantasy Shrine into one of the Black Dragon Empire's giants. Back then, even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's branch guild could not afford to provoke Fantasy Shrine casually. One could just imagine how helpful the trades between the two were to a guild. After everyone had looked over the contract Shifeng had provided, surprise colored their expressions. This Zero Wing sure is rich. It's offering a wage that's twice what other guilds offer. Just what kind of guild is this? Blue Frost had encountered many guild forces before. He had also heard of these guilds' reputations, and many of them were second-rate guilds. Unfortunately, although the wages these guilds offered District 1's top 10 parties were tempting, they required far too many soul crystals in return. Submitting to these guilds would only hinder their shelter's development. In the end, they rejected all the offers they had received. In comparison, not only was Shifeng offering wages that would allow them to play God's domain full-time, but he also intended to supply various advanced products to hasten their development. Most importantly, he did not require any soul crystals at all. This was astounding. Soul crystals were the foundation of shelters. It was one of the resources required that players required to grow stronger. If they could gain so many benefits without having to contribute any soul crystals, they'd willingly join as normal members, much less middle managers. If there aren't any issues, you can sign the contract. Shifeng involuntarily laughed as he saw everyone's dazed expressions. He had written this contract after taking into account the best interests of Blue Frost and the others. Not a single guild force could afford such an offer. Soul crystals might be important to Blue Frost and the others, but to Shifeng, these items held no value whatsoever. After Shifeng's reminder, everyone hurriedly signed their contracts. With the top 10 parties of District 1 joining Zero Wing, his guild would have control over the entire shelter. Previously, Shifeng had learned about shelter's development model. The top 10 parties of every shelter had special privileges. Aside from being able to purchase the shelter's specialties, these parties also had a say in the shelter's construction. They had the right to vote on which establishments they wanted to construct first. Take the Lion's Bar for example. Over half of the top 10 parties needed to agree before the Lion's Bar could be constructed. Meanwhile, in order to construct special buildings such as the Lion's Bar, players would have to use the soul crystals accumulated by the shelter. These accumulated soul crystals were what players normally exchanged for contribution shares. Hence, taking control of the top 10 parties of a shelter was the equivalent to taking control of the entire shelter. With District 1 as the center, Shifeng could then popularize the Candlelight Trading Firm's products to other shelters. Soon, the entire Evil Ghost domain would become Zero Wing's resource warehouse. At that time, Zero Wing's development speed would soar. Brother Frost, as the leader of First Party, you should be the most familiar with the shelter. Do you know of any methods to increase the 100-berry wine's production? Shifeng asked as he turned to Blue Frost. In the past, although the 100-berry wine had been extremely rare, Shifeng had still managed to procure some for himself. However, if District 1 could only produce 20 bottles per day, how could Fantasy Shrine have possibly afforded to sell it? The only possibility was that the supply of the 100-berry wine was not limited to this amount. However, the specialties available to every shelter were random. It was extremely rare for a shelter to obtain a specialty such as the 100-berry wine. Moreover, even with 10 shelters producing them, the total still wouldn't be enough to sate a single first-rate guild's demands, much less others' demands. I do know of a way to increase the 100-berry wine's production. Currently, the Lion's Bar is only a 1-star bar. If we promote it to a 2-star bar, then the production will increase to 50 bottles a day, 100 bottles a day if we can upgrade the bar to 3 stars. However, that will require a lot of soul crystals. With our shelter's current stock, it is impossible for us to promote the Lion's Bar. Blue Frost also wanted to increase the 100-berry wine's production. However, the soul crystal requirement was staggering. I see. It seems that it won't be possible in a short time. Shifeng frowned slightly. In truth, there is another method, Blue Frost suddenly said. Only, this method is very costly, and nobody is willing to do it. Let me hear it, Shifeng said. The Lion's Bar independent promotion. Through this method, the number of soul crystals required will decrease significantly. However, that would require spending your own money for everyone else's benefit. Also, the soul crystals spent will not gain you any contribution shares, Blue Frost explained. If we use the soul crystals that everyone has contributed, we will need 10,000 crystals to upgrade the Lion's Bar to 2-star status. Independently, only 500 will be required. However, even combining the soul crystals of all 10 parties, we still don't have 500 crystals. How many are you guys missing? Shifeng asked after giving the situation some thought. Based on our previous calculations, our parties only have slightly more than 300 soul crystals right now. We are short by almost 200, Blue Frost said, smiling bitterly. That's quite a lot. However, it is not an impossible task. Shifeng nodded and continued, let's do it this way. Frost, you try to buy as many soul crystals as possible for now. I'll try to obtain some myself as well. It is of utmost importance that we upgrade the Lion's Bar to 2 stars. Okay, I'll try my best. In truth, Blue Frost had considered upgrading the Lion's Bar independently as well. Only, before today, the 10 parties had not been of one mind. There would still be a few among them who would hold back some of their crystals, afraid that they would suffer if they lost too many. However, now that the top 10 parties of District 1 had become members of Zero Wing, they had become a family. With this, it would be much easier to do things like this from this point onward. District 1's shelter would truly be united. After Shifeng finished arranging the matters relating to District 1's shelter, he departed from District 1, heading towards District 5. Chapter 599, Great Demon. It had only been a day since Shifeng had left District 5. However, when Shifeng arrived at District 5's shelter once more, a massive change had occurred. What happened to the shelter? Shifeng was shocked when he saw the sight before him. The originally flourishing shelter of District 5 had become a pile of ruins. The tall walls which had surrounded the shelter were no more, and collapsed houses littered the area within what little walls remained. He could find no sign of anyone inside the shelter. The rotting corpses of various monsters decorated the spacious streets. Moreover, these monsters were all level 40 or above, far exceeding the level of this region. Among these monsters, a majority were elites. There were also plenty of special elites and chieftains as well. A lord. After entering District 5's shelter, on the second street Shifeng crossed, he discovered the corpse of a 3-story tall black bear nightmare bear, demonic creature, Lord rank. Level 40. HP 0/2 800 000. Even in the evil ghost domain, Lord-ranked monsters were extremely rare. Based on Shifeng's understanding, the monster armies that assaulted shelters every night almost never had any lords. The strongest monsters in these assaults were usually chieftains. Yet, right before him, Shifeng could see the corpses of 4 lords on the street. One could just imagine how intense this monster assault on District 5 had been. Just what happened here? Even after running down several streets, Shifeng still failed to discover any other players. It was as if District 5 had become a ghost city overnight. Normally, even when a shelter had been invaded, players would not retreat from the region so quickly. When Shifeng arrived at District 5 Central Street, players' screams reached his ears. This was not the first time Shifeng had heard such screams of pain. However, he had only heard them in the past. This was his first time hearing such a desperate and painful wail in this life. Shifeng then activated Windwalk and dashed towards the source of the cries. However, when Shifeng was 200 yards away from the source, his body suddenly felt extremely heavy. It was as if he had just jumped into a quagmire trap. This is a domain. Shifeng immediately jumped backward, retreating from the domain's range domain. It was something only high-tiered creatures were capable of using. Take Weissman, who was the magistrate of White River City and a Tier 4 Great Wizard, for example. He was capable of summoning a magic domain that would empower himself and suppress his enemies. If someone without a domain faced someone with one, unless they were far stronger than the latter, escape and death were the only available options. Meanwhile, one had to be at least Tier 4 to use a domain. In other words, there was at least a Tier 4 monster at the heart of this screaming. Since it was a player screaming, one could easily conclude that the Tier 4 creature was an enemy. Why would a Tier 4 creature be here? Shifeng was greatly surprised. Based on players' current levels, encountering such a creature should be impossible, not to mention in such a low-level region. Shifeng hurriedly jumped onto a collapsed rooftop and looked towards the origin of the screams. At this moment, 3 players were still alive on the central street. Discipline Paradise, someone Shifeng was familiar with, stood in the lead. The other 2 were a level 28 assassin and a level 28 berserker. At this moment, however, all 3 of their HPs were very low. All sorts of level 40 monsters surrounded them, making escape impossible. Worst of all, a pitch-black demon with bat-like wings and blood-red eyes hovered high above them. Nettle, demonic creature, great demon. Level 60. HP 50 000 000 /50 000 000. What is a Tier 4 great demon doing here? Shifeng was astonished when he saw nettle demons were enemies to the human race. As long as a demon appeared within God's domain, the armies of various countries throughout the continent would set out to exterminate them immediately. Hence, encountering a demon was rare, not to mention a great demon. Although Nettle was only a level 60 great demon, to current players, he was invincible. He was something players simply could not afford to provoke. Despicable human, I'll give you one last chance to live. Surrender the Moloch's ring that you stole and submit. Nettle glared down at Discipline Paradise and said coldly, otherwise, I will give you a taste of soul fire, destroying your soul just like your companions. Shifeng immediately sucked in a breath of cold air when he heard Nettle's words to players. Their souls were very important, and damage would bring about severe consequences. It was just like when Shifeng collected the immortal souls of players he killed, and as a result, said players were unable to log into God's domain for a short time. However, what he collected was only a small portion of a player's immortal soul. If soul fire burned a player's soul completely, the consequences would be unimaginable. This penalty would not be limited to being unable to play the game for a few days. If a player's soul were burned by soul fire, their account would be crippled. They would have no choice but to restart an account and obtain a new immortal soul. Just what kind of quest did Discipline Paradise take on for it to have such a frightening penalty? Shifeng's heart skipped a beat when he saw the black flame in the great demon's hand. Tier 4 creatures, particularly a Tier 4 great demon like Nettle, would not come here for no good reason. The only explanation Shifeng could come up with was a quest. Meanwhile, Discipline Paradise must have failed to complete this quest on time, and as a result, incurred such a punishment. This penalty was similar to the penalty of Shifeng's epic quest. Darkness descends. You want me to submit? Not in a million years. I'll fight you to the end. Discipline Paradise shouted as he threw his shield at the great demon Nettle before the golden shield hit Nettle. However, the great demon effortlessly caught the flying shield with a single hand. Nettle lightly clenched his fistbang. With just a squeeze, a level 25 fine gold shield was crushed. To a Tier 4 creature, it was an easy task to destroy fine gold equipment. Only dark gold equipment could withstand its power for some time. The 2 players standing by Discipline Paradise's sides were immediately terrified. Since you aren't willing to become my servant, you can die. Nettle sneered. With a light wave of his hand, black flames rained down on Discipline Paradise. Discipline Paradise's group of 3 had no hope of defending against the rain of soul fire. Not only did their HPs rapidly deplete, but they also released agonizing wails due to the burning pain. The black flames devoured the trio for over a dozen seconds. Only when all 3 had turned to ash did the black flames disappear. This is going to be troublesome. A headache began to plague Shifeng. He had only managed to obtain the Chapter of Darkness after much difficulty. Yet, now, Discipline Paradise had accepted a horrible quest that was impossible to complete and was even forced to recreate his account. How was he supposed to go to the dark den right now? Huh? What's that? With his extraordinary vision, Shifeng discovered a flashing black light amidst Discipline Paradise's ashes. A ring? Suddenly, Shifeng recalled the Morlock's ring that the great demon Nettle had previously mentioned. That ring should be an item that would trigger a quest. Since it was a quest item, it naturally would not disappear with Discipline Paradise. Instead, it would remain and wait for the next player to come along. Is that ring somehow related to the Dark Den? Shifeng could not help but wonder. Before this, he had asked Blue Frost about the Dark Denver. However, Blue Frost did not know anything. He had not known that the Chapter of Darkness could open the gate leading to the Dark Den either. No matter how one looked at it, it was impossible for the leading figure of District 1 to possess less information than Discipline Paradise. The only explanation was that Discipline Paradise had obtained this information through some special means. Moreover, Discipline Paradise had been very eager to get his hands on the Chapter of Darkness now. A great demon had appeared to retrieve a ring. If one were to claim that the ring and the Chapter of Darkness were unrelated, who would believe it? I can only give it a try. Shifeng gritted his teeth. He then dashed forward towards the ring with intense speed. Chapter 600, Ring of Legends. After Shifeng crossed about a dozen yards or so, the great demon Nettle sensed his presence. Why is there still an ant? Go, finish him off. Nettle, who hovered in the air, commanded 5 level 40 chieftains to deal with Shifeng. In the great demon's eyes, a tier 1 player like Shifeng meant too little for him to take action personally. He had only killed Discipline Paradise personally due to the Moloch's ring. Otherwise, he would have let his subordinates finish off the Guardian Knight and the others. When 100 yards stood between Shifeng and the Moloch's ring, 5 massive black demonic bears surrounded him just in time. Shifeng smiled faintly. He then used silent steps on one of the demonic bears. Shifeng crossed a distance of 20 yards instantly. He then activated the Aura of Wind's activatable skill, Wind Rider, his speed abruptly increasing by 220%. Transforming into a fierce gale, he easily shook off the 5 black demonic bears and continued his way towards the Moloch's ring. Not bad for a little ant. Nettle frowned. He stretched out his left hand. A ball of black flame bloomed in Nettle's black-scaled palm. Although this ball of black flame did not radiate any scorching heat, Shifeng could clearly feel how formidable it was. If the flames so much as touched him, he would instantly lose his life. You should feel honored to die by the great demon Nettle's hand. Nettle then lightly waved his hand at Shifeng. Suddenly, a tidal wave of black flame washed down from the sky. Agonizing screams tore from the throats of any monster that encountered these black flames. The raging fire turned them into nothingness in the blink of an eye. Not daring to be careless, Shifeng soared into the sky, avoiding the black flames by the skin of his teeth. Despicable ant, you actually to dare dodge my attack? Nettle bellowed. In the next moment, countless black arcs of lightning appeared in his hand. Each arc was as thick as a person's thigh. The great demon then pointed at Shifeng, shouting, "Turn to ash." Immediately, the arcs of lightning formed a giant web that flew towards Shifeng faster than when he had Wind Rider activated. This was the tier 4 skill the great demon Nettle was most proficient with, Dark Vortex. Not even a tier 4 NPC could dodge this skill. They could only attempt to block it. As for players, they would die instantly. Is there a need to be this serious? Shifeng was rendered speechless as he saw the black electric net that had already surrounded him. I have to use my trump card. Shifeng no longer tried to dodge the black lightning, opting to charge towards it, instead trying to kill yourself now that you know escape is impossible. Nettle smiled with satisfaction as he watched Shifeng's suicidal action. Boom. A thundering explosion occurred as Shifeng collided with the black electric net. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Not even a level 40 chieftain could survive such a frightening attack. Just as the great demon was about to turn away, he suddenly discovered that something was amiss. A golden figure flew towards him. How is he still alive? Nettle stared at the unscathed Shifeng while the great demon was surprised. Shifeng arrived at Discipline Paradise's ashes. His hand snatched Moloch's ring swiftly and placed the item in his bag. Despicable thief. You have truly angered me this time. A cold glint flashed in Nettle's crimson eyes. Suddenly, a blood-red battle axe with a thorn-covered handle appeared in Nettle's hands. With a flap of his wings, the great demon instantly appeared in front of Shifeng, swinging his battle axe down at the swordsman. Explosions shook the air as the axe descended. It was as if Nettle's powerful attack shattered space itself, and not even Shifeng could dodge or defend against the attack in time. Boom. When the blood-red axe struck Shifeng's body, he suddenly felt disembodied. After a fraction of a pause, the attack sent him crashing into a 4-story building over 30 yards away. What strength and speed! Shifeng exclaimed as he climbed out of the rubble. The great demon Nettle's strength was definitely at upper rank tier 4. If he had not switched the aura of wind to the aura of earth and activated absolute defense in time, even if he were a level 60 tier 2 sword master, that single hit would have obliterated him. Currently, although Shifeng had not received any damage, his entire body was numb. Even moving was difficult for him. The strength of a tier 4 great demon was simply too terrifying. Moreover, Nettle's strength wasn't just limited to his attributes. His techniques were similarly frightening. Nettle's simple swing had not contained any excess movements at all. The demon was operating at the same level as a top-tier expert against an opponent who possessed the attributes of a tier 4 class and the skills of a top-tier expert. Even in his prime, Shifeng could only turn tail and run. Nettle could not help his surprise when he discovered that Shifeng was actually still alive. A tiny little ant had actually survived 3 of his moves. He had never encountered this in the past. Before the great demon could recover from his shock, Shifeng activated Phantom Kill. Suddenly, he turned and fled at maximum speed. You want to escape? Do you really think you can run from me, the great demon Nettle? Nettle revealed a malevolent smile. To the prideful great demon, the fact that Shifeng had provoked it repeatedly was humiliating. If others heard of this, he, the great demon Nettle, would watch his reputation in the dark den wither. Spreading his wings, Nettle transformed into a black streak of light as he chased after Shifeng so fast. As expected of a winged tier 4 great demon. Glancing at the rapidly approaching great demon, Shifeng inwardly prayed that it would not discover his plan. Wind Rider only had a duration of 24 seconds. From the time he had activated Wind Rider until now, nearly 7 seconds had passed. He had also used up absolute defense already. If he wished to escape from the tier 4 great demon, his could only rely on diversions at this moment. Shifeng's doppelganger hurriedly activated Blade Liberation and Windwalk. The doppelganger then dashed in the opposite direction of Shifeng. None of the surrounding level 40 chieftains could keep up with the doppelganger's speed. In just a short moment, the doppelganger had shaken off all its pursuers. Roughly 5 seconds later, Nettle also caught up with Shifeng. Despicable human, I admit that you are very skilled. A little tier 1 swordsman like you has actually forced me, the great demon Nettle, to expend so much effort to deal with you. As a reward, I will grant you endless torture. You will become my puppet for the rest of eternity. Nettle shouted, a ferocious grin appearing on his face as he watched the currently motionless Shifeng. Oh, really? You'll have to catch me first, Shifeng replied disdainfully. Catch you? The great demon Nettle's expression sank as he suddenly discovered that the Shifeng before him had changed. Although the Shifeng before him had become stronger, his eyes were that of a puppet's. There was not the slightest sign of anger within those eyes. Damn! It's a doppelganger. Saying so, Nettle abruptly jumped into the air and returned to District 5. However, roughly 4 seconds after the great demon Nettle turned to fly back to the shelter, the originally emotionless Shifeng suddenly wore an angry expression. Shifeng had swapped positions with his doppelganger once more. Though Abyssal Blade's phantom skill could be an extremely powerful life-saving skill. As long as his doppelganger was still alive, Shifeng could swap positions with it indefinitely. With this move, even a tier 4 great demon should not think of killing him easily. Shifeng then changed directions and flew towards District 1. Even after Wind Rider's duration ended, the great demon could not find any trace of Shifeng. Finally safe. Shifeng, who currently hid in a forest, breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the great demon does not know my trump card. Otherwise, I really would have died. Hopefully, this Moloch's ring is worth all I went through to get it. Shifeng carefully retrieved the pitch-black ring, which was engraved with innumerable inscriptions, from his bag omniscient eyes. Shifeng examined Moloch's ring. Immediately, a shocked expression appeared on his face. Impossible. At this moment, even Shifeng did not dare believe his own eyes. Moloch's ring was actually a legendary item. Chapter 601, Legendary Quest. Even after a long look, Shifeng still did not dare believe that what he was seeing was real. Legendary items were as rare as a phoenix's feather in God's domain, and not even Tier 5 players would necessarily possess one. Any player who owned a legendary item had the power to challenge opponents of a higher tier. Take Shifeng's fragmented legendary ranked Heavenly Dragon's Breath for example. When he activated Heavenly Dragon's power, he could contend with a Lord, which was the equivalent of a Tier 2 class. For a short time, if he possessed a legendary item, he could definitely contend with a High Lord. A Lord-ranked monster was merely the boss of a 20-man hard mode team dungeon. Meanwhile, a High Lord was the boss of a 50-man hard mode team dungeon. The difference in power was immense if he could equip a legendary item now, not to mention a 50-man hard mode team dungeon. He could even lead a team in a 50-man hell mode team dungeon. He could even give a 100-man hard mode team dungeon a try. A team dungeon tested the overall strength of a team, while a legendary item was capable of increasing the overall strength of a team significantly. This was the why legendary items were so frightening. They could break the limits of conventional strength. Unfortunately, although the information Shifeng had obtained regarding the Moloch's ring stated that it was a legendary item, it turned out that the ring was sealed Moloch's ring, legendary rank. Sealed by the Lord of Balrog's, legend has it that this ring contains all of the Lord of Balrog's secrets and power. By wearing this ring, one can obtain this power. After Moloch's ring had been sealed away, the Great Demon Nettle stood guard over the item. The ring holds the Great Demon Nettle's mark, allowing the Great Demon to sense its location periodically. System, Legendary Quest, Lord of Balrog's Fall, activated quest details. Lift the seal on Moloch's ring. Quest rewards, unknown. A legendary quest. Shifeng smiled bitterly. No wonder the penalty Discipline Paradise received was so severe. Just the penalty for failing an epic quest could half cripple a player's character, not to mention a legendary quest. However, I've never heard of this legendary quest before. The clues the quest provides are so limited, too. It says that I need to lift the seal on the ring, but it doesn't tell me how to do that. The ring doesn't provide any clues, either. It is no wonder Discipline Paradise failed the quest. Shifeng knew very well just how frightening a legendary quest was. A single epic quest had already given Shifeng such a huge headache, not to mention a legendary quest. However, God's domain was fair in all regards. If he could complete this legendary quest, the reward he could obtain would definitely be incredible. In God's domain, if a player wished to obtain a legendary item, they would have to do so by completing a legendary quest. However, a majority of the players that took this path normally ended up plunging themselves into a dark abyss. This was also why legendary items were so rare. If possible, Shifeng would rather not accept a legendary quest right now after going through so much to get this ring. In the end, it still doesn't help me get to the Dark Denver. Shifeng sighed. Currently, as long as he held on to this ring, a great demon would hunt him. Moreover, there was no definite time as to when the Great Demon Nettle would make his appearance again. This was far more dangerous than his epic quest, which provided a clear time limit. Shifeng stored Moloch's ring in his bag. Right now, completing the Darkness Descends quest was of the utmost priority. Just as Shifeng was about to leave his hiding spot, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System, Moloch's ring has detected the presence of the power of darkness. Do you want Moloch's ring to devour the power of darkness? Devour the power of darkness? Shifeng was stunned. Giving it some thought, he could not recall there being anything important in his bag. He then clicked agree. In the next moment, the dozen or so soul crystals inside his bag disappeared. Meanwhile, due to having devoured the soul crystals, the inscriptions on Moloch's ring glowed slightly. System, first seal on Moloch's ring lifted. It's lifted, just like that. The sudden development rendered Shifeng speechless. He then examined Moloch's ring again. Moloch's ring, legendary rank. Sealed by the Lord of Balrog's, legend has it that this ring contains all of the Lord of Balrog's secrets and power. By wearing this ring, one can obtain this power. After Moloch's ring had been sealed away, the great demon Nettle stood guard over the item. The ring holds the great demon Nettle's mark, allowing the great demon to sense its location periodically. First seal lifted. A fragment of its power has been released. Power of darkness required to lift the second seal, 6/100. All attributes plus 10%. Fire resistance plus 30. Additional skill dash. Gate of Darkness, opens a teleportation gate to the central area of the Dark Den. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 24 hours. Sure enough, the Dark Den and this ring are related, Shifeng stated, laughing. With this, I can head to the central area of the Dark Denver. After Shifeng equipped Moloch's ring, he activated Gate of Darkness. Boom. The ground suddenly trembled as dark smoke slowly emerged from the forest floor. After a moment, the black smoke formed a pair of gates that was over 5 meters tall. There were countless golden runes engraved on the gates, radiating a frightening pressure so powerful. This pressure can rival even that of a Tier 5 NPC. At this moment, Shifeng even found it difficult to breathe. He felt as if he were only an ant in front of these gates. However, when Shifeng tried to push apart open the gates, he suddenly discovered that they were locked. Rather, he noticed a small groove in the center of the gates. It seemed like a keyhole. So, that's the case. Originally, Shifeng had thought Discipline Paradise had been trying to trick him. Now, however, it would seem that he really did need the Chapter of Darkness to enter the Dark Denver. He then placed the Chapter of Darkness into the groove. When Shifeng placed the black slate tablet into the groove, the golden runes on the gates suddenly linked with each other, releasing a golden brilliance. The gates began to open slowly. The instant the gates opened, Shifeng felt as if something were emerging from within the gates. His body suddenly felt incredibly heavy, and even taking a step forward was an extremely difficult task. Just what kind of place is this Dark Den? The pressure from behind these gates alone is enough to suppress my combat power to 1/10. Shifeng had not felt such fear when he was in the god's grave. Is there a god on the other side? However, Shifeng couldn't care less. Gritting his teeth, he gradually pushed his body forward, advancing to the other side of the Gate of Darkness. He did not have much time left. If he did not complete his quest soon, only a dead end awaited him. After Shifeng entered the Gate of Darkness, it seemed as if he had entered an entirely different space. A mountain, so tall that he could not even see its peak, loomed before him. He could also see many magnificent temples on the mountainside. These temples grew larger as one approached the top of the mountain. The temples at the foot of the mountain were merely 10 meters in height. The largest temple that Shifeng could see was over 100 meters in height. Other than their massive sizes, these temples also radiated a powerful divine might. While Shifeng was still overwhelmed by the sight before him, a figure suddenly flew down from the peak of the mountain. The figure descended with lightning speed, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared before Shifeng. My luck can't be that rotten, right? It's actually a Tier 5 fallen angel. Dread gripped Shifeng's heart as looked up at the enchanting woman, who had 3 pairs of pitch-black wings on her back, hovering above his head. Chapter 602, Time Limit. Fallen angels were considered higher beings in God's domain, and they were born far stronger than ordinary beings. They were also known to be invincible against ordinary beings of the same tier. Even a Tier 5 expert with a Tier 5 taboo skill could only run when facing a Tier 5 fallen angel. I'm dead for sure this time. Shifeng could only reveal a bitter smile as he looked at the fallen angel hovering in the sky. He might have been able to escape a Tier 4 great demon, but against a Tier 5 fallen angel, he had no hope of resistance. Within a domain established by a Tier 5 being, even the 7 luminaries' ring space movement would be useless, not to mention his other skills. As for competing in terms of speed, if he was not even a match for a Tier 4 great demon, how was he supposed to outmatch a Tier 5 fallen angel? In front of a Tier 5 fallen angel, even the Tier 4 great demon Nettle was an insignificant speck of dust. Human, it seems that you are quite courageous. Despite being only a Tier 1 swordsman, you have actually dared to steal Moloch's ring from Nettle, the fallen angel said, wearing a mischievous expression. She looked like a child who had just gained a new toy to play with. Before Shifeng could react, the fallen angel disappeared from the sky. By the time Shifeng realized what had happened, the charming fallen angel stood before him, her flawless white hand piercing Shifeng's heart instantly. Shifeng's HP, which was over 10,000, fell to 0. Is this the power of a Tier 5 fallen angel? Shifeng stared at his rapidly decreasing HP, shock filling his heart regarding both speed and power. The fallen angel was far more powerful than any Tier 5 player Shifeng had ever encountered. However, the fallen angel's combat standards were by far the most frightening. They were impeccable. There was not the slightest excess movement her actions. It was no wonder many experts in the past had paled whenever they spoke about fallen angels. Although Shifeng had already reached the flowing water realm, the second stage of the refinement realm, he was still far from reaching a state of perfection with his physical control. Only when he achieved a domain could he strive for such perfection. However, just how many players could achieve a domain in God's domain? At this moment, Shifeng felt quite fortunate, as the fallen angel had not used any special moves to kill him. Rather, she had only needed an ordinary attack to finish him off. With this, he would only lose one level and some skill proficiency at most. Moreover, other than some items that would drop upon death, players would not drop any of their equipment when killed by monsters. What's going on here? When Shifeng opened his eyes, he discovered that he was still in the dark den after coming back to life. However, he had revived much further away from the towering mountain. If he wanted to head towards the mountain, he would have to run for more than half an hour. Normally, when a player died in a special map, they would revive back in a city. Since the Tier 5 fallen angel had killed him, logically, that should have been where he revived, in a city, yet he had revived out in the field. Shifeng then hurriedly called up his attribute panel, checking his attributes and the contents of his bag. Good. I only lost a level and some skill proficiency. Shifeng released a sigh of relief. Regardless if he were level 33 or level 32, it did not matter too much to Shifeng. Just what is going on? Looking around, Shifeng suddenly discovered a golden avenue paved through the endless plains. There were also countless monsters moving along this avenue towards the towering mountain. The monsters' levels varied greatly, with the lowest being level 10 and the highest being over level 100. A single glance told Shifeng that there were tens of thousands of monsters moving along the Golden Avenue. Moreover, these monsters consisted of a wide variety of races. The majority were not linked to the forces of darkness. Shifeng even spotted human NPCs. These NPCs also did not belong to the dark forces, and they looked more like adventurers. Like the monsters, the NPCs' levels ranged from level 10 to over level 100. Why are there so many human NPCs here? Shifeng was shocked. However, his shock did not stop him from quietly approaching the Golden Avenue. As a precaution, Shifeng activated Phantom Kill, sending his doppelganger ahead of him. Surprisingly, however, even after these monsters and NPCs noticed Shifeng's doppelganger, they showed no signs of aggression. When the doppelganger stepped onto the Golden Avenue, Shifeng received a system notification stating that he could not attack anyone while inside this region. There was no danger with this. Shifeng relaxed. He then advanced towards the towering mountain along the Golden Avenue. As well, he had only arrived at the Dark Den Central region after much difficulty. There was more than an 80% possibility of the Bible of Darkness being somewhere on the mountain. Shifeng had completed quite a few epic quests before the Tier 5 fallen angel had only killed him with a normal attack. This proved that he had yet to fail the quest. It was possible that he had only incurred a punishment because he had used an incorrect method to enter the Dark Den. Otherwise, he would have truly been finished if a Tier 5 fallen angel were guarding the Bible of Darkness. Unless he were a Tier 6 God-ranked player, completing this epic quest would be impossible. Moreover, the fact that Fantasy Extinguisher had managed to complete this quest in the past proved that there was definitely some other way to scale the mountain and steal the Bible of Darkness. Arriving at the foot of the mountain, Shifeng discovered that the Golden Avenue led towards a massive altar. Above the altar, countless monsters fought viciously, tearing each other apart. Occasionally, victors would emerge from the ceaseless battles, holding a golden key. These victors would then scale the mountain, reaching Shifeng's original arrival point. Sure enough, my entry was flawed. After watching the situation for a while, Shifeng did not discover any high-tiered monsters guarding the mountain. There were also no Tier 5 fallen angels patrolling the sky. Very quickly, Shifeng arrived before the altar. The instant he set foot onto the altar, a system notification sounded out by his ears. System: defeat all enemies before you, and you will be given entry into the World Summit system. You will gain 1 minute for every common monster killed, 10 minutes for every elite monster killed, 30 minutes for special elites, 100 minutes for chieftains, and 500 minutes for Lord system. You may choose 10 monsters to serve as your opponent. If you fail to defeat all of your opponents, you will die system. You have 19 minutes to decide. Failure to do so will result in automatic forfeiture. You will die if you forfeit IC. There is a restriction for entering the World Summit. It seems that I'll have to choose who my opponents carefully. Shifeng finally understood the gameplay here. However, if I only kill 10 common monsters, 10 minutes won't be long enough to explore all of the World Summit. I will most likely run out of time after traveling a short distance no matter how he looked at it. An item like the Bible of Darkness would not be easy to find, it might even be at the very top of the mountain. He would not reach the top of the mountain even if he spent 10 hours traveling. However, if he chose monsters that were too powerful, he'd be at a disadvantage. On the off chance that he could not kill the opponents he selected, he would have truly dug his own grave. A lord was equivalent to 50 special elites or 5 chieftains. However, although a lord provided the most time, it was also the most difficult monster to take down. Moreover, if he had to face more than one lord simultaneously, the difficulty of the challenge would increase manifold. Yet, if he did not challenge high-ranking monsters, he would not have enough time to explore the World Summit while standing on the massive altar. Shifeng pondered for a very long time. System. You have 1 minute to consider. Please make your decision as soon as possible. Chapter 603, S Rank. Time passed quickly, and Shifeng's head was spinning. This was a test meant to determine a player's understanding of themselves and their abilities. If a player overestimated their strength and skills, they might bring about their own deaths due to choosing monsters that were too strong. On the other hand, if they chose monsters that were overly weak, they might fail their quest due to having insufficient time. In other words, the more a player understood of their own strength, the more benefits they could obtain through this test. With berserk skills such as Heavenly Dragon's Power and Blade Liberation, although it was possible for Shifeng to kill a lord of the same level, the same did not true for a group of lords. Hence, Shifeng could not make this decision lightly. System. You have 30 seconds to consider. Please make your decision as soon as possible. I choose 1 lord and 9 chieftains, Shifeng said, finally deciding. System. Opponents confirmed. Based on the analysis of your combat power, this test's difficulty is A rank. Once victorious, you will obtain a key that can be used to open shrine gates that are dark gold rank or lower. Do you wish to confirm your choice? Dark gold rank? Shifeng immediately felt that something was amiss. Hurriedly, he said, I wish to change my selection to 2 lords and 8 chieftains. His quest was epic rank. It was clear that he would not be able to obtain the Bible of Darkness if he could only visit dark gold shrines. He needed to be able to enter epic shrines. Otherwise, even if he won this battle, he would still fail his quest. System. Opponents confirmed. Based on the analysis of your combat power, this test's difficulty is A rank. Once victorious, you will obtain a key that can be used to open shrine gates that are dark gold rank or lower. Do you wish to confirm your choice? Crap. Even with 2 lords, it still hasn't reached S rank? Shifeng inwardly cursed. Change my selection to 3 lords and 7 chieftains. Shifeng should be at his limit with 2 lords. There was only a 50% chance that he would emerge victorious from such a battle. If he faced 3 lords, based on his estimations, his success rate would be less than 20%. System. Opponents confirmed. Based on the analysis of your combat power, this test's difficulty is S rank. Once victorious, you will obtain a key that can be used to open shrine gates that are epic rank or lower. Do you wish to confirm your choice? Confirm. Shifeng shouted, gritting his teeth. Hopefully, the lineup of these lords won't be too powerful. A moment later, 10 monsters appeared before Shifeng on the altar. 3 of them were lords, and 7 were chieftains. All 10 monsters were combat puppets of the same shape and size as an average player. In terms of attributes, however, they were leaps and bounds above Shifeng Golden Puppet, Lord rank. Level 32. HP 1, 600, 000/1, 600, 000. Silver Puppet, Chieftain rank. Level 32. HP 550,000/550,000. Good, my luck isn't that rotten after all. These puppets are all melees, and their HPs are quite low as well. I shouldn't have too many issues if I fight them from a distance. Shifeng released a sigh of relief when the battle started. The 10 puppets began moving. Step by step, they slowly approached Shifeng, lacking the dexterity of a living creature. However, Shifeng did not dare to be careless. Immediately, he activated Heavenly Dragon's power, increasing his strength by 100% and defense and HP by 300%. Instantly, Shifeng's HP broke through the 30,000 threshold. Sure enough, lords were not that easy to deal with. The instant Shifeng activated Heavenly Dragon's power, the combat puppets dashed towards him, much faster than an ordinary chieftain and lord. The 10 combat puppets crossed the distance of 50 yards in the blink of an eye. The first to attack were the silver puppets, who thrust their spears at Shifeng. Following closely, the golden puppets unsheathed the twin swords slung over their backs without hesitation. Shifeng activated the ice blue devil flame and black emperor, holding nothing back. Deep blue flames covered Shifeng's entire body, raising his fire and ice damage by 40%. Shifeng then used Skywill sword, sealing the movements of all 10 combat puppets within a fixed perimeter. He followed up with a firestorm. Ice blue flames devoured the 10 combat puppets, dealing over -20,000 damage, or -40,000 damage with a critical hit, to all 10 puppets every second for 5 seconds. When the spell's duration ended, the 10 combat puppets had received over -100,000 damage each. Shifeng fully displayed the devastating might of the large-scale destruction spell. Meanwhile, Shifeng collected 30 stacks of death aura from this single attack. I'll get rid of one of you first. Shifeng then took out a bottle of 100-berry wine from his bag, drinking it. Instantly, his compatibility rate with his sword soared. Moving towards a silver puppet with less than 300,000 HP remaining, he used Phantom Kill, followed by Flame Burst. 24 consecutive strikes. 24 swords of light illuminated the altar. The silver puppet faded out of existence. Although Shifeng killed one silver puppet, the remaining 6 silver puppets and 3 golden puppets caught him in a pincer attack with his most powerful burst skill. Exhausted, Shifeng used Thunder Flame Explosion to slow the remaining combat puppets, as well as deal over -10,000 damage to each. Due to his compatibility rate rising, he managed to achieve a 95% completion rate on Thunder Flame Explosion, reducing the movement speed of these combat puppets for over 10 seconds. Following which, he switched to the Aura of Wind, turning around and fleeing with his doppelganger. Facing 2 lords at the same time was already enough to overwhelm Shifeng, not to mention 3 lords and 6 chieftains simultaneously. With the Aura of Wind's movement speed increase and Thunder Flame Explosion's movement speed reduction, the silver puppets were unable to catch up with Shifeng. As for the golden puppets, although their speed allowed them to keep up with Shifeng, their occasional attacks caused their speed to drop sharply as well. As a result, it became impossible for them to surround Shifeng. Meanwhile, Shifeng activated 9 Dragon Slash, the 12 Abyssal Blade Phantoms constantly assaulting the distant silver puppets. From time to time, Shifeng would also attack with the Blazing Meteor. Although damage from his ranged attacks caused was not as high as the Abyssal Blade, each attack still dealt around -2,000 to -3,000 damage. Occasionally, Shifeng would also use Thundering Flash to inflict the damage amplification effect on the remaining 9 combat puppets. Shifeng also constantly expended the death auras he accumulated to reduce the cooldown of Thunder Flame Explosion, Thundering Flash, and other skills. Among them, he reduced the cooldown of Flame Burst the Most. In such a way, Shifeng reduced the movement speed of all combat puppets while exterminating the silver puppets. From time to time, he would use Flame Burst to instant kill a silver puppet in less than 2 minutes. Shifeng had annihilated all of the silver puppets. Only 3 golden puppets remained. However, these 3 golden puppets were inseparable. Shifeng could not find a chance to take them on one-on-one. Moreover, even though so much time had passed since the battle began, the 3 golden puppets were still at full HP thanks to their battle recovery. Even when Shifeng activated Wind Rider and managed to single out one of the golden puppets with his overwhelming speed, the remaining 2 would quickly catch up. As a result, Shifeng could only land a few hits before he was forced to retreat. This is troublesome. Although the golden puppets do not have any skills, the 3 of them are like a single entity, attacking and defending as one. Feng, who hovered in the air, frowned at the three golden puppets. The golden puppets were too powerful when working together. Moreover, the heavenly dragon's power's duration would end soon. At that time, even a battle of attrition would be difficult against the three golden puppets. Do I have no other choice? Feng muttered as he reluctantly retrieved an aqua-blue magic scroll from his bag. This was his greatest trump card, one that he never thought of using. Watching the remaining seconds of the heavenly dragon's power's duration tick by, Feng had no choice but to unfurl the aqua-blue magic scroll. Chapter 604, Time is Money. Feng had prepared extensively to obtain the Bible of Darkness. His preparations included this aqua-blue magic scroll. Although lords were powerful, in the end, they were only tier 2 monsters. It was only their high HP and damage, which were far superior to ordinary players, that made them so difficult to deal with. When Feng activated Heavenly Dragon's power, his attributes were no longer below that of a lord of the same level. With his superior dodging techniques and powerful skills, he could easily defeat a lord of the same level. However, with three golden puppets working seamlessly together, all Feng could do was dodge. As Feng unfurled the aqua-blue magic scroll, the surrounding water mana surged towards the paper. In a moment, the mana formed a massive, 6-star magic array. Go! Feng pointed at the three golden puppets. Suddenly, water surged from the 6-star magic array and swept over the bodies of the three golden puppets. In the blink of an eye, a small lake formed within an area of 50 yards. Although the water only reached the golden puppets' knees, the lake itself seemed to possess life as it formed dozens of water whips to bind the three lords. The three golden puppets desperately struggled to break free of these water whips. Facing a lord's power, these water whips snapped easily. However, the whips were seemingly endless. The moment one broke, another would immediately rise from the lake to take its place. As a result, it became extremely difficult for these golden puppets to move. Give it up. You guys are only lords. Against a tier 2 domain skill, Binding Current, you don't stand a chance, Feng growled, annoyed at the loss of the tier 2 magic scroll. Zero Wing possessed quite a few tier 2 magic scrolls. Yet, even among them, Binding Current was somewhat special. Binding Current was a domain skill, far rarer than even large-scale destruction spells. Although the skill did not have any attack power, it was capable of restricting enemies. Feng only possessed one such magic scroll. Once it was used, it would be very difficult to obtain another. Binding Current had a duration of 10 minutes. During these 10 minutes, all enemies within the domain would be bound by water currents, their movements greatly affected. Even Lord strength would be significantly restricted while inside this domain. Feng immediately struck a golden puppet with the endless currents. The three golden puppets could no longer work in sync. This allowed Feng to focus his attacks on a single golden puppet safely. Chop. Thunder Flame Explosion. Thundering Flash. Feng used one skill after another on the golden puppet. Due to Black Emperor, Feng could decrease his skill's cooldown significantly. Feng's chop was practically without a cooldown. In addition, Feng the bottle of 100 berry wine allowed his skill completion rates to remain above 95%. Every time Feng used chop, he obliterated nearly 30,000 HP from the golden puppet. As a result, the golden puppet's 1,600,000 HP decreased at a rate visible to the naked eye. When the golden puppet's HP fell to 30%, Feng suddenly sensed danger. Hurriedly, he retreated by several steps. Boom. After backing up, a powerful impact slammed into Feng, sending him flying over a dozen yards backward. This is Absolute Domain. Feng was shocked at this moment. A faint gray membrane surrounded the golden puppet with only 30% of its HP remaining. When the countless water whips collided with his gray membrane, they were immediately repelled. Unable to enter the domain without the currents binding it, the golden puppet recovered its speed fully. In the blink of an eye, the golden puppet arrived before Feng and brandished its twin swords. The puppet's swords were like whips as they viciously assailed Feng just in time. Feng involuntarily smiled. As if he had long since seen through the golden puppet's intentions, he nimbly bent his body, allowing the whip-like swords to move over his body unhindered. The puppet's swords slid against Feng's body as they passed. However, they did not truly connect with Feng's flowing water realm. Feng was like flowing water as he received the golden puppet's barrage. evading the countless sword lights smoothly. He would also occasionally strike back at the golden puppet, his attacks targeting the monster's joints. If the puppet were capable of using any other skills, Shifeng might really be in a predicament. However, since it could only use Absolute Domain, a skill that dispelled all control skills targeting its user, the golden puppet was no threat at all. In terms of power, he was not one bit inferior to a lord. As for speed, although he was slower than the golden puppet, he could make up for the gap with his dodging techniques. Moreover, even in the event that dodging was not possible, he could confront the puppet directly. He was not afraid of facing the lord in melee combat. After roughly a dozen seconds, Shifeng finally defeated one of the golden puppets. With the death of one golden puppet, Shifeng's concerns had gone out the window. His chances of victory instantly increased to more than 50%. He then proceeded to deal with the second golden puppet. When Heavenly Dragon's power's duration finally ended, Shifeng used the Tier 2 magic scroll, Scorching Saber, to finish off the second golden puppet. Shifeng glanced at Flame Burst's cooldown before shifting his gaze towards the final golden puppet. Smiling faintly, he muttered, "I can finally end this." After roughly 2 minutes of exhausting battle, Shifeng finally managed to wear down the golden puppet's HP to 1,000,000. Not wanting to waste any more time, Shifeng activated Blade Liberation, increasing both his strength and agility attributes by 90%. He then proceeded to torture the last golden puppet to death. Compared to when he had activated Heavenly Dragon's power, his attacks dealt slightly less damage. However, due to his increased attack speed, his total damage was higher than before. When the golden puppet was about to activate its absolute domain, Shifeng activated his ultimate skills, Flame Burst and Dragon Breath, killing the golden puppet, which only had 30% HP remaining. Instantly when the battle ended, the sound of a system notification rang out by Shifeng's ear system. "You have completed the S-rank difficulty test. Rewarding Epic Shrine Key. You have received 2,200 minutes." After the test ended, Shifeng did not rush towards the mountain. Instead, he chose to rest for a moment. When Blade Liberation ended, he would enter a weakened state for 3 minutes. Moreover, he had no idea of what to expect on the mountain. Since he had already qualified to enter the World Summit and was not in a hurry, he could take the chance to recover his mental state. After all, high-intensity battles were very taxing on the mind. He could also take this opportunity to wait for the Heavenly Dragon's power's cooldown to end. This test alone has forced me to use so many of my hidden cards. Just what awaits me on the mountain? Shifeng could not help but shudder whenever he recalled the Tier 5 fallen angel that had appeared before him. 3 hours passed quickly. Holding the purple gold key, Shifeng arrived before the gates to the World Summit. The moment Shifeng set foot on the World Summit, the time he had obtained through the test began to count down. No monsters? Shifeng muttered, confused. He was not in a hurry. Examining his surroundings, other than the 10-meter-tall shrines, nothing hindered his path. Shifeng then activated Windwalk and ran towards the nearest 10-meter-tall shrine. The stone doors in front of the dazzling golden shrine were shut tightly. When Shifeng touched the stone doors, the sound of a system notification reached his ear system. Epic Shrine Key detected. You are qualified to open the doors of this bronze shrine. Do you wish to spend 50 minutes to open them? Crap. Opening the shrines requires time. Originally, Shifeng thought he would have sufficient time to search for the Bible of Darkness. With this new development, however, that notion had changed. However, Shifeng had no idea as to what was inside these shrines. He needed a better understanding so that he could face any future developments. Open the doors, Shifeng said, gritting his teeth. Chapter 605, Player's Paradise. After Shifeng confirmed his decision, the heavy stone doors slowly parted. Meanwhile, Shifeng's remaining time in the World Summit instantly decreased by 50 minutes. When he entered the shrine, he was greeted by a staircase that led to the top of the shrine. Engraved runes and pictures decorated the staircase's walls. Among them, there were even images of gods before the Great Destruction. Shifeng ascended the shrine staircase, step by step. In the beginning, Shifeng had not felt anything out of the ordinary. However, by the time he was halfway to the top, he felt something off. Why has the gravity here increased? Shifeng's physical control was quite strong. As he took another step up, he felt the gravity increase by 10%. Although the gravity had only increased from 1 to 1 g, this small change would affect his skill completion rates, resulting in a decrease in his combat power. However, since Shifeng had already entered the shrine, he had no intentions of leaving if he could not even overcome a single bronze shrine. Obtaining the Bible of Darkness would be a pipe dream. Shifeng continued to ascend, step by step. However, he was no longer as fast as before, as with every 10 steps, the gravity increased. And with each change, Shifeng needed some time to adapt. By the time Shifeng reached the top of the shrine, the gravity had shifted to 2. For Ji exposed to such an intense shift, even Shifeng was significantly affected. The room at the top of the shrine was not large. It was roughly the size of a basketball court. Aside from a black stone coffin in the room's center, the area was empty. Shifeng approached the center of the room. When he was 10 yards away from the stone coffin, golden runes suddenly emerged on its black surface. A moment later, a golden magic array began to expand from the stone coffin, enveloping Shifeng with a barrier. Shifeng glanced at his surroundings. Golden, translucent walls enclosed the area around him, trapping him with the stone coffin. Just as Shifeng considered his escape options, a semi-transparent figure materialized inside the barrier. This figure was actually Shifeng himself. Both the figure's appearance and apparel were exactly like his own shrine guard. Level 32. HP 20,000/20,000. Am I supposed to defeat him? Shifeng frowned at the shrine guard, his expression becoming somewhat solemn. Shifeng only required one critical hit to finish off the shrine guard's 20,000 HP. However, he did not dare to casually approach the shrine guard because, currently, his intuition warned him that, should he approach the guard, only death awaited him. Shifeng was a player that was capable of defeating a lord by himself, yet, against this shrine guard, who only had 20,000 HP, he was utterly helpless. Are you too scared to approach me? The shrine guard asked, laughing. Shifeng could not help his shock when he heard the shrine guard's human-like speech and behavior. In his memories, only high-tiered NPCs were capable of such performances. He had never heard of a common monster behaving like this. It was obvious that the shrine guard was an extraordinary existence. I don't have a death wish. Shifeng shook his head, growing more certain of his intuition's warning. Not bad. You have actually discerned the gap in strength between us. However, rest assured, since you have already made it here, there is no danger. On the contrary, I have a reward for you, the shrine guard said, laughing. Reward? What kind of reward? Shifeng did not think that an NPC would trick him, and there was no need to do so. This NPC was certainly far stronger than himself. The shrine guard could simply kill him if he wanted. Toy will help you become stronger. The shrine guard then explained, I can offer you guidance on one swordsman skill. How much you learn depends on you, of course. However, you don't have much time left. You only have 49 minutes remaining. Guidance on a swordsman skill. Shifeng was surprised. When he thought back to the price required to enter the bronze shrine, he immediately understood. Hurriedly, he said, I would like you to give me pointers on chop. Shifeng had plenty of swordsman skills. However, there were some he used frequently and some he only used occasionally. Among them, he used chop most often. Although his magic weapon had allowed his skill completion rate to rise significantly, he was still far from achieving a 100% skill completion rate. UV made a wise decision. Watch me carefully, then. The shrine guard nodded. He then began to flow through the motions of chop. The shrine guard's body leaned forward and swung the abyssal blade in his hand. The abyssal blade then began to blur. In the next moment, it was as if the space in front of the shrine guard broke as a faint spatial crack appeared. The shrine guard's chop was completely different than Shifeng's. How is this possible? Shifeng was at a loss for words. His skill completion rate with chop was over 95%, and he was extremely close to reaching perfection. However, whenever he used chop, it always appeared in the form of 3 sword lights resembling full moons that gathered at a single point. However, these 3 sword lights did not appear when the shrine guard used chop. From the beginning, there had only been a single sword light. Moreover, the shrine guard's swing had not been particularly fast, so Shifeng could see the skill being executed very clearly. However, the most frightening aspect was the power the shrine guard's chop had displayed. Shifeng could sense that the shrine guard's strength and constitution and his own were exactly the same. The only difference was that the shrine guard had slightly more HP. Yet, the shrine guard's chop could tear apart space itself. Although the spatial crack that had formed seemed very small, the might it contained was sufficient to kill him instantly. Despite the shrine guard's speed and power being ordinary, he was actually able to display such frightening power. Confused? The shrine guard asked, smiling. "MHM." Shifeng nodded and admitted shamelessly no matter what was said or done, he was a top-tier expert in God's domain who had reached the flowing water realm. Although he still could not compete with those apex experts in the past, he was not that far away from reaching their level. Yet, the chop the shrine guard had executed shattered his conception of the skill known as chop. "If you don't understand, I will display the skill a few more times. You can also experience it for yourself. Rest assured, while inside this barrier, you will not receive any damage." The shrine guard spoke like a teacher who guided his student carefully. Hearing this, Shifeng quickly sought the shrine guard's guidance. If one wished to improve on their techniques, the fastest way to do so was through actual combat. Previously, he had kept a distance between himself and the shrine guard, worried that the NPC would kill him. Now that he knew the NPC intended to help him improve his ability with the skill, he would not hold back. Immediately, he displayed his best chop and began battling the shrine guard. Since Shifeng attacked him, the shrine guard replied with a chop of his own. When the two swords collided, sparks flew into the air around them. Peng. In one moment, Shifeng sent a chop at the shrine guard, and in the next moment, his body left an imprint on the barrier's wall. There was even a faint spatial crack lingering in Shifeng's original position. Is this a super perfect skill? Shifeng stared at the shrine guard with a stupefied expression. His mind replayed the shrine guard's sword swing. Regarding speed, Shifeng was definitely the victor. Moreover, he had prepared to dodge the NPC's attack beforehand. However, before he had any chance to dodge, the shrine guard's sword had collided with his own. He instantly felt a tremendous power flow into his hand. In the next moment, he had been thrown backward. Shifeng was still badly shaken by the shrine guard's attack. Fortunately, this was only a lecture. Otherwise, the NPC's attack might have really killed him. He and the shrine guard were worlds apart from each other. Perfect? The shrine guard laughed. Nothing is perfect in this world. It is only because your vision is limited, and you are confined to your own world. Nothing is perfect. Shifeng thought about the skill completion rate's limit of 100%. Yet, the shrine guard had said that nothing was perfect. Could the skill completion rate possibly exceed 100%? The more Shifeng thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. Otherwise, why would his chop, which neared a 100% completion rate, be so inferior to the shrine guard's? Following which, Shifeng faced off against the shrine guard again and again. Although every exchange ended in Shifeng's utter defeat, the more Shifeng fought, the more his excitement grew. He felt as if he had caught onto something that he had never noticed before. He had placed too much importance on his body, trying too hard to replicate a skill's template motions that had been provided by the system. He had forgotten to think outside of the box. As Shifeng traded blows with the shrine guard, his skill completion rate continued to rise. 96%. 97%. 98%. It should feel like. Shifeng leaned forward. He no longer pursued ultimate speed as he swung his sword along the air's resistance. Suddenly, a spatial crack appeared before him. Chop's skill completion rate reached 101%. Chapter 606, Epic Shrine. This is a really wonderful feeling. When Shifeng looked at the black fissure before him, he could not help but recall the sensation he felt when he drew his sword before. Unfortunately, he had only achieved this super perfect completion rate accidentally. Trying to grasp this feeling was akin to trying to catch a dream. Just as Shifeng was about to commence another bout with the shrine guard, the sound of a system notification suddenly entered his ears. System, active duration of the shrine has ended. Player will be sent out of the shrine in 3 seconds. Time's up already? Shifeng could not help his surprise. He felt as if he had fought against the shrine guard for only a short while. He still had many questions he wished to gain answers to. Yet, before he realized it, 50 minutes had already elapsed. By the time Shifeng snapped out of his daze, he was already back outside the gates of the bronze shrine. Shifeng still wanted to enter the shrine again. However, the system notified him that he had already opened this shrine once before and that he would have to wait another 7 days before he could open it again. Truly a pity. If I were to practice there for a few more hours, I might be able to grab a hold of that feeling, Shifeng silently lamented. In God's domain, whether it be a player's combat techniques or skill usage, both were learned through self-experimentation. There was no teacher to guide players on these topics. The system only provided a holographic video of the template motions of a skill. The rest was up to the players themselves to experiment and practice. Having someone specially teaching them how to use their skills was definitely a heaven-sent opportunity after all. Having a guide was far more efficient than groping for answers in the dark. The learning speed would definitely be more than 10 times faster. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many players who couldn't achieve a 100% skill completion rate. I wonder what kind of rewards the other shrines have. Expectations welled up inside Shifeng. Just a single bronze shrine had provided him with such a guidance reward. What would the mysterious iron, secret silver, fine gold, dark gold, and epic ranked shrines have in store for him? Thinking up to this point, Shifeng no longer wasted any more time. He immediately activated Windwalk and dashed towards the peak of the world summit. Shifeng could determine the rank of a shrine based on its location on the world summit. The higher the rank of a shrine, the closer to the pinnacle it lay. However, the world summit was simply too massive. It was many times larger than White River City. Despite continually alternating between Windwalk, Wind Rider, and Speed Scrolls, Shifeng had reached only the middle section of the world summit after running for 3 full hours. He still couldn't see the peak of the mountain from where he stood. On the other hand, the shrines at the foot of the mountain were no more than little dots in his eyes. Now I have managed to reach the area of the fine gold shrines only after 3 hours, that's 6 special elite kills gone. Even if an expert player were to come here, they would not be able to obtain the reward of the fine gold shrines. Shifeng had tried checking one of the fine gold shrines earlier, and it required him to spend 200 minutes just to open it. It should be known that the current elite players of God's domain were only capable of contending against an elite monster of the same level, while ordinary experts were capable of opposing up to a special elite of the same level. Only first-rate experts could fight a chieftain of the same level. As for top-tier experts, they were capable of contending against a lord of the same level. In order to arrive at this place and open the doors of a fine gold shrine, a player would need to defeat 2 chieftains and 8 special elites, obtaining 440 minutes, at the very least. In other words, an extremely powerful first-rate expert would barely be able to open the doors of a fine gold shrine and obtain the rewards stored within it. I have only reached the middle section of the mountain. Just how long do I have to continue running to reach the epic rank section? Shifeng grew somewhat worried. Shifeng discovered that the distance between shrines also grew wider the further up he went. He had only reached the edge of the fine gold shrine area right now. He still had to traverse the dark gold area to arrive at the epic area. He also had to spend time searching for the right epic shrine. Moreover, he had obtained the epic shrine key by the skin of his teeth. He had no idea how much time was required to open the doors of an epic shrine. In the off chance that he did not have enough. This place really is damnable. I can't use the aura of space's spatial movement here. Only the aura of wind speed increase and Wind Rider are of some help. The rules of the world summit were thoroughly exasperating. If Shifeng could use spatial movement here, he could travel a distance of 400,000 yards in just 1 second, saving him hours in travel time. Time passed by quickly. After running for another 5 hours, Shifeng finally arrived before a shrine that was over 300 meters in height. The shrines around this area were completely different from the ones he had seen before. This is an epic shrine? Shifeng muttered as he looked at the mountain-like shrine. The shrines he encountered before were all inanimate objects. On the other hand, the epic shrines here had frightening auras. Shifeng even began to wonder whether terrifying monsters lived in these shrines. Done admiring the shrine before him, Shifeng walked up and touched its door system. Epic shrine key detected. You are qualified to open the doors of the epic shrine. Do you wish to spend 1,000 minutes to open them? 1,000 minutes? Shifeng breathed out a sigh of relief. I still have slightly more than 1,600 minutes right now. I will have plenty of time remaining even after I open an epic shrine. I should be able to locate the shrine storing the Bible of Darkness within 600 minutes. The world summit had a large number of shrines, and the same held true even for epic shrines. Shifeng counted 9 epic shrines just within his range of vision. There were also plenty more up above. He guessed that the total number of epic shrines on the world's summit exceeded 100. These shrines were different from each other. There was a huge difference just in terms of the elemental mana surrounding these shrines. Some shrines released bright and dazzling elemental mana, and others released flaming elemental mana. Even shrines that released the same type of mana would have different images engraved on their doors, images of angels, demons, and many other races. Some shrine doors even depicted gods. Hence, Shifeng would not have difficulty looking for the shrine that contained the Bible of Darkness, so long as he had sufficient time. The Bible of Darkness is a treasure of the demon race. It should be stored in one of the demonic shrines of the darkness element. Although Shifeng had little understanding of the world summit, he knew quite a lot regarding mana. A curse was categorized as a darkness skill. Since it was a great demon who had cursed him, the great demon knew how to cast darkness spells. This meant that the Bible of Darkness had to be related to a shrine of the darkness element with a target in mind. Shifeng quickly began his search. Very easily, he had managed to locate 5 darkness shrines. Among them, only 2 belonged to the demon race. Meanwhile, of these 2 shrines, one belonged to the Lord of Destruction, while the other belonged to the Lord of Nightmares. The Bible of Darkness was a descriptive record of all demons written by the Lord of Destruction. Rumor had it that as long as one managed to control the Bible of Darkness, they would become the Lord of Demons, with all demons obedient to their commands without hesitation. Shifeng opened the Lord of Destruction's shrine when the black stone doors parted, an ancient aura washed over him. Shifeng could feel the origin of destruction contained within this aura. The pressure he felt coming from within the shrine was far more powerful than what he had felt from the Tier 5 fallen angel he encountered before. Amazing. It is only a shrine. There is clearly no living being inside, yet it gives off such an overwhelming pressure. As expected of the Lord of Destruction's shrine, Shifeng exclaimed. Heavenly Dragon's power, activate. The immense pressure made even walking a difficult task for Shifeng. However, after activating Heavenly Dragon's power, the weight pressing down on him lessened significantly. He was then able to enter the shrine with relative ease. Chapter 607, Magic Device. The moment Shifeng stepped into the shrine, it was as if he had arrived in another world. He could hear the chirping of birds and smell the fragrance of flowers. Verdant trees and grass filled his vision. Instead of a shrine, this place looked more like a garden. Fallen angel. Inside the garden, Shifeng immediately discovered the fallen angel that had killed him previously. 3 pairs of pitch-black wings, a perfect, enchanting body, long and slender legs, as well as that jade-white skin and flawless face. Of all the women Shifeng knew, only the great divine official Charlene was a match for this fallen angel. Any other woman standing before her would simply pale in comparison. Human, you sure are fast, the Tier 5 fallen angel giggled as she looked at Shifeng with her aquamarine eyes. You adventurers are truly blessed by the heavens, being born with an immortal soul. Even we would find it difficult to thoroughly kill you adventurers. Even until now, Shifeng still got chills whenever he thought back to how the fallen angel had killed him instantly. Most likely, only a few players throughout the entire God's domain could rival that near-perfect combat technique. If he had not known that only rewards, and no punishments, awaited him inside these shrines, he would have long since fled this shrine. My name is Serena. Come over. You entered the world's summit normally this time, so I won't kill you. Serena laughed as she beckoned Shifeng with her hand. Since you've managed to make it to this place, it shows that you indeed possess some ability. I can give you 2 options. 2 options? Shifeng asked curiously. Though I say options, in reality, they are just 2 reward methods. Serena nodded lightly. The first option is obtaining the Bible of Darkness that is stored in this place directly. The second option is undertaking a small test. Through the second option, you will not only obtain the Bible of Darkness but also have a chance to win these items. Serena waved her hand lightly. Suddenly, 3 rainbow treasure chests appeared in midair. The first rainbow treasure chest contained a large number of soul crystals. A simple glance told Shifeng that there were over 100 crystals at the very minimum in the dark den. The soul crystal was the foundation of all development. A sudden infusion of more than 100 soul crystals would definitely increase a shelter's strength significantly. The second rainbow treasure chest contained a black stone tablet that looked similar to the Chapter of Darkness. However, the name displayed was Chapter of Shelter. It could be used to immediately promote a shelter by a single rank, up to a maximum of large shelter. There is such a good item available as well. Sure enough, the rewards of an epic shrine are astonishing. Shifeng grew very excited when he saw these two rewards. Promoting the shelters found inside the dark den was extremely difficult. Besides the astronomical number of soul crystals required, players also needed to complete a series of quests in order to promote a shelter. The manpower and resources necessary to do so were extremely daunting. Even the shelter at District 1 had yet to be promoted to a large shelter until now. One could just imagine how difficult a feat it was. Only a shelter supported by a large guild was capable of becoming a large shelter after amassing all the resources collected by the multiple shelters controlled by said guild. Once he obtained the chapter of shelter, he could immediately upgrade a medium shelter to a large shelter. This would be of immense help for District 1's shelter, which was under Zero Wing's control. However, when Serena opened the third rainbow treasure chest, Shifeng was thoroughly stupefied. Magic device forging design. Shifeng's eyes turned bloodshot as he looked at the dilapidated design inside the treasure chest. He could not help but wish he could snatch it up right away. Oh, I did not think that a human like you would know about this item. Since you know about magic devices, then you must know what a magic device forging design represents. Its value is only slightly lower than the Bible of Darknesses. You humans, however, would probably appraise the design more highly. The fallen angel Serena smiled in satisfaction upon seeing Shifeng's reaction. Say it, then. Which reward do you choose? At these words, Shifeng fell silent. A product of God's domain's magical civilization when it was at its peak, the magic device represented the pinnacle of alchemy, forging, and engineering combined, as well as the end of the era of the gods. Even the lowest-ranked bronze magic device boosted a player's strength to a whole new level, not to mention a magic device forging design. Even the lowest-ranked bronze magic device forging design could provoke a war between guilds in the past, when a mysterious iron magic device forging design had appeared. Over a dozen countries and more than 100 guilds had fought over it. Multiple super guilds had also participated. The death toll for that war was innumerable. A rough estimation had pegged it at 5 million. In the end, a super guild had emerged victorious. As for Shadow, which had been a second-rate guild back then, it had not dared to even participate in the war. It could only stand on the sidelines and watch. Now that a magic device forging design appeared right in front of him, how could Shifeng not grow excited? Magic devices were similar to the mana armor kits. In the magic device's case, however, it did not increase any basic attributes. Instead, it was mounted on a weapon to increase the weapon's strength. Every weapon could only mount one magic device after God's domain underwent its third evolution. Whether it was a battle against players or against monsters, an injury would reduce a player's combat power. And while players could rely on heals to recover from their injuries, the deterioration of their weapons was inevitable. It was especially true when players fought against high-ranking monsters. Unless one's weapon was of high quality, players would have great difficulty injuring a lord and reducing its combat power, since lords had skin that was as hard as steel. Meanwhile, a magic device could be used to strengthen a weapon. Not only could it make a weapon sharper, but it could also bestow special effects such as reduced weight, increased weight, hardness, mirage, paralysis, and other effects that could improve a player's combat power significantly. Most importantly, magic devices were not consumable items. Like inlaid gemstones, they could be taken off the weapons they were mounted on. Whether it was a level 1 common weapon or a level 200 epic weapon, players could freely transfer their magic devices between them. This was the reason why players were so attracted to magic devices. However, magic devices were extremely difficult to produce, hence, production volumes were very low. Even after reaching level 100, most players still did not have their own magic devices. In the past, as the guild leader of a second-rate guild, Shifeng owned only a mysterious iron magic device, even after he was over level 100. As for other independent experts, they possessed only bronze magic devices. If he could obtain a magic device forging design right now, it would definitely become one of Zero Wing's trump cards. Have you come to a decision? Serena asked, smiling as she flourished the magic device forging design in her hand. Time waits for no one. You only have 3 minutes to decide. If you do not give me an answer, I will take it as you picking the first option, and you may leave once you obtain the Bible of Darkness. To hell with it. Shifeng looked at the fallen angel, a passionate flame burning in his heart. I choose the second option. Both the chapter of shelter and the magic device forging design were items that were not easily acquired. The difficulty of obtaining the magic device forging design was even above that for an epic item. Otherwise, magic devices wouldn't have been so rare in the past. Good. I knew you were a smart man. Let's begin, then. Serena smiled in satisfaction. She then waved her hand. The entire garden promptly vanished, and replacing it was a volcanic hell. Molten magma surrounded a 40-yard area of solid ground. The ambient temperature was scorching hot. Any ordinary player would most likely broil to death slowly. Only someone like Shifeng, who possessed high fire resistance, could stay in this place for long periods of time. Meanwhile, the gravity here had also increased to 3G, which would greatly affect a player's mobility. Come, then. If you can defeat me, you win, Serena said, smiling as she looked down at Shifeng from midair. Chapter 608, Tier 2 Taboo Skill. Originally, Serena had anticipated seeing a look of horror on Shifeng's face. However, even after she had revealed the contents of the test, Shifeng did not evince any shock. On the contrary, it seemed as if he felt that the test was totally reasonable. Don't you feel surprised that the final test actually requires you to defeat me? Serena asked, a perplexed expression on her face as she looked at Shifeng. A Tier 1 human against a Tier 5 fallen angel. With such a massive gap, even a person with a stable mentality would feel despair. And if not despair, then at the very least, anger, as this was obviously not a fair contest yet. Shifeng remained unfazed by this revelation, so how could she not be surprised? Since the rewards are so bountiful, I naturally prepared for the worst. Not to mention, I really don't have a choice, do I? Shifeng laughed, a helpless smile on his face. There were no free lunches in God's domain. Not to mention, the rewards of the test were of such a frightening caliber. It seems that you understand the rules of the world quite well, so it wasn't just luck that prompted you to pick the second option. Serena squinted her aquamarine eyes slightly as she looked at Shifeng. At this moment, she no longer looked down at the human before her. Curling her blood-red lips into a seductive smile, she continued, if you had chosen the first option, then the Bible of Darkness you would have received would have been a replica. As for the second option, while you may fail the test, you will still obtain the real Bible of Darkness regardless. Although Shifeng had guessed that this was the case, he inwardly felt relieved to hear these words directly from the fallen angel herself. When all was said and done, the Bible of Darkness was a treasure left behind by the Lord of Destruction. How could it possibly be that easy for players to acquire it? Since you are already clear on the situation, I will explain the rules of the test. Serena raised her brows slightly and continued in a low tone, the rules are very simple. You will not die while inside this area. Both our strengths will also be suppressed to Tier 1. It will be your win as long as you are able to defeat me in the remaining time you possess. Both suppressed to the standard of a Tier 1? Shifeng frowned. Although both their strengths would be suppressed to the standard of a Tier 1 class in the upcoming test, fallen angels were higher beings. Not only were they born much stronger than other beings, but they also wielded many more skills. Even at Tier 1, Serena's combat power would most likely be at the peak of an ordinary Tier 2 class or above. She was stronger than even a high lord of the same level. There was actually a possibility that her combat power approached that of a great lord. If there are no problems, you may begin attacking as much as you want. Serena smiled faintly as she sent Shifeng a teasing look. Rest assured, I'll make sure to hold back plenty. I also won't use any Tier 3 or Tier 4 skills. Despite Serena's reassurance, Shifeng had no intention of attacking her just yet. Even without using Tier 3 or Tier 4 skills, a Tier 1 fallen angel can still kill me easily using Tier 2 skills. He smiled bitterly as he took in Serena's leisurely attitude. Shifeng had a very clear understanding of his own strength. Although he had grasped plenty of powerful skills, they were all Tier 1 skills. As for Tier 2 magic scrolls, while he had quite a few on him right now, his opponent had Tier 2 skills, which she could use indefinitely. The only trump card he had was twofold Berserk. If he activated Heavenly Dragon's power and Blade Liberation simultaneously, he would gain the ability to contend against a High Lord for a short period of time. However, engaging a Tier 1 fallen angel in melee combat was simply suicidal. I have close to 10 hours left. It would be pointless to charge into battle right now. My only option is to wait for the cooldown of Dragon's power to end. Shifeng was in no hurry. He then sat on the ground, resting as he quietly observed the fallen angel before him. Earlier, when he was entering the shrine, he was forced to use Heavenly Dragon's power to resist the intense pressure. If he fought Serena, a fallen angel who had the attributes of a High Lord, without twofold berserk, he would just be seeking his own death. Fortunately, the condition to clear the test was only to defeat Serena, not to kill her. There was a massive difference between these two conditions. Defeat meant that he was only required to cause a certain amount of damage to Serena. After all, even if Serena simply stood still and allowed him to attack her freely, he would not be able to kill her within 20 seconds. Currently, although Serena was only level 32, she had a total of 5 million HP. Tier 1 skills are definitely useless against Serena. In terms of combat techniques, she is also far superior to me. If I wish to defeat her, my only option is to rely on Tier 2 magic scrolls. Although Shifeng had his ultimate skill, Flame Burst, this skill was meaningless if his weapon could not connect with his opponent. Not to mention, in a direct clash of power, Serena would trounce him. Having thought up to this point, Shifeng suddenly stood up. He then replaced the aura of wind with the aura of fire and cast Firestorm at Serena. The platform he currently stood on only had an area of 40 yards. Firestorm certainly covered most of it. At level 7, Firestorm's might could easily rival a Tier 2 large-scale destruction spell. A tsunami of flames descended from the sky. However, just as the flames were about to engulf Serena, her fingers suddenly moved. In the blink of an eye, she had finished writing the runes required to cast Frost Storm, a Tier 2 large-scale destruction spell. In the next moment, fire and ice clashed, filling the space around the platform with steam. Meanwhile, Shifeng's Firestorm did not even manage to touch the fallen angel. Fallen angels with high intelligence are really difficult to handle. Shifeng was not surprised. In the virtual reality games of the past, there would only be two possible outcomes when a player used a skill: either the skill hit, or missed. There was no third possibility. In God's domain, however, one would encounter various scenarios when attacking using a skill. Aside from hitting or missing, it was also possible for the skill to be blocked, offset, or unraveled. Blocking a skill would result in one taking a small amount of damage, and normally, this was an action that most lords were capable of. However, offsetting or unraveling a skill was a feat that was doable only for high-tiered monsters and NPCs. Meanwhile, the method Serena had used to deal with Shifeng's Firestorm was to offset it using a skill of her own. When one successfully offset a skill, they would not receive any damage whatsoever. If even Firestorm is useless against her, my Tier 2 magic scrolls would most likely yield similar results. Shifeng felt a huge headache when he looked at Serena, who was currently hovering in midair. It would be great if Kite were here right now. Kite was a dark gold ranked personal guard. With his strength as a Tier 2 sword master, he could not overcome a Great Lord, which was equivalent to a Tier 3 class, but he could still pin it down for some time. His strength should not be below that of the Tier 1 fallen angel. Serena invincible within the same tier? A sudden inspiration came to Shifeng as he looked at Serena's smiling face. Taboo skill. Taboo's skills possessed the power to transcend tiers. Meanwhile, although Serena's strength was currently suppressed to Tier 1, her frightening basic attributes and arsenal of Tier 2 skills made her invincible even against ordinary Tier 2 classes. However, if a Tier 2 player managed to grasp a Tier 2 Taboo skill, they would similarly become an invincible existence among other Tier 2 classes. Thank goodness I did not store Instant Strike inside my warehouse. As long as I manage to learn it, even if I cannot kill Serena, I still have a chance to defeat her. Shifeng's eyes glowed. Immediately, he retrieved the skill book of the Tier 2 Taboo skill from his bag and began poring over it carefully. After half an hour passed, Shifeng felt that he was ready if he wanted to learn the Tier 2 Taboo skill Instant Strike. The first way to do so was to collect 100 Thunder Crystals, which was obviously impossible. The second option was to achieve a 100% skill completion rate. Previously, it had indeed been impossible for him to achieve a 100% completion rate for Instant Strike. However, after the Abyssal Blade was upgraded, his compatibility with the magic weapon had increased significantly. With the help of the 100-berry wine, which he had obtained from Blue Frost, he definitely had a chance to achieve a 100% skill completion rate right now. Hence, Shifeng drank a bottle of 100-berry wine and began rehearsing the Tier 2 Taboo skill Instant Strike. Trying to learn a Tier 2 Taboo skill? Serena revealed a faint smile. Not a bad idea. Unfortunately, the time you have left isn't enough for you to do so. Taboo skills required long periods of bitter training. There were no shortcuts available. Even a gifted person would require several days or over a dozen days to learn a Tier 2 Taboo skill. Shifeng did not have much time left. It was simply impossible for him to succeed in learning the Taboo skill in such a short period of time. Chapter 609, Instant Strike. While Shifeng was continuously rehearsing the Tier 2 Taboo skill Instant Strike, a great upheaval rocked the evil ghost domain. The entire District 5 was destroyed overnight, and over half of the district's players had disappeared to the players in the evil ghost domain. This was an inconceivable situation. Just what could actually wipe out the evil ghost domain's 5th-ranking shelter? Not a single shelter in the evil ghost domain would be capable of going up against such a frightening power. Suddenly, a strong sense of crisis filled the air of the entire evil ghost domain. District 1's shelter leader Frost, what are we supposed to do now? Best Reincarnation, the leader of the second party, asked worriedly. Based on the information we discovered, it seems that the assault on District 5 comprised of a large number of powerful monsters, all level 40 and above. There were actually numerous lords participating in the monster assault as well. However, this is still not the scariest part. When our players went to investigate the situation at District 5, they encountered some survivors from the shelter. According to the survivors, the ones responsible for annihilating their District 5 were not actually those lords. Instead, it was the doing of a much more powerful monster. However, as they had been too far from the monster at the time, they did not get a clear look at what that monster was. They only know that that monster had annihilated hundreds of players with just a wave of its hand using black flames. It instantly killed even District 5's strongest player. Punishment Day. If we remain in this area, it is quite likely that we will encounter that monster as well. Although District 1 is a lot stronger than District 5, against that rank of monster, we simply stand no chance at all. Everyone present fell silent at Best Reincarnation's words. The enemy that obliterated District 5 was just too terrifying. It had not been easy for them to raise their shelter to the rank it had today. If it was destroyed, then their shelter's rank would also fall by 1, dropping from a medium shelter to a small shelter. If that happened, the advantage of the 100-berry wine they had possessed all this time would vanish as well. There was also no telling whether they would be able to obtain the 100-berry wine again the next time they upgraded their shelter to a medium shelter. Yet, if they moved their shelter to a low-level area, the distance they had to travel every day would be extremely long and time-consuming. They would most likely have to spend the entire day running just to commute between their leveling spots and the shelter. This would greatly impact the development of the shelter. Everyone, listen to me. This is an opportunity for our District 1, Blue Frost said after pondering for some time, an excited smile on his face. Opportunity? What opportunity? Everyone could not understand what was going through Blue Frost's mind. Believe that you guys have heard of this as well. After the incident with District 5, many shelters that previously refused to join a guild force began changing their minds one after another. They are all trying to gain the protection of shelters run by guild forces. In the worst-case scenario, they can also migrate directly to the large shelters of the guild forces and develop themselves there, Blue Frost said. Meanwhile, our District 1 has also joined Zero Wing. However, unlike the other shelters, the guild we joined is very strong. You guys must have seen the teleportation magic array design for yourselves. Brother Yifeng has also stated that, so long as we manage to gather the necessary materials, he will construct a teleportation magic array for our shelter. If we manage to annex the other shelters right now, our position in Zero Wing will also rise. I believe that nobody present wishes to remain as just the party leader of a shelter, right? All the party leaders expressed their agreement with Blue Frost's words. The things Zero Wing had revealed so far were already enough to show just how powerful the guild was, particularly the frightening combat power Shifeng had displayed as well as the funds that he had transferred to them. Zero Wing had even provided them with a training facility. As long as they made contributions to Zero Wing and raised their positions within the guild, they would be able to head to Jianghu City's Big Dipper Training Center and undergo special training for their combat techniques. Every city had their own martial arts dojos and training centers. If one wanted to improve their combat techniques, it was definitely better to have someone guiding them. They had previously conducted some investigations in the real world regarding the Big Dipper Training Center. The moment they checked, however, they were shocked. The Big Dipper Training Center actually had a martial arts master overseeing it. Currently, the Big Dipper was already a famous training center, and many professional fighters from the surrounding cities had gone there to train. It was no longer a place that ordinary people could enter. Moreover, the amount one had to pay in order to become a member there was also not something ordinary people could afford. Although their knowledge regarding first-rate guilds was lacking, they knew full well just how precious a martial arts master was. A martial arts master was the ultimate force of humans. If they could receive pointers from a martial arts master, their combat techniques in God's domain would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Meanwhile, Zero Wing would allow them to undergo special training directly at the Big Dipper. The guild's financial prowess and influence had thoroughly shattered their perception of ordinary gaming guilds. Although they had earned quite a lot of money from playing God's domain, they were still far from being able to afford establishments like the Big Dipper Training Center. If they could climb their way up to Zero Wing's upper management, they would not have to worry about earning enough to support themselves in the future. I am sure everyone clearly understands what a teleportation magic array represents. What we need to do now is annex the other shelters and obtain the materials required for the teleportation magic array as soon as possible. Even if we retreat from this area, we can simply rely on the teleportation array to return here in the future. After listening to Blue Frost's explanation, everyone nodded in agreement. One after another. Previously, they had found it simply too difficult to gain control over the other shelters in the evil ghost domain. However, that changed after the incident with District 5. If they had a teleportation array, the amount of money and resources they could earn would be endless. Hence, the various party leaders began arranging workforces to collect the materials required for the teleportation magic array. At the same time, they also tried persuading the other shelters to subordinate themselves to District 1's shelter. That way, the members of these shelters would get to use the teleportation array of District 1. Inside the Darkness Shrine, Shifeng had already been rehearsing Instant Strike for 5 hours continuously. Now, after just 5 hours of practice, it was as if Shifeng was a veteran who had been practicing Instant Strike for many years. His movements when executing the Taboo skill were practically the same as the holographic video provided by the skill book. I'm still off by a little. Sure enough, a Tier 2 Taboo skill is not that easy to master. Although Shifeng had already given his all to trying to raise his completion rate, his best record was 95%. Right now, he could not increase it by even an additional percent. Moreover, he had only managed to achieve this result because of the Abyssal Blade and the 100-berry wine. Otherwise, he would have taken several days to reach a 95% skill completion rate with Instant Strike. He did not have much time left to practice. Each bottle of 100-berry wine lasted only 1 hour, and he had just 3 more bottles on hand. They would not last him till the very end. Human, you should give up. The might of a Tier 2 Taboo skill is simply too immense. It is not that I am trying to look down on you. However, if you wish to grasp a Tier 2 Taboo skill, you will need another 10 days of hard work at the very least. Serena could discern Shifeng's current progress in a single glance. Presently, you have already grasped the motions of the Taboo skill completely. Unfortunately, your comprehension of the skill is lacking. With the remaining 5 hours you have, you would be fortunate to raise your completion rate by even just another 1%. Lacking comprehension? Shifeng thought so as well. It was just like when he had achieved a 101% completion rate with Chop. That feeling had gone by in a flash, and he could not grab hold of it even if he wanted to. Comprehension? Compatibility? Does the comprehension Serena is speaking of refer to compatibility? Shifeng did not give it too much thought. He did not have much time left, not enough to wait out the 10-day cooldown to challenge the World Summit again. He then took out all the 100-berry wine in his bag and consumed all 3 bottles in rapid succession. Even with Shifeng's willpower and mental power, he still grew dizzy. The 100-berry wine was just like the black steel beer. The more one drank, the better the effect. Correspondingly, however, the side effects also grew stronger. It was best if players drank just 1 bottle at a time to maintain a clear mind, as players could steadily improve their completion rates and look for any shortcomings in their movements throughout the beverage's effective duration. Consuming too many bottles at once could result in players losing themselves to the alcohol. Now, Shifeng downed 3 bottles in one go. His compatibility rate instantly soared. This feeling is really great at this moment. Shifeng felt as if he had become one with his sword. When he drew the abyssal blade and executed instant strike, each and every one of his movements felt light and natural. There was no excess power in any of his actions at all. Then, Shifeng's initially smooth movements suddenly changed. The afterimages of the abyssal blade, which were originally created due to Shifeng's overly fast speed, suddenly vanished. The abyssal blade in Shifeng's hand also became clear and visible. In the next moment, faint blue electric arcs manifested around Shifeng's body, filling the air with crackling sounds. The places these electric arcs touched also charged. System, instant strike skill completion rate 100%. Chapter 610, Higher Realm. Arcs of electricity continuously sparked around Shifeng. Although the electric arcs were tiny, the destructive power they contained was practically equivalent to a Tier 2 lightning spell. He actually succeeded. A shocked expression appeared on Serena's beautiful face. Learning a taboo skill was an enormous challenge. It was the same for both players and NPCs with high intelligence. In order to learn a taboo skill, one had to go through long periods of arduous training as well as achieve a certain degree of comprehension regarding the taboo skill. Serena wasn't the only one who was shocked by this result. Even Shifeng himself was quite shocked. It was extremely difficult for a Tier 1 class to learn a Tier 1 taboo skill, not to mention a Tier 2 taboo skill. Moreover, instant strike's requirements were exceedingly high. Even for a Tier 2 taboo skill, achieving 100% completion rate on a taboo skill was a feat Shifeng had never managed. Despite having been a Tier 3 Sword King in the past in this life, however, he had actually done so while he was still a Tier 1 class. This was simply a dream. 99 more times to go. I need to hurry up. Although Shifeng was currently somewhat drunk, he was still able to maintain a relatively clear consciousness. To make sure he did not forget the feeling from before, he hurriedly continued with his rehearsal. Unfortunately, none of his next 3 tries managed to achieve a 100% completion rate at all. The highest he reached was 97%. He had only managed to achieve the 100% completion rate before due to luck. On this point, Shifeng was very certain. However, now that there was a first, achieving 100% again would become much easier, following which, Shifeng continuously tried to recall the feeling he had felt before. His skill completion rate gradually increased as well, and soon after, he managed to maintain a stable 99%. He was only a thread away from 100%. Not only do I have to control my own body, but I also have to learn how to adapt to the external environment around me and constantly adjust to the environment. As Shifeng reviewed his memories, he did not only think about when he achieved a 100% completion rate with instant strike, but also when he had achieved a 101% completion rate with chop. Whether it was the refinement realm or the flowing water realm, both pursued internal control before. The Tier 5 fallen angel Serena had stated that he had already done very well in terms of movement and that he was only missing a little comprehension. If it was said that comprehension was compatibility, and that compatibility was adaptation, then what he needed to do was adapt to the environment. If he used the same methods to execute a skill in different environments, the results would naturally be different. This was just like how going from an ordinary environment to a high-gravity one would greatly affect a player's skill completion rate. However, what if this change to the environment was extremely subtle? It was highly possible that ignoring this minor change was the reason why players would never able to achieve a 100% skill completion rate, regardless of how perfect their movements were. Just as Shifeng continued drawing his sword and adapting to the surrounding air flow, the friction between his sword and the air suddenly generated a small spark. This small spark immediately attracted countless arcs of electricity to circle around Shifeng's body system. Instant strike skill completion rate 100%. Sure enough, the progression in control goes from internal to external. Is this what the higher realm feels like? Shifeng finally discovered the direction he needed to take to advance with a clear direction in mind. Shifeng no longer focused his concentration on his own body but instead shifted it towards his environment. As Shifeng grew increasingly familiar with his surroundings, the 100% skill completion rate of instant strike grew more frequent as well. Currently, Shifeng was achieving a 100% skill completion rate about once every 4 times he executed instant strike. Moreover, during the process of swinging his sword, Feng was also constantly making minor adjustments to better adapt his movements to the external environment. After training for another half an hour, Feng's improvement was undeniable. He was able to achieve a 100% skill completion rate practically every other time he executed instant strike. Before an hour had even passed since drinking the 3 bottles of 100-berry wine, he had already executed 100 instant strikes with a 100% completion rate. After Feng completed an instant strike that achieved a 100% completion rate for the 100th time, electricity purified his entire body, his skin becoming glossier and the muscles all over his body growing denser and more powerful. System, you have learned instant strike. Obtained basic lightning physique. Why does my body feel a lot lighter? Feng was greatly shocked when he saw the faint blue electric arcs coursing around his body. Carefully feeling out the changes to his own body, he exclaimed, "This lightning physique really is mysterious. The gravity my body is under should still be 3g. Yet, the effect the increased gravity has on my body has clearly decreased significantly even though none of my attributes have changed. Right now, the effect feels like the equivalent to a gravity of 1.5g. After the third evolution of God's domain, the gravitational system had impacted the combat power of players significantly. Meanwhile, now that Feng's body had undergone such changes, it would become much easier for him to adapt to his environment. The current state he was in was similar to being under the effects of the 100-berry wine. Although the lightning physique's effects were very much inferior to the 100-berry wines, the fact that it was always active was a huge advantage. This instant strike is simply fantastic. It is actually able to improve a player's physique as well. No wonder it was so difficult to learn. In the past, Feng had heard of some taboo skills in God's domain that when successfully learned, would provide players with additional rewards. However, these taboo skills were usually high-tiered ones. He never expected that the Tier 2 instant strike was one such taboo skill. Physique was a kind of hidden attribute in God's domain. If a player's attributes reached a certain level, they would be able to trigger an extraordinary physique, allowing them to carry out feats that were definitely impossible in the real world. This kind of hidden attribute could not be viewed by players, so it was extremely difficult to alter or improve it. However, this kind of hidden attribute would have a significant impact on a player's combat power. After resting for a while and recovering his mental state, Feng walked up to Serena, smiling as he said, "Miss Serena, sorry for the long wait. Let us begin now." Currently, not only had he mastered the Tier 2 taboo skill instant strike, but he had also obtained the basic lightning physique. Not only did his body feel lighter right now, but its flexibility had also increased significantly. Feng even felt that his reflexes had sped up. However, his reaction speed was still a far cry from that of a gifted talent like soaring snake. Not bad. Despite being a mere mortal, you have actually managed to grasp a Tier 2 taboo skill while still being at Tier 1. Come, give me your best shot. Hopefully, you are able to entertain me for a little while, Serena said, licking her lips as she looked at Feng. The moment Serena was done speaking, the surrounding magma started roiling. The ground also began trembling as the fallen angel released a frightening aura. Is this the power of a Tier 1 fallen angel? Feng gulped down a mouthful of saliva. He knew that Serena had finally gotten serious. Just her aura alone was enough to render him breathless. Heavenly Dragon's power, activate. Blade Liberation, activate. Feng was unwilling to lag behind. After activating Heavenly Dragon's power and Blade Liberation, his strength attribute was now equivalent to a High Lord of the same level. The instant Feng activated twofold Berserk, he tilted his body forward slightly. He then activated Phantom Kill and had his doppelganger get ready as well. Feng's sudden increase in strength surprised Serena somewhat. She had not thought the little human before her was capable of reaching such a level. She then stretched out her right hand. Instantly, a golden holy sword appeared in her hand. Countless wind blades wrapped around her weapon. She cast a Tier 2 skill, Storm Blade, at Feng right away. Countless swords of light instantly surged towards Feng and his doppelganger. Meanwhile, Feng and his doppelganger also simultaneously activated the Tier 2 taboo skill instant strike Shua. Both Feng and his doppelganger disappeared from where they stood to instantly appear beside Serena. Both swordsmen then began brandishing their swords at the fallen angel. Instant strike, when activated, increased its user's attack speed by 500% for a short period of time. Originally, Feng's attack speed was already terrifying. Now, Shi Feng and his doppelganger sent out dozens of sword lights in the time it took to take a single breath. Moreover, these sword lights had appeared practically simultaneously, with none ahead or behind the other such a fast attack. Serena's gaze sharpened as another golden holy sword appeared in her other hand. She then parried the barrage of attacks sent at her. Ping. 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 Serena's sword technique was flawless. Every movement of hers was utterly efficient as she blocked dozens of attacks continuously. However, even if Serena's defense were more perfect, there was still a limit to her attack speed. In the end, Shi Feng managed to cut Serena's arm with the abyssal blade, causing -1 damage to the fallen angel. When Shi Feng saw the compulsory -1 damage he dealt, his eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. Such a powerful Tier 2 taboo skill. You were actually able to break through my defense. Serena looked at the bloody cut on her arm. Gently moving her finger across the wound, she instantly returned her skin to its unblemished state. Then she looked at Shi Feng, saying, although I don't want to admit it, since you were able to injure me, it is your win. You may take these items and leave. Chapter 611, Shrine Rewards. After Serena was done speaking, the fallen angel suddenly vanished. At the same time, the volcanic hell that surrounded Shi Feng transformed into a golden shrine with an altar before him. 3 rainbow treasure chests were stacked up one upon another on the altar, and placed on top of these treasure chests was a thick and heavy black leather book. Victory at last. Shi Feng breathed out a sigh of relief. Serena was just too powerful. Whether it was in terms of techniques or basic attributes, he was far inferior to the fallen angel. Shi Feng and his doppelganger had sent out over 100 attacks within the 3 seconds of instant strike's duration. Yet, Shi Feng had only managed to land a hit on Serena at the very last second. The fallen angel's strength was simply terrifying. Most likely, even Kite would not be a match for Serena, who had suppressed her strength to Tier 1. If Serena had suppressed her strength to Tier 2 instead of Tier 1, he would not have stood a chance against her at all. Although Shi Feng had only managed to get through the test after immense difficulty, his harvest was similarly huge. During his 3 seconds of frantic attacking, Shi Feng had thoroughly experienced Serena's perfect sword defense technique firsthand. He had seen for himself the sword technique of an NPC standing at the peak of God's domain. This was not something just any player would get to enjoy, as normally, they would have killed with a single hit. After Shi Feng reviewed his memories of the previous battle a few times, he walked up to the altar and carefully picked up the black leather book. As soon as he did so, he felt a hard stare. Moreover, this feeling was not just limited to one person staring at him. Instead, he felt the gazes of a vast number of people. Every one of these gazes felt cold and violent. It was as if his body had submerged in a chilling, icy hell. Sure enough, the Bible of Darkness is not an ordinary item. Shi Feng activated omniscient eyes and appraised the black leather book. Bible of Darkness, fragmented legendary item. The Bible of Darkness had been destroyed during the Great Destruction. However, the power of darkness contained within the Bible is extreme. If one can gather the other fragments, they can restore the Bible's power, gaining dominance over all demonic creatures and become the Lord of Demons. It's actually a fragmented legendary item. I heard that the Bible of Darkness Fantasy Extinguisher was an epic item. Was the one he obtained a replica? Shi Feng muttered, feeling rather surprised as he looked at the quality of the Bible of Darkness in his hands. However, after giving it some thought, Shi Feng felt it was possible with how powerful Serena was. Fantasy Extinguisher should not have been able to injure the fallen angel at all with the strength he had at that time. It was highly possible that he had chosen the first option instead. Meanwhile, Fantasy Extinguisher had managed to become a peerless expert in the Black Dragon Empire thanks to the Bible of Darkness. With the help of the Bible of Darkness, Fantasy Extinguisher managed not only to become exceedingly powerful himself but also to increase the strength of his guild significantly. Only afterward did Blue Frost and the others from District 1 shine brightly. Back then, countless guilds had looked at Fantasy Extinguisher enviously. There was nothing remarkable about owning a single epic item. However, the Bible of Darkness was no ordinary epic item, as it held the power to increase the overall strength of a guild. The Bible of Darkness was capable of strengthening players with the power of darkness. Not only could players receive a huge boost in attributes, but they could also obtain an enhanced skill corresponding to their classes. This was the reason why the Fantasy Shrine had managed to form the invincible Black Demon Legion in the past, allowing the guild to become one of the tyrants of the Black Dragon Empire. Back then, Even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Blood Legion had not been a match for the Black Demon Legion. If Fantasy Extinguisher had gained such achievements by relying on a replica, what would have happened if he had obtained the real Bible of Darkness? Most likely, the entire Black Dragon Empire would have fallen into the Fantasy Shrine's hands. Shifeng inwardly grew excited as he looked at the Bible of Darkness in his hands. He had finally completed one of the steps required to become an overlord in God's domain, whether it was the magic weapon Abyssal Blade or the fragmented legendary ranked Heavenly Dragon's Breath. Both were items that focused on increasing his personal strength. They were of little use in raising the overall strength of his guild. However, the Bible of Darkness was different. It was an item focused on increasing the overall strength of many players. With the Bible of Darkness in hand, he would be able to form a group of Black Demon Guards. With his special training plan, he would be able to quickly establish a Black Demon Legion that surpassed even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Blood Legion. At that time, who, in Star Moon Kingdom, would be able to compete with him? After some fantasizing, Shifeng then stored the Bible of Darkness and shifted his gaze towards the 3 rainbow treasure chests. I have really made a killing from the epic quest this time. Not only did I get a fragmented legendary item, but I also obtained a chapter of shelter and a magic device forging design. Shifeng laughed. He quickly tucked the contents of all 3 rainbow treasure chests into his bag. The first rainbow treasure chest contained 188 soul crystals. Though Shifeng himself had no use for these things, he would be able to upgrade the Lion's Bar to a 2-star bar with this many soul crystals. At that time, the production volume of the 100-berry wine would increase to a level barely enough to supply the upper echelons of both District 1 and 0 Wing. The second rainbow treasure chest contained the chapter of shelter. Before coming to the World Summit, Shifeng had asked Blue Frost about large shelters in detail. If a small shelter was akin to a small village, then a medium shelter was a small town, while a large shelter was a large town. Why were so many guild forces madly accumulating resources and were adamant in upgrading a shelter to a large shelter? It was because larger shelters possessed a certain degree of self-defense. The number of players a shelter could hold was not unlimited. If players wished to become a resident of a shelter, they had to register themselves with said shelter. Meanwhile, the number of players a shelter could register was limited. If there was no cap to registration, players within the Dark Den would have long since migrated to the best shelters available to develop themselves. It was also precisely this limitation that severely restricted the development speed of a shelter. A small shelter could register a maximum of 10,000 players, which was roughly equivalent to the member count of a small guild. Medium shelters could register up to 30,000 players, which was roughly equivalent to the player population of a small town. Aside from having a larger population, players could also construct some specialty buildings such as the Lion's Bar in a medium shelter. The overall strength of a medium shelter was significantly higher than a small shelter. Meanwhile, when a medium shelter was upgraded to a large shelter, the number of players the shelter could register would undergo a qualitative change, directly increasing to 100,000. That number could practically rival the member count of a second-rate guild. Moreover, the functions of the shelter would also increase notably. The increase was not limited to just the skill books and specialties supplied. Players of the shelter would also be able to tame mounts. Mounts could be said to be the lifeblood of players residing within the Dark Den. With no teleportation magic arrays in the Dark Den, players could only rely on their own 2 feet to travel to their desired destinations. With a mount, the mobility of players would improve significantly, and as a result, their strength would also rise much faster than before. Hence, the various guild forces were desperately accumulating resources in order to create a large shelter of their own. This was also why plenty of independent shelters subordinated themselves to guild forces. As long as they joined a guild force, they could head to the large shelter controlled by said guild force and purchase mounts. Otherwise, they would have to wait until their own shelters were promoted into large shelters or try their luck in large-scale team dungeons. Now that Shifeng had the chapter of shelter, he could directly promote the shelter of District 1 to a large shelter. The players inside the shelter could then begin to accumulate funds and resources. As soon as they reached a sufficient level, they would be able to purchase a mount of their own. Compared to the players of other shelters, the players of District 1 would be able to save up on plenty of time. Although I've obtained the chapter of shelter, I still don't have a way to return to the shelter right now. It seems that I can only wait until the cooldown of the position teleportation scroll ends before making another trip to District 1's shelter. Shifeng suddenly recalled that he had arrived at the central area of the Dark Den through a teleportation gate. As for the method of returning to the evil ghost domain, he had no idea whatsoever with the items he came for in hand. Shifeng did not continue idling around inside the Lord of Destruction's shrine. He took out a return scroll and began chanting the incantation required to teleport back to White River City. After 20 seconds passed, Shifeng transformed into a streak of light and disappeared from the shrine. Chapter 6:12, Winds Have Changed. White River City Teleportation Hall. Due to Zero Wing's ever-growing fame and the candlelight trading firm's wide array of high-end products, many players were attracted to White River City. Currently, one could see plenty of players forming dungeon raiding parties in the wide and spacious teleportation hall. The prosperity and liveliness here were far more intense than in Starmoon City. The moment Shifeng stepped out of the teleportation hall, he could feel the hustle and bustle that filled the city. Other than a large number of independent players who filled the city streets, there were also plenty of guild players. These guild players' average levels were very high. Although they could not compare to the players in the Dark Den, most of these guild players were still level 27 or 28. That was still quite high in the current God's domain. These guild players also wore fine gold and secret silver equipment. They were the envy of ordinary players. That guild is amazing. Its members' equipment looks so amazing. They should be catching up to the powerful guilds in White River City. I've heard of that guild before. It's called Heaven's Burial, and it's one of the newly established White River City guilds. Although it is a new guild, it is very powerful. So far, Heaven's Burial has already raided many 20-man Hell Mode team dungeons and is in the midst of planning to raid 50-man team dungeons. I also heard that the guild has a very powerful backer. A strong backer isn't the only thing Heaven's Burial has. A few hours ago, one of Heaven's Burial's experts managed to break into the 4th floor of the Divine Colosseum. It is the 10th guild in White River City to set foot on the Divine Colosseum's 4th floor. I've been to the newly launched Divine Colosseum as well and paid 1 magic crystal to challenge it. The challenges are insanely difficult. I only managed to reach the 2nd floor after exhausting myself. And I died the moment I set foot on the 2nd floor. In the end, I only got 1 silver as a reward. It was a serious loss. Heaven's Burial is amazing. Even Zero Wing, the most powerful guild in White River City, has only advanced to the Colosseum's 5th floor. The Divine Colosseum, which had recently appeared in God's domain, drew the interest and attention of many players, and every conversation was related to it in one way or another. After God's domain had undergone its 3rd evolution, combat in the game had become more difficult for players. The Divine Colosseum was a very good place to train their combat techniques. Only, training there was too expensive. Moreover, the Colosseum only accepted magic crystals as currency. This had caused the price of magic crystals to skyrocket overnight. Since the 3rd system upgrade, the price of magic crystals had doubled. Sure enough, that which should arrive, will arrive. Shifeng was frustrated as he swept a glance over the members of Heaven's Burial. Before the 3rd evolution of God's domain, international corporations had only prepared to invest in God's domain. As for other smaller corporations, they had not paid much attention to this particular investment route. However, with the launch of the Divine Colosseum, God's domain's popularity began to show signs of overtaking the fighting competitions in the real world. This situation drove corporations, both big and small, around the world towards the game. With a potential gold mine in sight, these corporations began to increase their investments in the game. For a time, countless new guilds emerged throughout God's domain, all wishing to take a bite of the pie known as God's domain. Among these corporations, several major investors looked to Starmoon Kingdom. Some bought shares of long-standing guilds, while others chose to establish their own guilds. Among these newly established guilds, 3 stood out: Cloud9, Yin Court, and Heaven's Burial. In the past, Heaven Burial had started developing itself in Starmoon City. The guild was clearly ambitious. While Ouroboros and the Star Alliance had been busy fighting each other, Heaven's Burial had taken advantage of the situation and solidified its position in Starmoon City in one fell swoop. In the end, it had even forced the 2 first-rate guilds to suffer quite a few hardships. Shifeng had never expected that, after White River City began to show signs of becoming the #1 city in Starmoon Kingdom, Heaven's Burial would run to White River City to develop itself. Moreover, of the newly established guild Shifeng had seen so far, Heaven's Burial wasn't the only one of the top 3 newbies to establish itself in White River City. He also saw members of both Cloud9 and Yin Yang Court interesting. Everyone's has come to White River City trying to take a bite out of the fat piece of meat that I cooked up. Do they really think that Zero Wing is some kind of pushover? Shifeng could not help but smile. Zero Wing indeed possessed plenty of enemies. In the dark, Underworld lurked and spat like a viper. In the light, they had also provoked the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion. As Shifeng made his way to White River City's library, he discovered that, despite having only been away from the city for a short time, many players had acquired their own NPC guards. NPC guards had become beacons of hope for many powerless players. At the same time, these NPC guards had also received attention from the various large guilds. As a result, these NPCs' development speeds were unusually fast. Players who were trying to become merchants were especially interested in these NPC guards in God's domain. Players' activities were not limited to killing monsters out in the fields. Players could also take on all sorts of quests. Many merchant players, who did not possess any combat power, could rely on NPC guards when carrying out special quests. However, the majority of the quests did not allow the assistance of ordinary guards, only personal guards. Just as Shifeng arrived before White River City's library, the sound of his system communicator rang by his ears, and the caller was none other than Everlasting War Brother Yifeng. You've finally come online. I've been trying to contact you for a while. How are preparations coming along? Everlasting War asked, slightly worried. Shifeng was the expert he had recommended. If Shifeng did not pass the selection test, it would stain his reputation. There are no issues. I can participate in the selection at any time. Seeing as Brother Everlasting is contacting me, has something happened? Shifeng asked. The selection held in Beast City was tomorrow morning. There was still quite some time before the selection began. Something must have happened for Everlasting War to contact him. It's nothing major. Only, the higher-ups have changed the requirements for the selection. Now, after you pass the selection, you are required to sign a contract and become a member of the company if you join the battle team. Of course, you will receive far more benefits as well. For example, you will be entitled to 5% of the wagers made on the matches you win, Everlasting War explained. If Brother Yifeng joins the battle team, with your strength, you will easily make more than a dozen times the credits the guild leader of a first-rate guild would normally earn. Once the battle team becomes famous, your status in the world will become even greater than any leader of a first-rate guild. What do you think, Brother Yifeng? Everlasting War and his group did not particularly care about signing the new contract as they had originally been employees of the company. However, Shifeng was different. He was affiliated with Zero Wing. Moreover, he was one of Zero Wing's core members. He had definitely signed a contract with the guild. If he joined the battle team, unless the company allowed it, he would not be able to be part of any guilds in the future. To put it bluntly, the company was restricting the freedom of the team members instead of cooperating with them. Of course, if Brother Yifeng is selected to become one of the members of the battle team, the company will take full responsibility of the breach of agreement with your guild. Brother Yifeng can rest assured on this. Everlasting War was very confident in Shifeng's strength, and he desperately hoped that Shifeng would join their battle team. In his opinion, what did a guild in a virtual reality game amount to? How could it possibly hope to match up against an international corporation? Chapter 613, Peak of Star Moon. The benefits Everlasting War had mentioned were quite tempting. The Dark Arena was a place where the various international corporations around the world could secretly compete. The resources and funding involved were on an entirely different level than ordinary arenas. Even just 5% of the gambling rewards was sufficient to make someone a tycoon overnight. Moreover, as one's battle record in the Dark Arena grew, the bets on their matches also increased. The income one could potentially earn through the Dark Arena could even tempt international fighters. To virtual reality gaming experts, that was an astronomical number. However, that was only the tip of the iceberg based on what information Shifeng had. In the past, any players who signed a contract with a battle team held extraordinary positions in the corporation that owned the team. If it were a famous player such as Everlasting War, even the upper echelons of international corporations would treat them with respect. The guild leader of a second-rate guild did not even qualify to fawn over such players. They were from entirely different worlds. The third evolution of God's domain arrived too soon. I did not expect these international corporations to discover the importance of expert players so quickly. Shi Feng frowned, feeling disappointed. It would have been great if these international corporations had only discovered this fact a few days after the selection tests. However, since these international corporations had discovered the truth, he could not do anything to change it. He was the guild leader of Zero Wing. Moreover, in this life, he had sworn that he would not be controlled by others ever again. Brother everlasting, since the higher-ups have made this decision, you will have to forgive me for not participating in the selection. Shi Feng directly refused. Although he could no doubt earn a lot of money, fame, and status in the dark arena, in the era of God's domain, a player could similarly obtain all of these things so long as they had the ability. Since he could not earn a large sum of credits through the dark arena, he just had to look for some other way. As a reincarnator, he did not believe that he could not earn credits from other avenues. Particularly, from his trip to the Dark Den, he had obtained the teleportation magic array design and magic device forging design. These two items were practically money printing machines. As long as he had enough raw materials, the money he could make would be astronomical. Everlasting War was slightly stunned by Shi Feng's reply. He had not thought that Shi Feng would refuse his offer so decisively. However, when he thought about Shi Feng's skill, he hurriedly advised, Brother Yi Feng, won't you reconsider? At the end of the day, a gaming guild is only a gaming guild. It is nothing compared to a major corporation that can affect the world's economy. With your skills, I guarantee that you'll at least become vice leader of the battle team. The team's strength did not rely on a single person. After all, each battle team could include up to 10 members. Naturally, the more experts there were in a team, the higher the team's chances were of obtaining victory. In Everlasting War's opinion, Shi Feng could most likely rank within the top 3 within their battle team. If they lost a top 3 expert, it would wound the battle team's overall strength. Brother Everlasting, don't waste your time trying to persuade me. Moreover, I have many matters that I need to attend to. Not being able to join is a good thing. Anyways, I still have something to do, so I'll talk to you another time. Shi Feng disconnected the call. He then entered the library. Meanwhile, Everlasting War could not help but sigh as he said, truly disappointing. Disappointing? What's there to be disappointed about? Isn't he just a core member of a small guild? How strong could he be? He must have realized how weak he actually is. Do you know how many experts of God's domain and professional fighters are trying to join the glorious battle team? Even if he shows up, he will never be selected. A luxuriously dressed middle-aged woman standing across from Everlasting War disdainfully dismissed his concern. 4 bodyguards in black stood next to this woman. All 4 radiated intimidating auras that were capable of making Everlasting War, someone who had once been a professional bodyguard, anxious. Particularly, the rugged-looking man among these bodyguards was very famous in the bodyguard industry. He was known as the Steel Guard, and even some international fighters were no match for him. Director Yi Feng is no ordinary expert. If you can restore the recruitment conditions to what they were before and allow him to join the glorious battle team, our chances of beating our next opponent, the Midday Wolves, will be much higher. This will also greatly benefit the company. Everlasting War carefully suggested the changes in the battle team's recruitment conditions were all due to this woman, Xianxia, standing before him. Although he did not understand why Xianxia had suddenly changed the conditions, this last-minute adjustment troubled him, the leader of the battle team. However, despite his annoyance, Xianxia's position was extraordinary. A single word from her could easily leave him jobless. Hence, he did not dare speak too boldly in front of her. Naturally, I have considered these changes carefully. You only need to focus on how you're going to defeat your next opponent. He is merely a nameless expert. Do you think that, just because we are missing one nameless expert, you're going to lose against your next opponent? Xianxia questioned, her voice low and dangerous. He is just one less nameless expert participating in the selection. There are plenty of God's domain experts coming to take the test. Among them, many are well known in the industry. These people's standards are far beyond his. I think that Vice Leader Journey Leave should administer the test this time around. You should take this time to think of a strategy to deal with the Midday Wolves. Everlasting War's words had clearly dissatisfied Xianxia. Without hesitation, she had stripped him of his duties for a few days. Helpless, Everlasting War could only agree with the lady director. Inside White River City's library. After entering the library, Shifeng headed towards the building's top floor. 2 level 180 tier 2 white robe knights stood by the doors. Normally, ordinary players would not dare approach the Star Moon Hall. However, Shifeng had long since become a frequent visitor of this place. Without hesitation, he walked past the knights and opened the doors to the hall. Charlene, who sat beside a table, looked at Shifeng, mildly stating, "You're here." Hearing Charlene's intimate greeting, Shifeng could not help but tense up. "Crap. I forgot to store the coins in my bag." Seeing Charlene's intimate smile, Shifeng suddenly thought of the precious coins he had in his bag. This reaction was practically instinctual now. Although Charlene was an NPC, she seemed more realistic than a real person. Though she always appeared friendly, her actions said otherwise. If not for a few tricks he hid up his sleeves, she would have bankrupted him long ago. Ha ha ha. "Come over here, let me see what you've brought this time." Charlene waved her hand at Shifeng. Suddenly, a huge force tugged at Shifeng's body, sending him flying towards Charlene. Shifeng was shocked at this sudden development. After not meeting for some time, Charlene's strength had increased once more. Charlene, who had been a Tier 4 Great Divine official, had now become a level 200 Tier 5 Red official. At this point, Charlene was many times stronger than Weissman, White River City's magistrate. She stood at the peak of Star Moon Kingdom. Although Shifeng had long since known that Charlene was not an ordinary NPC and that her strength would increase significantly every time they met, her improvement speed was simply mind-blowing. Even he, someone who had played God's Domain for more than a decade, found it astonishing. Just who is Charlene? Questions filled Shifeng's heart. Chapter 614, Demon Gate. Just as Shifeng pondered Charlene's identity, a hint of shock surfaced in the red official's golden eyes. "You have actually obtained it." Charlene could not help but reevaluate her opinion of Shifeng. "And here I thought you would bring me a replica to help you solve your problem." Hearing this, surprise appeared on Shifeng's face. He had only discovered the truth about the replica from the fallen angel Serena. He had not expected Charlene to know about it as well. Charlene could see the question floating in Shifeng's mind. Smiling, she explained, "The Bible of Darkness is not an ordinary item. The Lord of Destruction crafted this item, and it is a treasure used to gain dominance over all demonic creatures. Even though the Bible has been destroyed, it still holds boundless power. There are countless powerhouses who wish to obtain it. In the past, plenty of strong people tried going to the Dark Den to obtain the Bible of Darkness. In the end, however, they only managed to return with replicas. Even so, a replica of the Bible of Darkness still possesses a certain degree of power. There are no problems with using it to solve your great demon problem. Only, at the end of the day, a replica is still a replica. While it might be useful to a weak little adventurer like you, to high-tiered powerhouses, it is hardly worth anything. It is no wonder why Fantasy Extinguisher stopped using the Bible of Darkness after he became a Tier 4 class." Shifeng came to a realization after listening to Charlene's explanation. In the past, Fantasy Extinguisher had made a name for himself by relying on the Bible of Darkness and had even enabled the Fantasy Shrine to overwhelm the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's guild branch. However, after Fantasy Extinguisher became a Tier 4 Spirit Emperor, he stopped using the Bible of Darkness. Back then, everyone had thought that Fantasy Extinguisher had dropped the Bible of Darkness and lost it after someone had killed him. Epic items, particularly special epic items like the Bible of Darkness, an item that would take effect even when inside a player's bag, would not lose its worth with the passing of time. Even a Tier 5 expert could continue to use it. After all, fragmented legendary and legendary items were simply too rare. Even Tier 6 God-ranked players would not necessarily own such items. Owning a unique epic item was still quite impressive. As Shifeng re-examined the situation, he realized that it was highly possible that the replica of the Bible of Darkness could only display its worth up until Tier 3. If it were not helpful to Tier 4 classes, Fantasy Extinguisher would not have continued to use it. "Take it out, then," Charlene said softly, her eyes smiling. Shifeng carefully retrieved the Bible of Darkness from his bag and placed it on the table beside him. "Sure enough, it's the real deal. You really are quite the capable fellow. Do you know just how many powerhouses are trying to retrieve the Bible of Darkness? In the end, everyone only returns with a replica. If they knew that a little fellow like you had the real thing, they would most likely go crazy from anger. Charlene nodded, smiling as she scrutinized the Bible of Darkness. She then continued, since you brought me the genuine article, I'll give you two options. The first option is free of charge. For this option, you'll be able to solve the problem of the great demon descending on you. The second option will cost you 1,500 gold and 100 soul crystals. For this option, you can be done once and for all, destroying the great demon that targets you. Sure enough. Shifeng could not help but send Charlene a contemptuous gaze. Currently, he had a little over 1,600 gold in his bag. This was the money the candlelight trading firm had made while he had been absent. If he gave it all to Charlene, he would become a pauper once more. However, even so, Shifeng gritted his teeth and handed over the money. If he had chosen the first option, although it might seem like he had dealt with the great demon, in reality, Charlene would only weaken the descended great demon to a level that he could cope with. He would still have to deal with the great demons while descending on him every so often until he could defeat and kill it. In the past, the darkness's descent plagued Fantasy Extinguisher, requiring him to deal with a weakened great demon every so often and throwing his guild, Fantasy Shrine, into chaos. The fact that he had a second option was considerably lucky. This might be the difference between a replica and the genuine product. Charlene received the coins and soul crystals with a saintly smile. Nodding with satisfaction, she said, "All right, step back." Following Charlene's request, Shifeng moved more than 30 yards away from her. Meanwhile, Charlene held up the Bible of Darkness. After flipping through a few pages, she began chanting a series of incantations, her hand continuously tracing out a line of runes in the air. As the line of runes grew longer, the power of darkness filling the Star Moon Hall grew denser and denser, to the point where Shifeng could even see faint black mist appear. This black mist desperately gathered in front of Charlene, forming a fourfold magic array. The surrounding space began to blur as well. The powerful mana was even capable of suppressing the space within the hall. This mana is simply too powerful. I can't move at all. Shifeng was shocked as he stared at the fourfold magic array suspended in midair. A magic array was actually capable of forming its own space. Chances were that only Tier 5 existences like Charlene were capable of forming such an array. After Charlene finished writing the runes, she casually scattered the 100 soul crystals before her. Immediately, all 100 soul crystals transformed into gray smoke. This gray smoke then formed a pair of silvery gray gates. There were countless images of demons engraved on these ancient gates, and every one of these demons was quite famous throughout God's domain. These were existences that even ordinary Tier 4 powerhouses would not dare provoke. Are you trying to summon a demon? Shifeng frowned at the gray gates. He could clearly feel how frightening their power was. If the gates opened, horrific creatures would most likely crawl out. You've guessed correctly. I am trying to summon a demon. Moreover, I am summoning the great demon that targets you. Otherwise, how are you going to get rid of it? Charlene rolled her eyes at Shifeng. Her golden eyes then shifted back to the gray gates. In the name of darkness, I summon thee. Emerge, great demon Kildred. The moment Charlene finished speaking, the gray gates abruptly opened. Who dares to summon me? A cold, dark voice boomed through the gray gates, following which, a figure pushed through the gray gates. This figure sported a large pair of black bat wings and two pitch-black goat horns on his head. Pitch-black scaled covered his entire body, and killing intent filled his blood-red eyes. The moment Kildred appeared, he surveyed his surroundings with his blood-red eyes, and he could not help but sneer at what he saw and hear. I wondered who had summoned me. It turns out that it's just you, little divine official, and that foolish adventurer, Kildred said disdainfully as he flapped his wings. I did not expect that little ants like you could actually obtain the real Bible of Darkness. As your reward for summoning me, I'll collect your souls and the Bible. Is this great demon stupid? Shifeng frowned at Kildred. Confused. Kildred was a level 180 Tier 4 great demon. On the other hand, Charlene was a level 200 Tier 5 red official. No matter how he looked at it, they were on entirely different levels. Moreover, the great demon had actually called Charlene a little divine official. Did Kildred believe that he was a Tier 6 demon god? Huh. Wait a minute, Shifeng immediately discovered the problem. For some reason, the Charlene before him had somehow fallen from being a Tier 5 red official to a Tier 3 divine official. Little brother, stop daydreaming. Right now, your task is to kill him, Charlene instructed as she looked at Shifeng. She paid no attention to the great demon Kildred's provocation. You wish to kill me, the great demon Kildred? You too must be insane. I'll show you what the consequences are for summoning a great demon. Kildred revealed a malicious grin upon hearing Charlene's words. Suddenly, black flames appeared in his hand. Chapter 615, Tier 5 Curse. The raging black flames quickly transformed into a ferocious beast that bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced on Charlene. Boom. At the sound of an explosion, the black flames in the air suddenly began to collapse, dissipating into nothingness. The great demon Kildred's malicious expression suddenly changed, and he no longer looked down on Charlene. Rather, he gazed at the Tier 3 divine official with solemn eyes. Even Tier 4 classes would find it difficult to deal with soul fire, yet Charlene managed to disperse it without moving in the slightest. One could just imagine what kind of power she contained. No. It wasn't the soul fire that was defeated. My mana. Kildred was horrified as he quickly discovered the true problem. His mana rapidly leaked from his body. Due to the lack of mana, he had lost control of the soul fire he had summoned, causing it to disappear. Standing at a distance, Shifeng was also shocked by Charlene's counterattack. The great demon Kildred's level plummeted, as did his tier. Level 180. Level 170. Level 160. In a short moment, the great demon Kildred had become a level 35 Tier 2 evil spirit. He was no longer a level 180 Tier 4 great demon. What have you done? Kildred asked, gaping at Charlene in abject horror. Oh, it's nothing. I just used God's Twilight, a Tier 5 curse, Charlene said, smiling. While inside God's Twilight's effective area, all beings above Tier 2 will be forcefully suppressed by 2 tiers. Naturally, their levels will lower as well. Upon hearing these words, Kildred instantly paled. Shifeng was similarly astonished. A Tier 5 curse. This was a spell that could rival the power of a Tier 6 god-ranked spell. Kildred, you can only escape this situation by defeating the adventurer before you. Otherwise, you will die here. Although Charlene's voice sounded pleasing to the ears, her words caused even a great demon like Kildred to shudder in fear. Realizing that was his cue, Shifeng unsheathed the abyssal blade and Purgatory's shadow. This should be the final test. Shifeng licked his lips as he stared at the great demon Kildred, who hovered in the air. He had always known that it would not be so easy to obtain the fragmented legendary ranked Bible of Darkness in God's domain. There was an abundance of epic items. However, fragmented legendary and legendary items that were above epic rank, were extraordinarily rare. If players wanted to obtain one, they would have to pay an unimaginable price. The fact that he had grasped a special fragmented legendary item such as the Bible of Darkness with so little trouble could already be considered a miracle in the past. To obtain a single fragmented legendary item, the various large guilds throughout God's domain would have to be busy for at least 1 to 2 months, possibly 3 to 4 months. Unless one were extremely lucky and encountered special locations such as the Star River Valley, they would have to rely on quests to obtain a fragmented legendary item. Little ant, a Tier 1 swordsman like you dares to draw your sword against me, the great demon Kildred? You are indeed courageous. However, just because I have been suppressed to Tier 2, you think you have a chance of defeating me? Kildred laughed angrily as he felt the sting of a deep wound to his pride. How will I know if I don't try? Shifeng laughed. He then approached the great demon one step at a time. Kildred, evil spirit great demon. Level 35. HP 1000000/1000000. A Tier 2 evil spirit was the equivalent of a Lord-ranked monster. However, due to Kildred's intelligence, his combat power was definitely much higher than an ordinary Lord. His HP, though lower than an ordinary Lord, was also much higher than a player. As Shifeng approached Kildred gradually, he suddenly discovered something fortunate. While he was under the effects of God's Twilight, all of his skills' cooldowns had not only been refreshed, but they had also been reduced by half. It seems my test this time is to defeat a Tier 2 evil spirit. While at my peak, Shifeng had initially been worried that he would not be able to use Blade Liberation. Now, however, it seemed that his worries were for naught. Die, the great demon Kildred roared. Suddenly, a black spear appeared in his hand. He then swooped down and jabbed the spear towards Shifeng in rapid succession. In the next moment, streaks of black light rained down on the swordsman tier 2 skill, Black Rain Annihilation. Shifeng did not dare to hold back. Immediately, he activated Heavenly Dragon's power and Blade Liberation. He then used the Aura of Wind's activatable skill, Wind Rider, and leaped into the air with a 280% increase to his movement speed. Shifeng's speed could rival that of a great lord. Very easily, he escaped the effective area of Black Rain Annihilation. Moreover, due to his ability to fly, he had no need to fear the great demon Kildred's ranged attacks from the air. After avoiding Kildred's Black Rain Annihilation, Shifeng proceeded to activate the Ice Blue Devil Flame, Phantom Kill, Nine Dragons Slash, Black Emperor, and Purgatory Power, instantly pushing his combat power to its peak immediately. Both sides began a fierce and deadly dance with Wind Rider active. Shifeng held an absolute advantage in terms of speed. As a result, he was able to dodge all the great demon's attacks easily. Kildred could not even make contact with Shifeng's body. On the other hand, sword lights bombarded on the scales covering Kildred's body, easily penetrating the great demon's armor chop. 25, 641 Thunder Flame Explosion. 47, 156 Thundering Flash. -14,527, -18,546, -24, 716. Every skill Shifeng executed had a completion rate of 95% or above, allowing his skill's effect to increase significantly. The great demon Kildred's 1 million HP decreased at a rate visible to the naked eye. After a measly 5 seconds, the great demon only had 70% of his HP remaining. However, Shifeng suddenly discovered that, as he relentlessly attacked the great demon, his opponent's strength and speed began to rise. Originally, when he had activated twofold Berserk, his strength should have rivaled even a high lord of the same level and overwhelmed the great demon Kildred. After a short period of intense battle, however, Kildred's strength was already equal to his. The great demon's speed also quickly caught up. This can't continue. Although I don't know whether he is growing stronger due to the length of battle increasing or his HP decreasing, I need to finish him off as soon as possible. Shifeng used Flame Burst. Suddenly, 2 miniature suns appeared and illuminated the Star Moon Hall. 24 consecutive strikes. Both Shifeng and his doppelganger used Flame Burst at the same time. 24 sword lights cut across the space of the hall, striking the great demon Kildred. Every sword light from Shifeng dealt over -20,000 damage to the great demon. His doppelganger caused over -10,000 damage with each attack as well. When critical hits were achieved, the damage of the attacks doubled. When the attacks ended, the great demon Kildred suffered a total damage of over -500,000. This. Shifeng was stupefied when he saw the great demon that he had attacked. At this moment, the great demon Kildred had only 40% of his HP remaining. Meanwhile, a faint, black light radiated from Kildred's body. Tier 2 skill, Dark Shield. It was a spell that could absorb a relatively large amount of damage. Damn it. Shifeng frowned. Flame Burst was his ultimate skill. Yet, the great demon had actually managed to negate a portion of its damage. Currently, the great demon Kildred had grown more formidable after the attack. Meanwhile, there were less than 10 seconds left on Blade Liberation's duration. Ha. My strength has completely surpassed yours now. Die, human. Kildred snorted. He then threw his spear at Shifeng. Kildred's spear was extremely fast, and even Shifeng only barely managed to block it with his swordspang. Shifeng was immediately struck down from the air, his body colliding heavily with the floor and shattering it. A damage of close to -1,100 points appeared above his head. This was the damage he received after blocking the great demon's attack. If he had failed to block the attack, he would have lost far more than a little over 1,000 HP. However, the great demon Kildred was not finished. Suddenly, Kildred split into 2 copies of himself. These 2 Kildreds looked exactly the same, and their attributes were equally frightening. In the next moment, one Kildred charged at Shifeng's doppelganger while the other charged at Shifeng. Chapter 616, Promotion to Count. 2 identical great demon Kildreds attacked Shifeng and his doppelganger. Shifeng, who had been at a disadvantage in terms of strength, had no choice but to dodge the great demon's attacks. Although Shifeng had entered the flowing water realm and could predict the trajectories of Kildred's attacks, the great demon's spear was like a venomous snake that consistently sent fatal blows towards his blind spots if any other player stood in his place. Not to mention dodging, even blocking the attacks, would be difficult. Facing the unavoidable attacks, Shifeng had no choice but to block with his swords. However, the great demon Kildred's strength was simply too intense. Each of his attacks managed to push Shifeng back by several steps and inflict slightly more than -1,000 damage. Fortunately, Heavenly Dragon's power had increased Shifeng's defense and HP by 300%. With over 30,000 HP, Shifeng could endure the great demon's assault for quite some time. Only Shifeng's twofold berserk state could only last for 20 seconds. Once these 20 seconds were over, he would enter a weakened state and would lose all power to resist the great demon. A short moment later, the other great demon Kildred defeated Shifeng's doppelganger. Ha. Human, you are quite amazing. A mere tier 1 swordsman like yourself has actually managed to damage me, the great demon Kildred, to such an extent. As a reward, I'll let you become my puppet, and you can follow my orders for the rest of your life. Kildred sneered at Shifeng, who desperately tried to defend against his attack. Standing at a distance, Charlene frowned slightly as she watched the battle. Sighing, she muttered, was it still too soon? Now, Shifeng no longer had his doppelganger. His ultimate skill, Flame Burst, was also on cooldown. Even though he was under the effects of God's Twilight, reducing his cooldowns by half, Flame Burst still had a cooldown of 1 minute, 30 seconds. Most importantly, he had to face two great demon Kildreds who had the same attributes and 40% HP remaining. Shifeng had no chance of winning. It would be Shifeng's end once the two great demon Kildreds launched a pincer attack. Human, be at ease and become my slave. In the blink of an eye, the two great demon Kildreds appeared in front of and behind Shifeng, both great demons revealing a ferocious expression. This is just the twin life technique. Do you really think that I have no way of unraveling it? At this moment, Shifeng's previously stern expression suddenly vanished. On the contrary, he revealed a disdainful and victorious smile. Hearing Shifeng mention the words, twin life technique, Kildred's expression turned grim. Twin life technique was a special skill that did not possess any tiers. It was a skill that utilized the aid of a treasure to produce a doppelganger with the same capabilities as the original, though both the doppelganger and the original shared the same HP. However, unlike the original, the damage the doppelganger received would be increased by 300%. While twin life technique boosted its users' combat power, it also increased the damage they took. The skill was a double-edged sword. If used correctly, it could display boundless power. If used badly, one would cut their own lifeline with this skill. So what if you know about the twin life technique? Can you tell which one is real and which is fake? Kildred did not believe that Shifeng could differentiate the true Kildred from his doppelganger. The doppelganger the twin life technique had created was exactly the same as the original. It was impossible to tell the difference by sight alone. Even if you identify the doppelganger, will you be able to block the attacks from both of us? Shifeng did not reply to the great demon. Instead, he pointed the abyssal blade towards the hall's ceiling. Suddenly, countless golden divine swords appeared above them. When these golden swords descended, two different damages appeared above the two great demons' heads. The great demon in front of Shifeng received over -5,000 damage, while the one behind Shifeng received over -15,000 damage. At this point, it was obvious which was real and which was fake. However, Shifeng was not finished with his attacks. Tightening his grip around the abyssal blade, he swung the magic weapon downwards. Abyssal curse. Suddenly, the space within 30 yards around Shifeng took on the effects of a quagmire. The two great demon Kildreds were unable to move. Although Kildred was immune to fainted effects and other control conditions, the abyssal blade was as powerful as an epic weapon. Even if abyssal curse could not restrict the great demon for a full 5 seconds, to Shifeng, 2 or 3 seconds were more than enough. I've been waiting for this moment. Shifeng activated silent steps and appeared behind Kildred's doppelganger. Suddenly, the abyssal blade in Shifeng's hand released a dazzling flame. This. How is this possible? How can you still use that skill? Kildred's originally calm expression abruptly changed. The skill Shifeng currently used was none other than Flame Burst, the skill that had previously inflicted massive amounts of damage. However, Shifeng had used that skill recently. Now, the swordsman used it against his doppelganger once more. Die. Shifeng did not bother explaining anything to the great demon. In truth, while Kildred's doppelganger faced off against his doppelganger, he had used up the 30 stacks of death aura on Flame Burst. Each stack of death aura could reduce the cooldown of a skill by 3 seconds, and 30 stacks just happened to grant him 90 seconds. Once his doppelganger died, he pretended to struggle against one of the Great Demon's attacks, allowing the 2 Great Demon Kildreds to launch a pincer attack and giving him a good opportunity to deal with the Great Demon's doppelganger. 12 consecutive strikes bit into the Great Demon's immobile doppelganger even when Shifeng had used Flame Burst on the real Great Demon Kildred. Each of his attacks had dealt over -20,000 damage. Now that the damage was amplified by 300%, each strike dealt over -60,000 damage against Kildred's doppelganger, or -120,000 damage with a critical hit. Against such frightening damages, Kildred's doppelganger died instantly. No. Kildred released a frustrated scream. Unfortunately, Twin Life technique made it so that both doppelganger and the original shared the same HP. The doppelganger's death meant the original's death. The Great Demon Kildred would never have guessed that Shifeng was a reincarnator. Not only was Shifeng extremely familiar with many of the skills in God's domain, but he also knew the weaknesses of the various skills. After Shifeng killed the Great Demon Kildred, a golden glow appeared around his body. Moreover, this golden glow appeared twice in a row. Shifeng's level immediately jumped from level 32 to level 34. Such an abundant amount of EXP. Shifeng said in shock as the class he possessed was the hidden class Blade Saint. The EXP he required to level up was double of what other players required. Now that he had leveled up twice in a row, not only had he earned back the level he had lost at the World's Summit, but he also gained a level beyond that system. Epic Quest, Darkness Descends, completed quest rewards, Demon Slayer, title, Star Moon Kingdom reputation plus 50, White River City reputation plus 500, automatically promoted to the status of Count in White River City system. Congratulations on becoming a Count of White River City. You can now employ 100 guards, including 4 personal guards. You can also enjoy a 20% discount on all expenditures in White River City as expected of an epic quest. I've been promoted to a Count after completing a single quest. I can lessen my costs significantly when I head to the Divine Colosseum, Shifeng said, smiling. If a Viscount was considered a major noble, then a Count was a top figure among major nobles in God's domain. The highest social status a player could attain in a city like White River City was Marquis. Only in a capital city like Star Moon City could players become dukes. Thus, becoming a Count of White River City was quite impressive to players. The largest difference between a Count and a Viscount, aside from the difference in status and the number of guards they could employ, was the Divine Colosseum. The Divine Colosseum was a location where players could raise their combat power. Meanwhile, the Colosseum required magic crystals as currency. However, Viscounts or below would not receive any discounts at the Divine Colosseum. Only Counts or above would enjoy that benefit. This was also one of the reasons why many players had strived to increase their reputation and become Counts. That way, one could lessen the burden on their wallet compared to ordinary players. A Count's title held far more importance to players who owned private lands because Counts possessed much greater authority. This authority was also the capital that a player required if they wished to rise and succeed in a city. Chapter 617, Book of Legends. After the Great Demon Kildred died, Shifeng discovered a particularly interesting item. A design had dropped from the demon. However, this was no ordinary design. The design Kildred had dropped was nearly 4 times larger than ordinary design. Stable design. Shifeng could not help his shock after examining the item in God's domain. After players reached level 40, they could use mounts rather than relying on their own 2 feet to travel. Players could purchase common mounts from the various large cities. Of course, players were also required to have a certain amount of reputation before they could make this purchase. As for higher-ranking mounts, players could only obtain them through quests, raiding team dungeons, and killing high-ranking field bosses. Guild players had one other avenue to obtain a mount: the guild mount. Guild mounts were different from the generalized mounts that one could purchase from cities. They were mounts unique to guilds. They could also be considered the symbol of a guild. Not only did guild mounts possess higher movement speeds than common mounts, but they could also be upgraded. Only, upgrading a mount was very difficult. However, high-quality mounts were an ordinary player's dream. How could a guild obtain guild mounts? They could do so with the stable. In order to obtain a guild mount, a guild had to construct a stable in its residence and recruit NPCs to nurture the mount. Guild members could only purchase these mounts with guild contribution points in the past. to obtain a guild mount. Many independent players had desperately tried to join a guild. As for why they were so desperate to obtain a guild mount, aside from guild mounts having higher movement speed and being upgradable, the key benefit was that the mounts had unique appearances. Guild mounts had different appearances from the common mounts one could purchase from cities, so if one rode a guild mount while roaming a city streets, they would attract a lot of attention. Not only could a guild mount serve to raise the reputation of its rider, but they were great icebreakers. The mounts one could purchase from cities only consisted of horses. The only difference between them was their coloring. However, guild mounts were not limited to horses. There were many other rideable species. Based on Shifeng's knowledge, there were several thousand mount species in God's domain. Hence, most guilds would have their own unique mounts. Why were there so many species of guild mounts? It was because guild mounts were either wild beasts or demonic beasts that had been captured, tamed, cultivated, and propagated until they were finally rideable. This was why there were so many species available. Similarly, it was not easy for a guild to obtain a guild mount. This required a large amount of resources and manpower. Now that I have the stable design, I can push ahead with the plan to develop Zero Wings mount. Shifeng had considered a few locations where he could capture rare mounts in the past. The various large guilds throughout God's domain had headaches over the acquisition of their guild mounts. After all, depending on the beast they caught and the method they used to nurture said beast, the mount's attributes would be different. If a beast were nurtured properly, it could start with a rank close to bronze. The mount could also increase movement speed up to 115%. One could just imagine how beneficial this would be to a guild. While everyone used common mounts, they could obtain a mount that was close to bronze rank. With some additional nurturing, the guild would have a batch of bronze mounts. At bronze rank, mounts could assist players in battle. This alone would allow them to widen the gap between themselves and other players. Hence, in the past, the various large guilds would nurture the beasts they captured with extreme care to avoid a late start against other guilds. The sooner a guild possessed the stable design, the sooner they could start preparing their guild mounts. However, the stable design was extremely rare. The easiest method to obtain it was through raiding level 20 to level 60, 100-man team dungeons. Only, the drop rate for the design was abysmally low. In the past, even when guilds had offered to purchase a stable design for 5,000 or 6,000 gold, nobody was willing to sell theirs. Initially, Shifeng had planned to wait for everyone in the guild to grow stronger before raiding 100-man team dungeons. Now that the great demon Kildred had dropped this design, it had saved him plenty of time. After Shifeng stored the stable design excitedly, Charlene closed the Bible of Darkness and turned to Shifeng, saying softly, "Not bad. You actually managed to defeat the great demon Kildred. However, even though Kildred is dead, why is there still such a dense power of darkness lingering around you?" Seeing Charlene's confused expression, Shifeng quickly came to an understanding. He then retrieved Moloch's ring from his bag, saying, "This should be why." Moloch's ring. Charlene instantly recognized the ring. Surprised, she asked, "How did you get your hands on this ring?" "I stole it from a great demon called Nettle," Shifeng responded honestly. "Stole it?" Charlene's eyes narrowed suspiciously. She obviously did not believe Shifeng's claim. A tier 4 great demon at full power only needed to swing his hand to wipe Shifeng out of existence. Shifeng would simply not survive an attempt to steal the ring from the great demon. Are you really not afraid of death, or are you just that ignorant? You actually had the guts to remove the seal on the ring. Fortunately, you only obtained Moloch's ring now. I guess you're somewhat lucky. Legend has it that Moloch's ring is related to the fall of the Lord of Balrogs. Moreover, this ring is a complete legendary item. With your strength, this ring will devour you very quickly. Devour? Shifeng thought back to when the great demon Nettle had chased after him. If not for his good luck, he would have certainly died. When I say devour, I mean it in the literal sense. Do you really think a legendary item is easily controlled? Charlene rolled her eyes at Shifeng. Based on what I know, several hundred years ago, the demon that guarded this ring was a tier 5 great demon king. After that great demon king was devoured, it became the current great demon Nettle's turn to guard it. Shifeng broke out in cold sweat upon hearing these words. At this moment, Shifeng understood what Charlene was trying to say. The so-called guardian of Moloch's ring was nothing but a sacrifice for the ring to devour. Meanwhile, those demons had been unaware of the fact that they were sacrifices. To make matters worse, he had foolishly stolen the ring without knowing this fact. If even a Tier 5 Great Demon King had not been able to avoid its fate, with Shifeng's current strength, he stood absolutely no chance against Moloch's ring in the past. In order to seal this ring, 10 Tier 5 powerhouses sacrificed themselves. Now that you have removed one of the seals, if you wish to seal it again, you will need the help of at least 3 Tier 5 classes. Otherwise, no matter where you go, you will not be able to hide from your fate. Seeing Shifeng's grim expression, Charlene could not help but laugh as she said, "However, I have also said that you are somewhat lucky." Lucky? Shifeng grew curious. That's ring. Your luck is quite good. You were able to obtain the real Bible of Darkness. If you had returned with a replica, even I would have no way to save your little life. Charlene rubbed her forehead lightly, saying seriously, "The Bible of Darkness is a treasure made by the Lord of Destruction. If one wields the Bible of Darkness, they can rule over every demon in existence. The Lord of Balrogs is no exception. As for why the Bible of Darkness is capable of ruling over demons, it is because the Bible is the origin of all demons. All demons have evolved from the Bible. With the Bible of Darkness, one possessed the power to restrain all demons. Of course, in its current state, it won't be able to suppress Moloch's ring. Only the complete Bible of Darkness has the power to do so. What you need to do now is repair the Bible of Darkness. Do you understand?" Chapter 618, Target, Tier 2. Repair the Bible of Darkness? Shifeng laughed bitterly. In God's domain, some fragmented legendary items could be repaired to their peak conditions, which was legendary rank. However, very few fragmented legendary items could actually be repaired. Otherwise, legendary items wouldn't have been so rare in the past. In the case of the fragmented legendary ranked Heavenly Dragon's Breath, the ring's description clearly expressed how it could be repaired. In the case of the Bible of Darkness, however, the description only provided a vague clue. How was he supposed to repair it? Of course, it won't be easy to repair the Bible of Darkness. With your current strength, you can't repair it at all. Fortunately, you have only removed one seal on Moloch's ring thus far. You still have enough time to prepare, Charlene said slowly after perceiving the current state of Moloch's ring with her magic. Lady Charlene, how long do I have? Shifeng asked rather anxiously. That depends on you. Charlene smiled as she glanced at Shifeng. Me? Shifeng was stunned. That's right. The stronger you are, the more time Moloch's ring will need to accumulate enough power to devour you. Based on your current level, you have roughly 50 to 60 days. It would be the best if you reach Tier 2 within 50 days. If you can do so, Moloch's ring will require far more power to devour you. Of course, there is a catch. If you continue releasing the seals on the ring, the speed at which the ring accumulates power will grow. Hence, the deadline depends on you. Hearing Charlene's explanation, Shifeng immediately came to a realization. In the past, the first top-tier expert to have been promoted to a Tier 2 class appeared 3 months after God's domain launched. However, Shifeng was a Blade Saint. He required twice as much EXP as ordinary classes to level up. Although he was a reincarnator, it would still be somewhat difficult for him to become a Tier 2 class within 50 days. The issue wasn't leveling speed, but that the advancement quest was too challenging and time-consuming. Hence, in the past, even top-tier experts had only obtained their Tier 2 classes 3 months after the game launched. The advancement quest for hidden classes were far more difficult, and the time required to complete them was much longer. If he had to complete his advancement quest within 50 days, he really didn't have much confidence of succeeding. If he had 60 days instead, then he would have significantly more confidence. Yet, the deadline Charlene had given him ranged between 50 and 60 days. Who knew how much time he actually had? Because of how specific Charlene was, Shifeng even began to wonder if the main god system set such a deadline purposefully. You are already very lucky. If you had not acquired the Bible of Darkness, Moloch's ring would not have required so much time to devour you. However, with your current strength, you have no chance of repairing the Bible of Darkness. Look for me again once you are promoted to Tier 2. Charlene waved her hand lightly. The Bible of Darkness then floated to and hovered before Shifeng. Oh, right. Don't forget about the task I gave you. Finished speaking, Charlene vanished. There was no trace of her throughout the Star Moon Hall. This is will projection. Feng stated, shocked when he saw Charlene disappear. Will projection was not a profound skill or something similar. It was an ordinary Tier 4 skill. In the past, many Tier 4 magical class players had known how to use the skill. However, the doppelganger summoned through will projection only possessed a small portion of the original strength. The doppelganger could not be used as a fighting force. It was a skill normally used for probing and reconnaissance. Yet, it had not been Charlene who had summoned a demon gate and suppressed a Tier 4 great demon with a Tier 5 curse, but her doppelganger. Charlene had easily completed these feats by relying on a weakened copy. In terms of strength, she definitely stood at the very top among Tier 5 NPCs. When Feng recovered from his shock, he discovered that the Bible of Darkness had undergone some changes. Bible of Darkness, fragmented legendary item. The Bible of Darkness had been destroyed during the Great Destruction. However, the power of darkness contained within the Bible is extreme. If one can gather the other fragments, they can restore the Bible's power, gaining dominance over all demonic creatures and become the Lord of Demons. Skill 1. Demon Summoning, summons the demon gate with the power of darkness, calling forth a random demon that is no higher than 1 tier and 10 levels than the summoner. Maximum tier cannot exceed Tier 5. The holder of the Bible of Darkness can command the summoned demon for up to 5 hours cooldown, 3 hours. Skill 2. Gate of Darkness, allows teleportation to the Dark Denver. Can also be used in the Dark Den to teleport to the outside world. Can teleport a maximum of 5 people at a single time cooldown, 1 day. Skill 3. Light of Darkness, strengthen a player with the power of darkness, allowing said player to wield the power of darkness. Can strengthen up to a maximum of 600 people. Every player strengthened provides 1 source of darkness to the wielder of the Bible of Darkness. Skill 4. Power of Darkness, fill your body with the power of darkness, increasing all attributes by 60%, decreasing cooldown of all skills by 30%, and increase damage by 50%. Duration will be equal to the number of source of darkness * 1 second. Power of Darkness cannot stack. Can only strengthen players up to a maximum of Tier 5 classes. Cooldown, 6 hours. So, that's the case. It's no wonder Fantasy Extinguisher had stopped using the Bible of Darkness replica after reaching Tier 4. Feng was overjoyed after seeing the Bible of Darkness's attributes in the past. There had been 2 reasons why Fantasy Extinguisher was able to become a tyrant among Tier 3 classes. One was his reliance on the demon he summoned, and the other was the power of darkness. However, the demons Fantasy Extinguisher could summon had only been as strong as their summoner, possessing the same tier. Moreover, he could only summon a maximum of 1 demon at a time. Even so, it had been quite impressive. After all, a demon of the same tier was a lot more powerful than a monster of the same tier. Although it still could not compare to a fine gold-ranked personal guard, demons that died could be resummoned. On the other hand, if a player's personal guard died, they would have to go through a lot of trouble to resurrect said guard. However, the Bible of Darkness replica Fantasy Extinguisher had obtained most likely could only be used up to Tier 3. On the other hand, the real article in Feng's hand could be used up to Tier 5. The gap between the real and the fake was massive. The most frightening aspect of the real Bible of Darkness was the fact that it was capable of summoning a demon that was 1 rank higher than the summoner. Feng was currently Tier 1, so he could summon a Tier 2 demon. When he reached Tier 2, he would be able to summon a Tier 3 demon. With this, who could possibly challenge him? The only unfortunate thing was that the skill summoned a random demon. There was no guarantee that he would summon a demon of a higher tier. Meanwhile, Power of Darkness was a berserk skill that was famous throughout God's domain. Although the skill did not increase one's attributes much, its duration was extremely long. It was at least 2 or 3 times longer than ordinary berserker skills. Moreover, there were no side effects. Fantasy Extinguisher's Power of Darkness lasted 6 minutes, while mine can last up to 10 minutes. Even the number of people I can buff has increased to 600. Shifeng's heart burned with passion when he thought of forming his own Black Demon Legion, a Black Demon Legion with a total of 600 members. As long as the members of the Black Demon Legion were around the same level, they could definitely go on a crusade against a town controlled by the forces of darkness, capturing it and constructing their own guild town. Shifeng then stored the Bible of Darkness. The Bible of Darkness was not equipment. It could take effect even from inside a bag. Hence, it was extremely difficult for others to plunder it. Now that Shifeng had the Bible of Darkness, he would not waste any more time. He immediately departed from the library and headed towards Zero Wing's residence by way of horse carriage. On his way, Shifeng contacted Aqua Rose. Aqua, have the members of the main force gather at the residence. Shifeng said, guild leader, the main force is currently raiding a dungeon. Our efforts will go down the drain if we recall them now. Many guilds in White River City have already reached the final boss. Aqua Rose did not understand Shifeng's intentions. Currently, the various large guilds in White River City desperately vied for the first clear of the 50-man team dungeon, Ruins of the Crow God. If they recalled Zero Wing's main force right now, they would have wasted a lot of precious time. Relax, it won't be a problem. Shifeng was very familiar with the final boss in the Ruins of the Crow God. It will not be that easy to raid. Smiling, he said, moreover, I'm calling them back to help them clear the dungeon. Guild leader, are you serious? Aqua Rose grew excited. To conquer the Ruins of the Crow God, the various large guilds had tried every hand and exhausted every ounce of brainpower they had. They have never encountered such a difficult dungeon boss before. They were truly helpless against it. Everyone could only try to force their way through the boss again and again. If they had a raiding strategy, then they would have a much easier time dominating the dungeon. Of course. When have I ever lied to you? Shifeng laughed. Okay. I'll notify them right away. Aqua Rose's eyes shone with renewed passion. After disconnecting her call with Shifeng, she immediately notified Zero Wing's main force. Chapter 619, Generation of Talents. Inside the 50-man team dungeon, the Ruins of the Crow God, a black crow that stood over 30 meters high currently spewed endless blue flames, turning the surrounding landscape into a sea of fire. Any players that came into contact with these blue flames would die within 3 seconds. This black crow was none other than the final boss of the dungeon, the Bluefire Crow King. Bluefire Crow King, High Lord, level 28. HP 10,000/10,000,000. Although a High Lord ranked dungeon boss was slightly weaker than a field boss of the same level and rank, its HP was several times higher. In addition, dungeon bosses also possessed some special skills, making them much harder to take down than field bosses. It was especially true for the final boss of a dungeon. These bosses usually possessed very high intelligence, so they knew how to strike at a team's weak points. Because of this, survival demanded significantly more cooperation between players. To put it simply, the final boss of a dungeon was a test of sorts of a team's ability to work with each other. If one wished to emerge victorious against such a boss, there were only 2 ways to do so. The first was to rely on the composite strength of teamwork, the second was to rely on overwhelming power. However, to the current players in God's domains, both were extremely hard to achieve. Careful. Dodge the flames. Anyone who has touched the flames, distance yourselves from the group immediately. Fire Dance shouted sternly. These blue flames were one of the Bluefire Crow King's team wipe skills. It would have been fine if the Sea of Fire only prevented players from approaching the High Lord. However, these flames were like a plague. Players who had touched the fire would inflict -2,000 damage to other players within a radius of 10 yards once every 3 seconds. That amount of damage was more than half of a cloth armor class's HP. Moreover, this plague formed a chain reaction, jumping from player to player as they neared their teammates. If not dealt with properly, the debuff would make quick work of the entire team. Fortunately, none of the 50 players present were greenhorns. They had already fought the Bluefire Crow King dozens of times, so every one of them was extremely familiar with the High Lord's attacks. The moment the Crow King began to spew the blue flames, everyone instantly moved to dodge the attack. However, the flames still struck a few unfortunate players, so they had no choice but to distance themselves from the rest of the team. After the Bluefire Crow King stopped spewing its fire, it squinted as it focused on one of the healers standing at the rear line. Flapping its wings, it created a storm as it soared into the sky. The Crow King then spread its massive wings, blotting out the sun as it prepared to swoop down towards that healer. Damn! It's targeting Violet. Fire Dance frowned. Hurriedly, she shouted, "Cola, use Iron Will." Ow! Cola, who was as robust as a bear, shouted. In the blink of an eye, his body began to emit a golden glow, making it impossible for others to ignore him. Cola instantly attracted the Crow King's attention. The crow wings steel-like wings then descended on Cola's head. Iron Will, Tier 1 skill, forces all nearby enemies to attack user and increases defense by 70% for 4 seconds. If enemy ignores user, strength increases by 70%, speed increases by 100%, and damage increases by 100% for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. A Guardian Knight's strength was already quite high. If Cola's strength increased by another 70% and his damage increased by another 100%, even a boss of the same level would find his attacks too much to bear. Hence, the Crow King had no choice but to attack Cola. Boom! The Crow King's black wings possessed a massive amount of attack power. Upon contact, the boss repelled Cola, the Guardian Knight having no choice but to retreat 8 steps before he could stabilize himself. Despite having blocked the attack with his shield, Cola still received over -800 damage. Its battering dive really packs a punch. Cola hurriedly used his shield to block the High Lord's follow-up attacks. Every collision numbed his arms and forced him to retreat by multiple steps. If his defense had not been increased by 70%, he would have easily received over 1,000 damage. The Crow King would attack more than a dozen times in quick succession when using battering dive. If Cola received every single attack, he would die without question. While Cola's HP rapidly decreased, Violet Cloud, who stood at the rear of the team, waved her jade-like hand. Healing spells then landed on Cola, one after another, causing Cola's HP to yo-yo. Her heals were very timely. In the end, Violet Cloud managed to stabilize Cola's HP above a safe threshold, letting the Guardian Knight avoid the fate of instant death at the hands of the Bluefire Crow King. Thanks to Violet Cloud's precise and powerful healing, the entire team had an easy time dealing with the Bluefire Crow King. Violet Cloud was the only healer responsible for the lead MT. This situation freed the other healers to focus on keeping the other members of the team alive, allowing the team to avoid losing members to one of the boss's minor skills. Meanwhile, the other ranged classes took the opportunity to barrage the High Lord with a stream of attacks. When Cola's Iron Will ended, the Bluefire Crow King shifted its focus back to Violet Cloud. However, just as the Crow King was about to deal with the Astromancer, the female Guardian Knight, Turtledove, similarly activated Iron Will and forced the Crow King to attack her instead. Turtledove was a Guardian Knight Sherfong had encountered in White River City's teleportation hall during the incident with the Mechanical Slayer. Back then, she had only been at the standard of an elite player. Now, however, she had become a member of Zero Wing's main force. Of Zero Wing's Guardian Knights, she was only inferior to Cola and Yiwumian. Unfortunately, as her equipment was slightly inferior, she required 2 healers to maintain her HP above a safe threshold. While the MTs held the boss, Fire Dance and the other melee players of the team assaulted the Bluefire Crow King with a continuous stream of attacks. The true fire blades in Fire Dance's hands transformed into countless streaks of light. Every one of her attacks dealt over -1,000 damage. The total damage Fire Dance dealt surpassed even Blackie, who wielded an epic staff. Meanwhile, among the melee players, one berserker stood out like a sore thumb. Although this berserker's weapon was only a level 25 fine gold greatsword, his total damage ranked 7th in the entire team. He was none other than Shadow Sword, the person who had accompanied Turtledove during the Mechanical Slayer incident. Shadow Sword was almost equally matched with Rampant Blade, one of the 5 demon generals, and the berserker ranked 6th in terms of total damage within the team. However, unlike Shadow Sword, the weapon Rampant Blade used was a level 25 dark gold two-handed saber. However, although Rampant Blade's weapon possessed significantly higher attack power than Shadow Sword's fine gold greatsword, the two berserkers were almost equal in terms of their total damage. One could see clearly just how high Shadow Sword's skill completion rate was. Shadow, you're improving too fast. Your skill completion rate was roughly 78% yesterday, yet, today, it's sitting at 80%. It seems that my position as number 1 berserker will soon be in danger, Rampant Blade said, depressed. That's because you're not working hard enough. Shadow Sword has either been raiding dungeons or visiting the Divine Colosseum to improve himself, Yi Wumian, who had been the workshop's past leader, said contemptuously. Alright, enough. Focus on the boss. Fire Dance reprimanded. In reality, other than Shadow Sword, many other powerful recruits had joined Zero Wing's main force. This allowed the strength of Zero Wing's current main force to improve significantly. At this point in the fight, the Bluefire Crow King only had 50% of its HP remaining. Die, intruders, the Bluefire Crow King bellowed. Cola, take care of the boss. The other MTs and melees will deal with the small mobs. Fire Dance shouted, her expression turning grim a moment later. Over a dozen 3-meter-tall Bluefire Crows descended from the sky. Every one of these Bluefire Crows was a level 28 special elite, each with 300,000 HP. It would be extremely difficult with them all. If players did not dispatch these Bluefire Crows swiftly, these monsters would grow using the only skill they possessed, growth. When the Bluefire Crows used this skill, they would instantly become chieftain-ranked monsters, their maximum HPs reaching 700,000. If the battle dragged on for too long, they could even become lords that possessed 1,500,000 HP. Even a more powerful team could not contend with a high lord in addition to over a dozen lords. A few minutes later, a group of players emerged from the ruins of the Crow God's resurrection point. Meanwhile, quite a few teams took this chance to relax around the resurrection point. Among them were the various large guilds of White River City. The Bluefire Crow King had wiped them all out. When everyone saw this new group of players appear, they all could not help but gaze at these players with admiration. This group was none other than Zero Wing's main force. They were the team with the best equipment of all the teams in White River City. Those Bluefire Crows are too difficult to deal with. Our overall DPS is still too low, Blackie stated dispiritedly. It would be awesome if Guild Leader joined us. With his DPS, we can breeze through this boss. The other members of Zero Wing's main force nodded in agreement. In their opinion, Shifeng was no longer a human. He alone could serve as an entire team. Suddenly, Fire Dance received a call from Aqua Rose. After exchanging a few words, joy appeared on Fire Dance's face. Let's head back to the city and rest for a bit, Fire Dance said through the team chat. Return? Aren't we supposed to try 5 or 6 more times today? Blackie asked, surprised. Didn't you want Guild Leader to raid with us? Fire Dance grinned. Guild Leader has just returned, and he's telling us to head back to the residence immediately. He says that he has something to tell us and that it's related to the dungeon. Really? Everyone was suddenly excited. We'll know once we get back. Saying so, Fire Dance took out a return scroll and began chanting. Everyone else followed her example, one after another. Look! Zero Wing's main force is leaving. Are they giving up on the dungeon? Probably. The final boss of the ruins of the Crow God is really too powerful. They must have guessed that no team will clear it anytime soon, so why bother wasting their time here? Many teams that had watched Zero Wing carefully before chatting among themselves. Chapter 620, Frightening Power of Darkness. After Zero Wing's main force left the ruins of the Crow God, the news spread like wildfire. If one were to point out which guild in White River City had the highest chances of obtaining the first clear of the ruins of the Crow God, it would undoubtedly be Zero Wing. Not only did Zero Wing's team possess excellent equipment, but it also had plenty of experts. Following Zero Wing would be overwhelming Smile and the other guilds. It was especially true for the recently established guild, Heaven's Burial. The new guild's rating speed was only slightly slower than Zero Wing and Overwhelming Smile leader. It seems that Zero Wing has left, a level 28 ranger in gray reported to a youth in white robes. Everyone's already at the point of clearing the dungeon, yet, Zero Wing has given up. The white-robed youth pondered the situation. He was greatly confused about Zero Wing's actions. Leader, Zero Wing must have determined that they aren't able to raid the final boss and gave up, a gorgeous woman wearing low-cut crimson robes commented, smirking. Everyone talks about how Zero Wing has so many experts. Now, however, it seems that they only amount to this. Despite our Heaven's Burial having such a late start, we still caught up to Zero Wing's raid progression of the ruins of the Crow God, reaching the third phase of the final boss. As long as we familiarize ourselves with the boss's third phase, today might be the day we surpass Zero Wing and become the first guild in White River City to reach the fourth phase of the final boss. Hearing this beautiful woman's words, pride appeared on every face in the team. Leader, just ignore Zero Wing. We are the experts the company has recruited. Zero Wing arrived in White River City only a few days before us. If we had arrived earlier, Zero Wing would not necessarily be White River City's overlord, a tall and robust level 28 berserker said, laughing. Although Heaven's Burial was a newly established guild, the power backing the guild was much stronger than even the power behind Overwhelming Smile. Moreover, their company had paid a huge price to recruit quite a few well-known experts in the virtual gaming world. Among them, the commander of Heaven's Burial's main force, Flame Blood, had been crowned as one of the top 10 newcomers of the virtual gaming world during the previous year. He had once been an expert who had become an overlord in a large-scale virtual reality game. Now that Flame Blood and so many other experts have arrived in White River City, if they could not surpass Zero Wing, they would have wasted their many years of playing virtual reality games indeed. Regardless of what Zero Wing does, we will be the ones to obtain the first clear of the ruins of the Crow God, Flame Blood said, revealing a refreshing smile. Soon, Ghost Shadow and the others will arrive. At that time, Heaven's Burial will claim the ruins of the Crow God in one fell swoop. Hearing the name Ghost Shadow, a hint of reverence appeared in everyone's eyes. The Ghost Shadow Workshop was one of the industry's first-rate gaming workshop. It had came conflicted with super guilds in many virtual reality games before. The strength of the workshop's core members was extraordinary. Meanwhile, in terms of popularity, Ghost Shadow was even superior to the Snow Goddess, Gentle Snow, and the guild leader of Star Alliance, Galaxy Pass. 2 days ago, the company successfully purchased Ghost Shadow Workshop, rebranding the workshop's members as members of Heaven's Burial. Heaven's Burial's strength soared instantly and even showed signs of surpassing Zero Wing. Aside from Heaven's Burial, Overwhelming Smile had also made ample preparations in order to conquer the ruins of the Crow God. War Wolf, who had been based in Maple City, had come to White River City. In addition, he brought with him a group of experts with domineering auras. If Sure Feng were present, he would definitely be shocked, as a few of War Wolf's team actually consisted of Ouroboros's top combatants. Among them was the gifted Soaring Snake, who had undergone a massive change. Not only had he reached level 29, but he also carried 2 blue longswords whose quality could not be determined. The 2 longswords looked identical, and it was obvious that they were a set. Brother Wolf, now that Zero Wing has given up, the rest will be up to you. Feng Xianyang addressed War Wolf respectfully. After facing a series of failures, Feng Xuanyang's position in Underworld had fallen significantly. However, he had not given up. As long as Overwhelming Smile obtained the first clear of the ruins of the Crow God, he still had a chance to make a comeback. Hence, he had specifically invited War Wolf and the others to help him. Young Master Feng, you can rest assured. God's domain is not a one-man game. Even if Black Flame is more powerful, his capabilities inside a large-scale dungeon are limited. With Boss Wolf taking the lead with our expert support, the ruins of the Crow God's first clear will be ours for the taking, an elementalist said confidently. War Wolf only nodded silently. After the third evolution of God's domain, the powers backing the various large guilds had begun placing importance on the experts in God's domain. As War Wolf possessed extraordinary strength, his position in Underworld rose rapidly. Not only did Underworld supply him and his team with all sorts of resources, but the organization had also mobilized the guilds under their control in order to gear up War Wolf and the others. In terms of equipment, their team was only slightly inferior to Zero Wing's main force right now. While Overwhelming Smile and Heaven's Burial prepared to go all out in raiding the ruins of the Crow God, things were getting extraordinarily lively in Zero Wing's residence in White River City. Guild leader is finally willing to lead us in a dungeon. I want to see just what sort of reaction those bastards from Overwhelming Smile will have once we leave them in our dust. Cola laughed loudly. Guild leader said that he would lead us in a dungeon the last time. He's finally fulfilling his promise, Yi Wumian said, laughing as well. Zero Wing had already proven its strength to the public many a time through the wars they've participated in. However, regardless of how capable a guild was in PvP, their ability to raid large-scale dungeons was far more important. Only when they obtained the first clear of the ruins of the Crow God would they truly stabilize their position as White River City's overlords. Otherwise, other guilds would always try to rise up and overtake Zero Wing. However, compared to White River City's overlord position, what everyone truly anticipated was for Shifeng to lead them in a large-scale dungeon personally. That way, they could learn far more from him. It would be a huge help towards improving their own strength. A moment later, the doors of the meeting room abruptly opened. Shifeng slowly entered the room. He had already used the demon mask to recover Black Flame's appearance. Although there were no changes to Black Flame's character, his aura was much stronger than before. Everyone was shocked by this change. Originally, Shifeng's aura had been contained, making him seem like only an ordinary passerby. However, after undergoing a series of challenges that pushed him to his very limits, his strength had improved vastly. At this moment, his previous strength could not compare. He would require some time before he could sheath his aura once more. Taking his seat on the guild leader's throne, Shifeng swept a glance over everyone present and said slowly, "The reason why I've called you guys back is to notify you of one thing. You could also say that this is a core secret of Zero Wing." Upon hearing the words, core secret, everyone immediately fell silent. "There's no point in just telling you. I'll give you a demonstration," Shifeng announced, smiling faintly. He then shifted his gaze to the Berserker Shadow Sword, saying, "Shadow Sword, come over here for a moment." Shadow Sword revered Shifeng. Ever since watching Shifeng battle at the teleportation hall, Shadow Sword had been mesmerized by Shifeng's combat techniques. He had watched and learned from Shifeng's battle videos repeatedly, hoping to grasp even the tiniest fraction of Shifeng's techniques. Hearing Shifeng call for him, despite his normal calm, he involuntarily grew excited. Immediately, he walked up to his guild leader. Shifeng stretched out his hand, a black ball the size of a fist suddenly condensing in his palm. The center of the ball looked like a miniature universe. It was fascinating. Shifeng snapped his fingers. This black ball then melded into Shadow Sword's body. When this black ball vanished into Shadow Sword's body, the Berserker's aura changed. Suddenly, Shadow Sword released a frightening aura resembling that of a demonic beast. "This is..." Shadow Sword looked at himself in shock. He had never experienced such a strong force before. With Shadow Sword's astounded reaction, there was no need to mention everyone else's, who possessed acute 5 senses so strong. Fire Dance faintly felt a sense of danger when she looked at Shadow Sword. Chapter 621, Sensation. As the commander of Zero Wing's main force, Fire Dance had a very clear understanding of every member's strength. Although Shadow Sword had improved quite significantly during this period, his combat power only ranked slightly above average for the team. He was not capable of making her feel even the slightest hint of danger. However, the Shadow Sword standing before her was vastly different. It was as if he had transformed into an ancient beast, dangerous and threatening. In the blink of an eye, after receiving Lei Bao and Shifeng's continuous guidance, Fire Dance had mostly learned how to control her body's power. She had already taken half a step into the refinement realm. Her skill completion rates hovered around 85% as a result. She was considered a true top-tier expert after factoring in the powerful attributes of her Tier 1 set equipment, the Dark Melody set equipment. Very few players could triumph over her. Only monsters like Shifeng could possibly defeat her. Yet, now, Fire Dance felt that Shadow Sword had a chance against her. One could just imagine how massive of a buff Shadow Sword had received. Guild leader, what is going on here? Aqua Rose fixed her gaze on Shifeng. She very much wanted to know what had just happened. Everyone present turned to Shifeng as well, all of them sharing the same thought as Aqua Rose. If a few more of their team members suddenly become as strong as Shadow Sword, they would no longer be stuck at the Bluefire Crow King's third phase. Every player here was a core member of Zero Wing. To ordinary players, they were considered absolute experts. Not only did they possess incomparably acute senses, but their intuitions were also very sensitive. Only by sheathing one's aura perfectly could they fool these players. Shifeng during their previous encounter was an example. Before this, he could hide his aura completely and disguise himself as an ordinary passerby. Players only realized what a monster Shifeng actually was after he took action. Seeing the fervent gazes directed at him, Shifeng could not help but laugh as he said, "I obtained an item that can increase a player's strength. As for how much of an improvement it grants, you guys can see that for yourselves." The power of darkness could increase a player's basic attributes by 30%. An increase of 30% was the equivalent of a player's combat power reaching a whole new level. For example, if a player possessed Tier 1 intermediate combat power, after their attributes increased by 30%, their combat power would approach the peak of Tier 1. Shadow Sword was currently level 28, and his strength was near the top of Tier 1 intermediate. He was close to approaching Tier 1 advanced. After the power of darkness's enhancement, his combat power would rise to the peak of Tier 1. Meanwhile, Fire Dance, who was currently level 30, already possessed combat power at the peak of Tier 1. Facing Shadow Sword, who similarly possessed combat power at the peak of Tier 1, it was only natural for Fire Dance to feel some danger from the Berserker. Of course, the power of darkness did not permanently increase a player's attributes. Rather, it gave players a berserk skill that they could activate freely. Only, this Berserker skill had a slightly longer duration than ordinary berserk skills. The power of darkness lasted a full 10 minutes and had a cooldown of 5 hours. Shadow Sword's sudden strength boost was due to the fact that the power of darkness had just melded with the Berserker, resulting in the berserk skill activating immediately. However, this effect only lasted several seconds. Once it was over, the berserk skill would become an active skill that players could use at any time. This had been the true power of the Black Demon Legion. Berserk skills were extremely rare in the entire God's domain. If every member of a legion possessed a berserk skill that lasted 10 full minutes, one could just imagine how frightening they would be. This was also why the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Blood Legion had not been a match for the Fantasy Shrine's Black Demon Legion in the past. Guild leader, how many people can that tool strengthen? As the vice leader of the guild, Aqua Rose was particularly concerned about this. If they could enhance many players, they could definitely raise the main force's combat power to a whole new level. Everyone's hearts began to pound upon hearing Aqua Rose's question. They, too, wished to become stronger like Shadow Sword. However, they all knew that such a buff could only be used on a limited number of players. It would not be easy to obtain a spot for themselves. Relax. Every member of the main force can obtain this power. Shifeng did not reveal the exact numbers to his guildmates. There were a total of 100 members in Zero Wing's main force. In addition, there were 200 reserve members. The 600 slots he had on hand were more than enough to go around everyone. Guild leader, you're not joking, right? Aqua Rose was inwardly thunderstruck. She seriously doubted Shifeng's claim. If every member of Zero Wing's main force could possess this power, then they could display astonishing combat power. Not to mention the hard mode ruins of the Crow God, they could even try hell mode. I have not finished. I plan to choose some members from the second echelon to form the Black Demon Legion. This legion will focus on dealing with field bosses and 20-man hell mode team dungeons. I'll leave this matter to you, Aqua. Shifeng did not wish to waste his remaining power of darkness in the past. One of the duties of the Fantasy Shrine's Black Demon Legion was to grind and collect equipment through raiding various 10-man and 20-man hell mode team dungeons in a guild. Even the elite teams would struggle to raid 10-man and 20-man hell mode team dungeons. With the power of darkness, however, the difficulty of dungeons would fall sharply. It would be much easier to clear dungeons in the future. It was also this reason that had allowed the Fantasy Shrine to amass a ton of wealth. The greatest asset they could gain from raiding hell mode dungeons was magic crystals. Normal mode dungeons very rarely dropped magic crystals. However, it was a different story for hell mode dungeons. The drop rate in hell mode dungeons was more than 10 times that of normal mode. The magic crystals could then be used to train the guild's elites and experts. Hence, Fantasy Shrine's overall strength had steadily increased in the past. In the end, the guild had become the overlord of the Black Dragon Empire, and even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had been forced to give way to Fantasy Shrine in this life. Shifeng could use the power of darkness on far more players than Fantasy Extinguisher had been able to. Naturally, he had to utilize this benefit properly. A short moment later, every official member of Zero Wing's main force received the power of darkness. To Fire Dance and Violet Cloud, a 30% increase in attributes was colossal. Their combat power had already been at the peak of Tier 1. After using the power of darkness, they even qualified to contend with a Lord, which was the equivalent of a Tier 2 class, by themselves. Although they still could not win against a Lord, they could hold one off for a relatively long time. They could almost rival a great expert such as War Wolf. Only, they still lacked techniques. After strengthening the main force, Shifeng led Fire Dance and the others towards the ruins of the Crow God. Although Shifeng still had many things he needed to attend to, such as the teleportation magic array and the stables, the construction of these two required materials. These materials could only be obtained from large-scale team dungeons. Hence, there was no point in focusing on those items for now. An hour or so later, ruins of the Crow God. An extremely tense atmosphere surrounded the 50-man team dungeon. Players crowded the vast plains around the ruins. The majority of these players consisted of guild players. The various large guilds in White River City knew that this was the juncture for the final sprint to claim the first clear of the ruins of the Crow God. It was highly possible that a lucky guild would obtain the first clear in the next second. Hence, many guilds' members anxiously waited outside the dungeon's entrance. If their guild's team required any tasks or additional supplies, these idle members would rush to get it done or delivered. Look. It's Zero Wing. Huh? Why are they here again? I thought they gave up. I don't think so. Look, even Black Flame has shown up. They must plan to go all out. This is going to be interesting. Just before this, Heaven's Burial also received backup from a group of experts. I heard that those experts were members of the Ghost Shadow Workshop. Every one of them is incredibly strong. As for Overwhelming Smile, they, too, dispatched a lot of experts. I wonder which of the three will emerge wearing the crown. I'm betting on Heaven's Burial. They have Ghost Shadow leading the team. Even super guilds are trying to annex the Ghost Shadow Workshop. Moreover, Heaven's Burial entered the dungeon a while ago. Zero Wing has only just arrived. Most likely, they are already too late. Upon noticing Zero Wing's arrival, everyone in front of the ruins of the Crow God began chatting among themselves. Guild leader, we have trouble. I've heard of Ghost Shadow before. He is definitely an expert among experts. Moreover, he has a group of reliable teammates with him. Now that they've been in the dungeon for quite some time, it will be difficult to compete over the first clear. Aqua Rose frowned slightly. She had heard plenty about Ghost Shadow. Shifeng shook his head. Laughing, he said, who says we're competing over the first clear of hard mode? Everyone turned to Shifeng in shock. However, before they could react, Shifeng selected the dungeon's Hell mode difficulty. In the next moment, every member of the team was teleported into the dungeon. Chapter 622, Power that Causes Despair. Look. That's the teleportation gate for Hell mode. That's impossible, right? Is Zero Wing actually challenging the Hell mode ruins of the Crow God? Have they lost their minds? I heard that the ruins' final boss is a great lord. It's many times stronger than a high lord ranked boss. There's no way any of these guilds can beat something so strong. Could Zero Wing's team leader have chosen the wrong difficulty? When everyone outside the ruins of the Crow God saw the pair of pitch-black teleportation gates and the flickering skull behind it, their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The final boss of hard mode already made them feel powerless. None of them even humored the thought of raiding Hell mode. Shortly after Shifeng and the others entered the dungeon, the news quickly spread throughout White River City. No one who heard it could bring themselves to believe that it was true. Meanwhile, if one had to point out who was most shocked by the news, then it would be White River City's various large guilds. Now that White River City's long period of development had come to an end, the city contained well over 100 guilds. Meanwhile, as White River City's overlord, Zero Wing constantly received attention from many of these guilds. They actually dare challenge Hell mode even though they still haven't cleared hard mode. I never thought that Black Flame would be so foolhardy. When Feng Xianyang received the latest news regarding Zero Wing, he could not contain his mocking smile. Underworld's information network covered over a dozen kingdoms and multiple empires. As part of Underworld's middle management, Feng Xianyang knew exactly what the hell mode of a 50-man team dungeon represented. Despair. Of all these kingdoms and empires, there were several top-tier large guilds that had already conquered the hard mode of a 50-man team dungeon. Yet, out of all of these guilds, not a single one had managed to defeat the first boss of hell mode. They had not even managed to drop the boss's HP below 90%. No matter which MT they tried, everyone died from a single hit. It was useless, regardless of how many healers the team had. In the end, these top-tier large guilds had no choice but to give up on raiding the hell mode of their respective 50-man team dungeons and had to shift their focus to 100-man team dungeons instead. Previously, Zero Wing had only reached the third phase of the Bluefire Crow King, yet, now, they were actually trying to challenge hell mode. Even with 3 or 4 sure Fengs, they still had no chance. Meanwhile, inside the ruins of the Crow God. Regarding the environment, there were not many differences between the hell mode and hard mode ruins of the Crow God. Collapsed shrines and towering statues littered the ruins at this moment. However, Fire Dance and the others were extraordinarily tensed. Every one of them wore somber expressions. Haven't you guys fought up to the final boss of this place already? Why are you all so nervous? Shi Feng could not help but laugh as he looked at his teammates. He was the only one who had not drawn his weapons, ready to fight at a moment's notice. Team dungeons were different from 6-man party dungeons. Team dungeons only refreshed once every 3 days. It did not make a difference if one cleared normal, hard, or hell mode. Moreover, in team dungeons, bosses and monsters would not respawn even if the team decided to change difficulties midway. Teams would not be able to kill bosses that they had already defeated. Depending on which boss a team fought up to, they would simply continue from the same boss after switching difficulties. Only, the strength of the remaining monsters and bosses would change according to the new difficulty. There was a difference between the team dungeons in God's domain and those in other virtual reality games. Unlike other virtual reality games, the difficulty setting of team dungeons could only be increased, not decreased. In other words, if a team raided hard mode and defeated the first boss, but failed to defeat the second boss, they were not allowed to lower the difficulty to normal mode to continue raiding the dungeon from there. If they wished to change the difficulty of the dungeon, they could only raise it to hell mode. Previously, Fire Dance and the others had fought up to the final boss. Now that they had selected hell mode difficulty, the path to the final boss was quite safe. Everyone felt a little embarrassed when they heard Shi Feng's questions. They had an instinctive fear of hell mode. Alright, let's take a look at the Bluefire Crow King, Shi Feng said, laughing. Fire Dance then led the way towards the final boss's nest. Meanwhile, as Shi Feng followed, he called up the system interface. He was currently level 34 and was already far above the maximum level limit, level 30, to obtain the dungeon's first clear. He needed to reduce his level. Moreover, the hell mode Bluefire Crow King was not a trivial opponent. Even if he had 4 additional levels of attributes, it would not make a huge difference. Converting those levels and attributes into combat power would be far more beneficial. Shi Feng selected his skill window and clicked on Flame Burst. He leveled up the skill without hesitation at level 9. Flame Burst was already an impressively domineering skill. After the Flame Burst icon flashed a few times, the skill upgraded to Tier 1, Level 5. The skill's stats increased significantly as well. Flame Burst Tier 1, Level 5, requires 480 million EXP to upgrade to Tier 1 Level 6 skill. Channeling time, 1 second. Gathers the power of flames to a single point and causes 900% damage to the target. Attack count, 15 times. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Originally, the level 9 Flame Burst had an attack count of 12, and every attack dealt 750% of Shi Feng's damage. Now, not only did the attack count increase by 3, but the damage each hit dealt also increased significantly. The Tier 1, Level 5 Flame Burst's damage far surpassed the Level 9 Flame Burst at the same time. However, Shi Feng's level fell rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he dropped to level 30. Which was in line with the requirement of obtaining first clear of the dungeon as expected of a super skill. If I want to upgrade Flame Burst further, I'll have to wait until I am level 40 at the very least. Shifeng inwardly calculated Flame Burst required 480 million EXP just to reach the next level. With Shifeng's current level, if he upgraded Flame Burst to Tier 1, level 6, he would most likely drop to level 25. Any other player would most likely lose many more levels. Shifeng's saving grace was his class's high EXP requirement. However, upgrading Flame Burst to Tier 1, level 5 at the cost of 4 levels was still a worthwhile exchange. With this skill alone, Shifeng was confident of heavily injuring even a full HP Lord in the future. He would have a much easier time killing Lord-ranked monsters. Half an hour later, Shifeng and the others arrived before the Crow God's shrine, the Bluefire Crow King's nest. It's huge. Blackie gaped as he gazed at the Bluefire Crow King in the distance. In hard mode, the Bluefire Crow King was roughly 30 meters tall. That was already an intimidating size. Now, however, the Bluefire Crow King before them stood over 50 meters high. The hard mode Bluefire Crow King was a child compared to the hell mode Bluefire Crow King. Bluefire Crow King, Great Lord. Level 30. HP 27,000/27,000,000. How are we supposed to fight that? Its HP alone is already more than double that of the High Lord-ranked Bluefire Crow King. Kola gulped, his prior enthusiasm dissipating. Although they were now capable of activating the power of darkness and increasing their basic attributes by 30% for 10 minutes, the Bluefire Crow King's attributes had increased by more than 30%. The gap between them now was even wider than before. Fire Dance frowned. Even she was not confident of taking down such a powerful boss leader. Are we still going to fight it? Aqua Rose asked as she turned to Shifeng. Initially, due to Shifeng's leadership, everyone had possessed a shred of confidence of conquering the hell mode ruins of the Crow God. However, they had terribly underestimated the horrors of hell mode. Even with Shifeng, it was impossible for them to defeat such a powerful boss fight. Why wouldn't we? What else do you think we came here to do? Shifeng rolled his eyes at his team. This was not the first time Shifeng had experienced the horrors of hell mode. Even if Shifeng went all out, he would require a long time to finish off the Crow King's 27 million HP. Not to mention, the Crow King would also recover 1% of its HP every 5 seconds. The Great Lord's battle recovery alone made for a frightening weapon. This was why an individual's power was extremely limited inside a team dungeon. Even though Shifeng was capable of withstanding the Crow King's attacks for a short period, he and his team could not deplete that much HP within such a short time. Of course, since he dared to come here, he naturally had a certain degree of confidence of emerging victorious. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to challenge hell mode. Time to put you to good use. Shifeng opened his bag and smiled at the Bible of Darkness. Chapter 623, Tier 2 Strengthening. Looking at Shifeng, who was brimming with confidence, everyone's heavy hearts grew lighter. Although the Great Lord-ranked Bluefire Crow King was powerful, they still had a fighting chance against it. After all, dungeons were meant to be raided by players. They just had not figured out a proper raiding strategy yet. In the next moment, Shifeng retrieved the Bible of Darkness from his bag and began to chant the incantation recorded within. Emerge, Demon Gate. With Shifeng's light shout, the dark mist in the sky congregated to form a pair of dark gray gates. However, unlike the Demon Gate Charlene had summoned, Shifeng's was far weaker. Not only was the size of the Demon Gate much smaller, but the aura it radiated was also ordinary. It lacked the ability to instill fear in others. Although the Demon Gate he summoned was significantly smaller, Shifeng did not particularly mind it. However, to Fire Dance and the others, who were seeing these gates for the first time, their expressions grew serious as their gazes locked onto the Demon Gate. As the Demon Gate slowly opened, everyone felt a sense of panic. A moment later, a purple demon, double the height of an average player, stepped out from the Demon Gate. When this purple evil spirit swept its eyes across the crowd before it, Fire Dance and the others instinctively raised their weapons, expecting a fight. There is no need to worry. This is a demon that I've summoned. Shifeng waved his hand, signaling for the others to calm down. It seems that my luck is quite good this time. It is actually a Heart Devourer, a Tier 2 evil spirit. Heart Devourer, evil spirit. Level 35. HP 1, 200,000/1, 200,000. A Tier 2 evil spirit was the equivalent of a Lord-ranked monster. Although it did not possess as much HP as a Lord of the same level, in terms of skills and intelligence, it was superior. It would be a massive help in a team dungeon. Although players could bring their personal guards to a dungeon, Kite's current level was too high. Moreover, in the off chance that Kite died, it would be extremely troublesome to revive him. Most importantly, personal guards took up dungeon slot. Hence, it was not worthwhile to bring a personal guard. However, Shifeng would not have to worry about such matters if he summoned a demon. Moreover, every demon possessed many skills and was proficient in a specific field. Take the Heart Devourer for example. It was proficient as support. Not only was it capable of weakening its enemies, but it was also capable of enhancing its allies' strength, which was why Shifeng was satisfied with his luck A Tier 2 demon. Aqua Rose stared at the Heart Devourer in shock. There were plenty of summoning skills in God's domain. For example, the Summoner was a class that specialized in summoning creatures. However, even a Tier 1 Summoner would find it very difficult to summon a Tier 1 creature. The majority of the current Summoner players could only summon Tier 0 creatures to fight for them. If Tier 1 Summoners already found it difficult to summon Tier 1 creatures, there was no need to mention Tier 2 creatures. That was practically a Lord-ranked monster. The summoned creature would be able to move unhindered among the current players of God's domain. It could even display unimaginable strength in current dungeons. Alright, everyone get into positions. Maintain a distance of 10 yards between each other. Fight the Bluefire Crow King as you would the hard mode boss. Shifeng immediately began to issue commands, not wanting to waste any more time. In the past, Shifeng had raided the hell mode ruins of the Crow God so often that he found it tiresome. Only, at that time, he had conquered the dungeon by relying on level suppression. Every one of his team members had been above level 40. The equipment they wore had also been secret silver rank or higher. There were not many differences between the hell mode and hard mode ruins of the Crow God. Only, the basic attributes and skills of the monsters had been greatly enhanced. The dungeon's bosses had not received any additional skills, and no new traps had been added into the dungeon. The ruins of the Crow God could be considered to be a large-scale team dungeon of intermediate difficulty. Heart Devourer, support spells. Shifeng commanded the demon once everyone was in position. Nodding, the Heart Devourer began drawing line after line of runes in the air with its sharp claws. Tier 2 spell, Iron Wall Reinforcement. Tier 2 spell, Blood Radiance. Tier 2 spell, Magic Power Increase. Tier 2 spell, Mad Cow's Power. The Heart Devourer's Tier 2 spell significantly increased the strength of the entire team. It was especially true for Cola's defense and HP. Not only had his defense doubled, but his HP also increased by 60%. Cola's HP was now over 16,000. As for Yi Wumian, the second-ranking MT on the team, his HP was also close to reaching 15,000 due to the significant increase in defense, HP, and strength. It was no longer possible for the Great Lord-ranked Bluefire Crow King to kill them with a single hit. Damn, having Tier 2 support spells is just too awesome. Blackie grew excited as he discovered that the magic damage he dealt and healing effects he received had increased by 20%. With this, the team's damage and healing rose to a whole new level. Everyone finally understood why Shifeng wanted to challenge Hell Mode. With the assistance of these Tier 2 spells, it would be child's play to fight the hard mode Bluefire Crow King attack. Shifeng shouted as he unsheathed the abyssal blade. Cola and Yi Wumian immediately took the lead and charged towards the Great Lord. When there was still a distance of 150 yards between the two MTs and the Bluefire Crow King, the Great Lord noticed Cola and Yi Wumian caw. The Crow King's cry echoed throughout the shrine. It flapped its wings, sending black feathers, which were as large as the players themselves, flying at the two MTs. The densely packed feathers descended on the two MTs like raindrops, giving them no opportunity to dodge the attacks. Immediately, Cola and Yi Wumian both raised their shields to defend against the attacks. These feathers deal a lot of damage. Cola stated, aghast in hard mode. The Crow King's feather attack only dealt around -200 to -300 damage per feather. However, due to the high number of feathers, Cola would receive more than -1000 damage per second, so the overall damage was relatively high. However, The Great Lord ranked Bluefire Crow King's feathers each dealt nearly -400 damage, and this was after his defense had doubled. If he did not have the assistance of the Heart Devourer's Tier 2 spells, he would most likely have received around -800 damage from each feather. When Kola and Yiwumian were still 50 yards from the Bluefire Crow King, the Great Lord halted its feather attack. It then condensed a ball of blue fire in its mouth, launching it at the Guardian Knight Kola and the Shield Warrior Yiwumian. Kola and Yiwumian had long since familiarized themselves with dodging these flames. Immediately, they both threw themselves to the ground, dodging the blue flames and taking the opportunity to charge at the Great Lord's shield bash. -1042 Violent Strike. -895 Kola and Yiwumian sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Crap. Why is its defense so strong? Kola's eyes widened in shock when he saw the damage he had caused. After being strengthened by Mad Cow's power, his strength increased by 15%. His damage should have significantly increased as well. If he were facing the High Lord-ranked Bluefire Crow King, his damage would have easily surpassed -1,500 points, yet, now, his attack had only dealt slightly over -1,000 damage. While Kola was still in a daze, the Bluefire Crow King flapped its wings and slapped them at Kola. Reacting quickly, Kola raised his shield to protect himself. Boom. The impact drove Kola knee-deep into the ground. A damage of over -4,000 appeared above his head. Why is the Great Lord-ranked Crow King so powerful? Every member of the team was stunned by this scene. If Kola had received the Crow King's attack with his body rather than his shield, he would have most likely died. Moreover, if he had not received the buff to his defense, he would have received over -8,000 damage, even if he had blocked the attack with his shield. Shifeng was not surprised. Without the assistance of Tier 2 support spells, Kola would have had to activate the power of darkness to withstand the Great Lord's attacks. Otherwise, the boss would kill him very easily. However, due to the Heart Devourer, this battle became a lot easier. Your turn. Shifeng commanded the Heart Devourer once more. Having prepared for this moment, the Heart Devourer pointed its finger at the sky. Suddenly, a 7-star magic array appeared on the Bluefire Crow King's body. Tier 2 spell, Judgment of the 7 Stars. Immediately, the Bluefire Crow King released a pained cry. Chapter 624, Difference in Strength. The 7-star magic array suppressed the Bluefire Crow King. The Crow King struggled as if it were trapped inside a swamp, its mobility declining sharply as a result. The Crow King's massive wings, which originally descended towards Kola, slowed significantly as well. Such a powerful spell. Kola took the opportunity to roll out of the way, easily dodging the Great Lord's wing attack as the team's lead MT. If Kola could dodge the boss's attacks, it would reduce the burden on the team's healers. Moreover, the healers would not have to run the risk of attracting the boss's attention due to healing too much. Good. Everyone, attack. Shifeng nodded as he ordered the team's damage dealers to begin their assault. The Tier 2 spell, Judgment of the 7 Stars, was not an attack-type spell. Instead, it placed a powerful binding on a single target. The spell's effects would even affect a Great Lord. With the Heart Devourer's Judgment of the 7 Stars, both the melee and ranged damage dealers could attack the boss safely. This was particularly helpful to Fire Dance and Flying Shadow, as the high damage they dealt drew the Crow King's aggro. With the boss's restricted movements, they could dodge its attacks easily, not having to worry about pulling aggro at all. This was just like the time Blue Frost's team had used the Demon's Sealing Barrier on the Great Lord Noya. However, even though the Demon's Sealing Barrier's restraining effects were far more powerful than the Judgment of the 7 Stars, players could not maintain the barrier for too long due to a lack of mana. On the other hand, there was no need to worry about such problems when it came to the Judgment of the 7 Stars. The Heart Devourer was a Tier 2 evil spirit. It possessed an abundance of mana, more than a dozen times that of a player of the same level. Hence, the evil spirit could maintain the Tier 2 spell for a very long time, long enough to last until the end of the battle. Moreover, the team would not have to sacrifice any combat power by using the Judgment of the 7 Stars. They were not required to partition a portion of the team to maintain the magic array. Hence, the overall effect of the Judgment of the 7 Stars was much stronger than the Demon's Sealing Barrier. The Bible of Darkness really is impressive. It is no wonder why Fantasy Extinguisher had been able to lead his team into large-scale team dungeons, one after another, in the past. Shifeng was extremely satisfied with the Bible of Darkness. Ordinary fragmented legendary items could not compare it at all, following which, Shifeng joined in the attack on the boss as well. No matter what was said or done, the Bluefire Crow King was a great lord. Although various spells buffed their team, everyone's total damage was still considerably low currently. The team's number 1 DPS was Fire Dance. Each of the female assassins' normal attacks dealt roughly -900 damage. She could inflict over -2000 damage if she used her skills. Even when she used Absolute Strike, the most powerful burst skill available to a Tier 1 assassin, she only managed to deal around -5000 damage to the Great Lord. As for everyone else, the majority of their normal attacks only dealt around -600 to -700 damage. They were only able to deal more than -1000 damage if they used skills, and very few among them could deal more than -2000 damage to the Bluefire Crow King, which had 27 million HP. That damage was practically negligible thanks to its battle recovery. The Bluefire Crow King could recover up to 270,000 HP every 5 seconds. It was the equivalent of recovering 54,000 HP every second. The Crow King's battle recovery alone negated most of the damage everyone dealt. Moreover, this was a battle inside a dungeon, not a shooting range where one could stand still and attack freely. Everyone had to focus attention on dodging the Crow King's attacks, so it was impossible for them to attack constantly. In other words, if their damage output was insufficient, it was impossible for them to kill the Bluefire Crow King. Rather, the Great Lord would exhaust them to death first. Shifeng then activated Windwalk and circled to the Crow King's side. After activating the Aura of Fire, Purgatory Power, Phantom Kill, and 9 Dragon's Slash, Shifeng began his assault on the Great Lord. As the Crow King's mobility was restricted, it could not avoid Shifeng's attacks. Every one of Shifeng's normal attack dealt over -1500 damage or -3000 damage with a critical hit. Due to the Abyssal Blade, he had a 50% chance of achieving a critical hit. The Abyssal Blade also increased the damage he dealt with each successful hit. After landing his 10th attack, his subsequent normal attacks began dealing over -1800 damage, over -3600 damage if it were a critical. As for his doppelganger, although it only possessed 70% of Shifeng's attributes, it had activated Blade Liberation, increasing its strength and agility by 90%. The damage the doppelganger currently dealt was actually higher than Shifeng's. Each of its normal attacks dealt over -2400 damage, while its critical hits deal nearly -5000 damage. The doppelganger's attack speed was also slightly faster than Shifeng. Shifeng's normal attack damage was already several times higher than Fire Dance's, not to mention his skill's double chop. -11420-15 for 32 double thunder flame explosion. -14266-20 164 damages of over -10,000 appeared above the Bluefire Crow King's head, one after another, the Great Lord repeatedly crying out in pain as its HP bar decreased. Everyone's jaws hit the floor when they saw these damages. Guild Leader, are you cheating? Guild Leader, you're not giving us a chance. Everyone's eyes twitched every time they saw Shifeng's attacks deal over -10,000 damage. It would have been fine if that was the only issue, but there were also the occasional -20,000, or even -30,000 hits. Shifeng's damage was over a dozen times higher than theirs. Their attacks were on entirely different levels originally. Everyone had already treated Fire Dance as if she were a monster, as every time they raided a dungeon, Fire Dance's total damage always ranked at the top of the team. Moreover, her total damage was over 50% higher than the second place. Yet, what about Shifeng? Despite having only attacked for a short time, his damage had already surpassed Fire Dance by more than 8 times. His damage was the equivalent of half the team's total damage. None of them understood how Shifeng had achieved such a feat. Guild Leader, can't you give us some tips on how to increase our damage? Blackie felt as if this were the first time he had ever met Shifeng. Shifeng's damage simply defied common sense. Suddenly, Shifeng was the center of attention. It's simple. Increase your skill completion rates, Shifeng said. He could not help but laugh at everyone's serious expressions. His skill completion rate hovered around 95%, so he could increase his skill's effects by an additional 50% or so. In addition to the various powerful items he wore, his damage would naturally be greatly superior to the members of Zero Wing's main force. Guild Leader, how high is your skill completion rate? Aqua Rose asked curiously. She knew full well that Shifeng's skill completion rate was very high. However, her skill completion rate was not low, either. After a period of arduous training, she had managed to maintain it between 83% to 85%. Throughout White River City, this completion rate was definitely considered top tier. As for Fire Dance and Violet Cloud, they maintained a stable 85%-95%. Shifeng stated straightforwardly 95%. Everyone inhaled sharply. After the third evolution of God's domain, all players had discovered the importance of skill completion rate. Hence, they had all begun to train in order to improve. However, even raising it by 1% was extremely difficult. It was especially true after reaching the 80% threshold. Yet, Shifeng had actually reached 95%, which was 10% higher than Fire Dance, the most powerful player in Zero Wing's main force. They all understood that at 85% completion rate, one would display 100% of a skill's effect. Meanwhile, every increment of 1% afterward would increase the effect significantly. It was simply inconceivable how high the skill's effect would be at 95% completion rate originally. None of them had any idea of Shifeng's strength. Now, however, they fully understood just how powerful their guild leader was. 95%? Fire Dance was similarly shocked. Looking at Shifeng, she inwardly swore, "I will reach 95% as well." Is this the guild leader's strength? Shadow Sword's eyes glowed. This was the first time he felt that his decision to join Zero Wing had been the right one. In truth, Shadow Sword wasn't the only one who had such thoughts. Every team member was suddenly enthusiastic, thinking the same thing. For a time, everyone's reverence and admiration towards Shifeng rose to a whole new level. They all dreamed of the day when they would reach Shifeng's standard time. Quickly passed. Due to Shifeng's stimulation, everyone became even more serious about experimenting to increase their skill completion rates. The Bluefire Crow King's HP continuously decreased. 98%. 96%. 90%. In just a few short minutes, the Crow King's HP dropped to 70%. Releasing an angry cry, the Bluefire Crow King soared into the air. "Everyone, take caution. The boss has entered its third phase," Shifeng warned. Chapter 625, Team's First Clear. After the judgment of the 7 stars suppressed the Bluefire Crow King, the blue flames it spewed posed no threat to anyone. In addition, Shifeng would always give a timely reminder before the boss released its flames and... Until now, the Crow King's flames had not struck a single player. However, when the Bluefire Crow King entered its third phase, the battle truly began. They had all fought the Bluefire Crow King dozens of times now, but they always wiped at the boss's third phase. Hence, now that the Bluefire Crow King entered this particular phase, they grew anxious. If they were facing the hard mode Bluefire Crow King, they would not be worried at all. After all, their team's current combat power had reached a whole new level compared to their last attempt. It would be child's play for them to conquer hard mode. However, they were currently in the hell mode ruins of the Crow God. The Bluefire Crow King's skills would be far more powerful than before. After the Crow King released an angry cry, 18 Bluefire Crows descended from the sky. Not only had the hell mode Bluefire Crow King entered its third phase at 70% HP, but the Bluefire Crows it summoned also started out at chieftain rank right off the bat. In hard mode, the Bluefire Crows only started out as special elites. Every member of the main force was capable of soloing one on their own. However, chieftains were different. There were less than 10 players on the team capable of soloing chieftain. Moreover, the chieftain-ranked Bluefire Crows of Hell mode each had 900,000 HP, 200,000 more than hard mode. This raised the burden on the team's DPS to devastating levels. The Bluefire Crows activated their growth skill once every 2 minutes. In other words, if they did not die in 2 minutes, they would become lords. At that time, they would be far more difficult to deal with. However, the 18 chieftain-ranked Bluefire Crows had a total of 16,200,000 HP. This boss is bullshit. Blackie's expression turned grim. If this were hard mode, the Stars of Light skill he had saved would still be of some help. However, against chieftains with 900,000 HP, even Stars of Light would not do much against them. Everyone, activate the power of darkness. Hearing Shifeng's command, everyone did as he said. their basic attributes increasing by 30% as the lead MT, Cola's HP instantly soared to slightly over 20,000. The shield warrior Yi Wumian's HP had also increased to more than 19,000. Both of their damages and reaction speeds had also improved. Turtledove, pull the Bluefire Crow's aggro. All mages, get ready to cast your AoE skills on my command, Shifeng said unhurriedly. Immediately, Turtledove, a guardian knight with over 17,000 HP, charged into the group of Bluefire Crows and activated Iron Will. All 18 Bluefire Crows were caught within the skill's range and were forced to focus on Turtledove, following which, Turtledove activated Protection Blessing. The Tier 1 Protection Blessing could reduce its target's damage taken by 70%, 20% more than the Tier 0 version of the skill. The skill's duration was also slightly longer, lasting up to 20 seconds. However, the chieftain-ranked Bluefire Crows were no trivial matter. Every one of their beak attacks dealt nearly -500 damage to Turtledove. Fortunately, although Turtledove had aggroed all 18 chieftains, only 6 could attack her at a single time. In other words, the Guardian Knight took nearly -3,000 damage with each wave of attacks. To Turtledove, who had over 17,000 HP, this damage was no threat, following which, Turtledove received one heal after another, each heal recovering 1 or 2,000 HP for the Guardian Knight. The healers could easily stabilize Turtledove's HP. However, Protection Blessing only lasted for 20 seconds. Once the buff expired, she could not endure the simultaneous attack of 6 Bluefire Crows. Good. Shifeng smiled. After finding a good location, he activated Skywheel Sword. As golden divine swords rained down from the sky, the 18 Bluefire Crows were immediately trapped within the skill's effective area. Immediately, damages of over -4,000 points appeared above the crows' heads. Of course, Turtledove, who stood in the center of this onslaught, received damage from Skywheel Sword as well. This was why AoE skills were not suited for dungeons. However, thanks to Protection Blessing and Iron Will, the Guardian Knight only received slightly more than -700 damage from Shifeng's attack. However, Shifeng was far from satisfied. Blackie, cast Guardian of Light on Turtledove. Shifeng said Guardian of Light was one of Mavis's guard's additional skills. When cast, the target of the skill would become immune to all magic damage. The physical damage they received would also reduce by 80%, and they would recover 5% HP every second for 20 seconds. It was definitely a super life-saving skill. When Blackie waved his staff, a golden glow wrapped around Turtledove's body. Once she received the proper buffs, Shifeng no longer held back as he activated Heavenly Dragon's power. After his strength increased by 100%, he activated the Aura of Fire's skill, Firestorm. Just before the roaring flames devoured Turtledove, Shifeng switched the Aura of Fire to the Aura of Water, casting Life Bloom on her. Due to the Aura of Water increasing healing effects by 100%, Turtledove could recover up to 60% of her HP every second for 40 seconds. With Turtledove's HP, she was practically immortal for the moment. Although Firestorm dealt over -40,000 damage to the Bluefire Crows every second, the spell was ineffective against Turtledove as she was immune to all magic damage. Moreover, she had Life Bloom, which recovered over 10,000 HP for her every second, the healer's attention, and the cleric's truth shield. As a result, the damage the Bluefire Crows dealt was not even a scratch to her. Even if she stood still and did nothing, her life would not be in any danger. Everyone was immediately stupefied watching the female Guardian Knight Turtledove fight the many Bluefire Crows amidst the raging inferno. It seemed as if these destructive flames were no different than a breeze, safe and harmless. The more Turtledove fought, the more valiant she became. At this moment, she seemed like a goddess of war and fire, demanding reverence. Everyone, use your AoE skills. Shifeng commanded. A moment later, the team's mages cast their AoE skills. Although they were not as powerful as large-scale destruction spells, these AoE skills still dealt several thousand damage to the Bluefire Crows. Among them, Blackie's Stars of Light caused massive amounts of damage to the chieftains. The first wave alone dealt over -4,000 damage to each crow. The damage of every subsequent wave increased by 10%, lasting for a total of 15 seconds. Shifeng also looked for opportunities to use Dragon Breath, Thundering Flame, Flame God's Fury, Earth Splitter, Thunder Flame Explosion, and other AoE skills. 15 seconds later, the Bluefire Crows were in a half-crippled state, possessing less than 5% of their total HPs. A few unlucky Bluefire crows that had received one too many critical hits had even died during these past 15 seconds. Of the 18 Bluefire crows that had been summoned, only 11 remained. Feng's figure then swayed slightly as he sent several more strikes at these Bluefire crows. Adding in the team's damage, they dealt with the remaining 11 Bluefire crows in less than 10 seconds. Once the Bluefire crows had been annihilated, it became much easier to deal with the Bluefire Crow King. Moreover, now that Shifeng had activated Heavenly Dragon's power, his damage against the Great Lord doubled within 3 minutes. The Bluefire Crow King only had slightly more than 1 million HP remaining. It's finally here. Shifeng smiled calmly. The Bluefire Crow King had a total of 4 phases. Everyone had thought that the most difficult phase was the 3rd phase. However, what everyone did not know was that the Crow King used its true trump card during its 4th phase. The Bluefire Crow King would only enter its 4th phase when its HP fell below 1 million. That was also when the entire raiding team would be the most tired and relaxed. It would be at this moment that the Crow King would transform into a living inferno and become a fire crow. During this phase, any enemies within 50 yards would receive -1000 damage every second. However, that was only in the case of hard mode. In hell mode, players received -1600 damage every second. If the raiding team could not deal 1 million damage to the Bluefire Crow King before every member died, they would team wipe. In the past, countless teams had repeatedly died at the 4th phase and had been unable to clear the dungeon, all because they had lacked a true ultimate skill. Just as the Bluefire Crow King's HP was about to fall below the 1 million threshold, Shifeng activated Blade Liberation, increasing both his strength and agility by 90%. He then activated Silent Steps and appeared behind the Bluefire Crow King, and both his body and the Abyssal Blade began to release a brilliant glow. Divine Providence. Flame burst. Slash after slash struck the Bluefire Crow King's back. 122, 154. -61,846. -122,454. After 15 consecutive strikes, the Bluefire Crow King's HP, which had been slightly over 1 million a moment ago, bottomed out. The Crow King released a sorrowful cry before falling heavily to the ground. Chapter 626, Famous. Inside the ruins of the Crow God. A handsome young man in white robes commanded his team as they attacked the Bluefire Crow King. This cleric drew runes in midair without rest, using one healing spell after another. Moreover, these spells weren't ordinary spells. Rather, they were Tier 1 healing spells. Yet, his casting speed was the same as when others cast Tier 0 healing spells. All the while doing so, he wore a relaxed expression. His actions were seemingly effortless. In the blink of an eye, the team's low HP MT recovered to full health. This youth was none other than the commander of Heaven's Burial's main force, Flame Blood. Just 3% HP to go. Raise the damage output. Flame Blood shouted sternly. Currently, less than half of the original team of 50 remained, the Bluefire Crow King's flames having burned every one of them to death. Losing 1000 HP every second was simply too much. Even Flame Blood, one of the virtual gaming world's top 10 newcomers, could only focus on keeping the team's lead MT and himself alive. At best, he could cast instantaneous healing spells on some of the team's main DPS, though the effects were very weak. After the Bluefire Crow King had entered its 4th phase, it had entered its berserk state. Not only had its attack speed increased, but its attack range had also improved. Some of the team members who could not dodge its attacks in time died instantly, despite the Bluefire Crow King having only 3% of its HP remaining. To the surviving members of the team, it felt like an iron fortress that they could not break through no matter what they tried. Heaven's Burial wasn't the only one in such a situation. At this moment, Overwhelming Smile was also struggling. Only Overwhelming Smile was having a slightly easier time of it. Though the Bluefire Crow King they faced still had 4% of its HP remaining, they had more than 40 members still alive. The few deaths had simply been due to bad luck, and they had failed to escape the High Lord's attack range in time. Sure enough, it's not that easy to obtain the first clear of a 50-man team dungeon. Warwolf dodged the Bluefire Crow King's attacks to the best of his ability by relying on Omnivision, the technique he was extremely proficient with. Although he could not dodge all of the High Lord's attacks, he was still capable of evading 1/3 of them. This greatly reduced the burden on the healers, leaving them with plenty of excess power to heal the other members of the team, keeping as many as possible alive if not for a powerful lead MT like War Wolf masterfully redirecting the Crow King's attacks. It would have been impossible for so many members of the team to have survived until now. However, even so, this was the third time Overwhelming Smile had challenged the hard mode Bluefire Crow King's fourth phase. The Bluefire Crow King's HP gradually decreased 3%, 2%, 1%. White River City Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first team to conquer the Hell mode of Ruins of the Crow God. All players on the team will be rewarded with 2 million EXP, 50 silver, 80 White River City reputation points, and 20 Star Moon Kingdom reputation points. Star Moon Kingdom Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first team to conquer the Hell mode of Ruins of the Crow God. All players on the team will be rewarded with 3 million EXP, 3 Tier 2 gemstones of random attributes, 100 White River City reputation points, and 50 Star Moon Kingdom reputation points. God's Domain Southern Continent System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first team to conquer the Hell mode of Ruins of the Crow God. All players on the team will be rewarded with 5 million EXP, 1 Tier 3 gemstone of random attributes, 80 Star Moon Kingdom reputation points, and 5 Humanity reputation points. The system announcement echoed in everyone's ears 3 times. How is this possible? Both Overwhelming Smiles and Heaven's Burial's teams were shocked speechless. The hard mode Ruins of the Crow God had already caused them brutal headaches, yet, just as they were a thread away from success, Zero Wing snatched the lead and cleared the Hell mode Ruins of the Crow God. However, although they were shocked, none of them stopped what they were doing. Only, they were no longer as motivated as they attacked the Bluefire Crow King. A moment later, the High Lord ranked Bluefire Crow King fell at War Wolf's feet. At that moment, the system announcement rang out once more. White River City Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Overwhelming Smile for becoming the first team to conquer the hard mode of Ruins of the Crow God. All players on the team will be rewarded with 1 million EXP, 20 silver, 30 White River City reputation points, and 10 Star Moon Kingdom reputation points. Star Moon Kingdom Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Overwhelming Smile for becoming the first team to conquer the hard mode of Ruins of the Crow God. All players on the team will be rewarded with 2 million EXP, 1 Tier 2 gemstones of random attributes, 50 White River City reputation points, and 20 Star Moon Kingdom reputation points. Compared to the previous system announcement, however, this announcement was meaningless. Zero Wing had already cleared Hell mode. On the other hand, Overwhelming Smile had only managed to clear hard mode. Rather than gaining glory, Overwhelming Smile had become a laughing stock. One could clearly see the gap between the two guilds. However, this gap was not due to Overwhelming Smile's weakness. Zero Wing was just too powerful. In the end, we still lost. A bitter smile appeared on War Wolf's pale face. Before this, he had received news stating that Black Flame had led Zero Wing's main force into the Hell mode Ruins of the Crow God. Although he felt that there was a possibility that Zero Wing would conquer Hell mode, he had never expected that they would clear it so quickly. On Heaven's Burial's side, the guild's main force also defeated the Bluefire Crow King. Sure enough, Zero Wing is not White River City's overlord for nothing. However, Heaven's Burial will not let this rest. Sooner or later, we will catch up to them. Fighting spirit filled Flame Blood's eyes. That is only a matter of course. It has been a long time since I've encountered such an opponent. It seems that Black Flame is quite formidable. The assassin with flowing straight hair beside Flame Blood was similarly enthusiastic. However, there was an undetectable coldness hidden in his gaze. He seemed like a beast that had just found new prey. Glancing at the assassin youth beside him, Flame Blood laughed and said humorously, "It seems that Black Flame is in for a tragedy." He actually attracted the attention of the famous Ghost Shadow. Heaven's Burial's future development in White River City will progress much more smoothly. Although I wish to exchange a few moves with him, I am still too weak. Once I complete my quest, I can definitely test Black Flame's skills. Ghost Shadow shook his head in response to Flame Blood's words. He then sheathed his pair of pitch-black short swords and took out a return scroll. He was not the slightest bit interested in the Bluefire Flame King's loot. Compared to Heaven's Burial and Overwhelming Smile's shock, all of White River City, no, all of Star Moon Kingdom was in an uproar. Throughout God's domain, many teams had already obtained the first clear of a 50-man team dungeon. However, that was only limited to 50-man hard mode team dungeons. No one in the surrounding dozen or so kingdoms or several empires had managed to clear hell mode. A newly established guild like Zero Wing stole this glory. It was simply inconceivable. For a time, Zero Wing's reputation soared to new heights. Previously, Zero Wing's success in fending off the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's assault had attracted the attention of over a dozen kingdoms and empires. However, Zero Wing had only been protecting themselves. Moreover, they had relied on the strength of NPC guards rather than their own members. There was no need to grow wary of Zero Wing. Now, however, things had changed completely. Claiming the first clear of a 50-man hell mode team dungeon showed that the guild's overall strength should not be underestimated. Zero Wing? Phoenix Rain could not help but smile upon hearing the system notification. It seems that I have underestimated Black Flame's abilities. Fragrance, prepare to head to White River City. Miss, why are we going to White River City? Pantheon's guild leader will arrive shortly, the pretty woman named Pure Fragrance asked. Confused, we are going to meet that mysterious Black Flame, of course. Phoenix Rain laughed. Black Flame? Pure Fragrance could not help her curiosity. Who was Black Flame? Could he possibly compare to the guild leader of the Super Guild Pantheon? Chapter 627, Divine Bluefire Shield. As the outside world reacted to Zero Wing's achievement, Shifeng busied himself with arranging the Bluefire Crow King's loot system. Hell mode ruins of the Crow God has been cleared for the first time. Loot increased by 100%. Divine Providence would already increase the loot from the Bluefire Crow King. Now that the loot had doubled, items covered the ground. With a single glance, one could count more than 30 items, though the majority consisted of various rare materials. Is this the loot of a large-scale hell mode team dungeon? Blackie's eyes shone with wonder as his jaw hit the ground. Although Shifeng had yet to appraise the dropped items, based on their majestic appearances and magical rune engravings, it was obvious that the weapons and equipment that had dropped were anything but ordinary. Secret silver items couldn't even compare to these. Moreover, the Bluefire Crow King was a level 30 Great Lord, so everything it dropped would be level 30. To the team members who still wore level 25 equipment, this was a massive haul. Zero Wing had quite a few level 30 items now. After all, as the members of the guild's main force were mostly level 29 or level 30, they could raid level 30, 6-man party dungeons, 10-man team dungeons, and even 20-man team dungeons only. The quality and attributes of the equipment they obtained was not particularly good. Most were bronze or mysterious iron rank, and very little of their loot was secret silver rank or above. Every increase in 5 levels for equipment was the equivalent of a single increase in quality rank. If one could equip a piece of level 30 fine gold equipment, it would be the equivalent of equipping a piece of level 25 dark gold equipment. If they equipped a piece of level 30 dark gold equipment, that was the equivalent of wearing a level 25 item with attributes that were extremely close to epic rank. Currently, most of the top-tier weapons and equipment the various large guilds possessed was level 25 fine gold rank. Very few had any dark gold items. In addition, there were also level 30 secret silver rank and extremely few fine gold items. If Zero Wing had level 30 dark gold equipment, it would be considered the best equipment beneath epic equipment and tier 1 set equipment. Although combat techniques were important, a player's basic attributes were equally so. Meanwhile, not only had their team just defeated a level 30 Great Lord, but its drop rate had also increased by 100%. It was natural for the boss to drop a few level 30 dark gold equipment. After picking up all of the loot, Shifeng began appraising the weapons and equipment. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose began distributing the guild contribution points for successfully raiding the dungeon. All raid members would get priority to purchase the weapons and equipment from their dungeon raids with guild contribution points. If nobody wanted the items, only then would they occupy the guild warehouse with a reasonably high price tag, allowing other guild members to purchase them. After successfully raiding a Great Lord ranked boss, everyone received a bounty of guild contribution points. However, no one paid attention to the points they had just earned. Instead, their attention was focused on Shifeng, every one of them prepared to go for broke today. Within Zero Wing's main force, aside from players such as Fire Dance, Aqua Rose, Violet Cloud, Cola, Yi Wumian, Blackie, Minor Wind, and a few others, none of their items could compare to the dropped equipment from a large-scale hell mode team dungeon. This was because Shifeng had given Fire Dance and the others a complete Tier 1 set equipment, the best equipment available for Tier 1 classes that was only inferior to Epic set equipment. Hence, until they became a Tier 2 class, they would not need to replace their equipment unless they procured a set of Epic set equipment for themselves. A short moment later, Shifeng finished appraising the loot. A total of 33 items had dropped, and among them, 19 were materials such as magic crystals, 100 beast wood, which was required to construct stables, essence of mana, which was required to construct teleportation magic arrays, and several other super rare materials. Normally, one would not obtain these materials even if they defeated Great Lord ranked bosses. Now, however, they had actually gained 2 or 3 of each. The benefits of obtaining the first clear of Hell mode are impressive, Shifeng stated. He could not help but smile as he gazed at the weapons and equipment inside his bag. Guild leader, what items dropped to make you this happy? Aqua Rose knew of Shifeng's tastes. Items that could excite Shifeng would definitely be something extraordinarily good. That's right. Guild leader, share the stats. Although Blackie wielded an epic staff, he still liked seeing the attributes of excellent weapons and equipment. I won't waste your time. Here, look at this item first, then. Shifeng took out a deep red two-handed sword that emitted pale blue flames. Not only was the weapon extremely attractive, but it also felt as if it possessed extraordinary power. Bluefire double-edged sword, two-handed sword, dark gold rank. Level 30, level 35. Attack power plus 702, currently level 30. Strength plus 54, agility plus 41, endurance plus 44. Attack speed plus 2. Ignore levels plus 10. Attacks have 30% chance to trigger Bluefire attack, causing an additional 120% flame damage to the target and reducing the target's defense by 30% for 7 seconds. 20% chance to cause 200% damage. 10% chance to trigger Bluefire dance, causing 300% flame damage in a cone. Although the Bluefire double-edged sword did not have any active skills, it had plenty of passive skills. Its attack power alone was more impressive than the level 30 Abyssal Blade. It was a weapon made for violence. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air upon seeing the Bluefire double-edged sword's attributes. Crap. Even epic weapons aren't any better than this. Blackie was stunned. He possessed an epic weapon himself, so he could tell just how excellent of a weapon the Bluefire double-edged sword was. It was of the same caliber as the True Fire Blade's Fire Dance wielded. If one of the team's berserkers equipped this two-handed sword, their DPS would soar by several levels. Their damage would be close to Fire Dance's. Moreover, the Bluefire double-edged sword could be upgraded to level 35. It could rank at the top even amongst level 40 weapons. In other words, if one equipped the two-handed sword, they would not have to worry about replacing their weapon even when they reached level 40. Immediately, the berserkers within the team started drooling, staring at the Bluefire double-edged sword with burning gazes. Such powerful attributes. This sword alone could push a berserker's damage to the top of the team, Fire Dance said in awe. Don't be so shocked by this item. The Bluefire double-edged sword only ranks 3rd out of the weapons and equipment we obtained. Shifeng shook his head as he chuckled. He then revealed a red and black buckler, saying, "This is the 2nd best item." Hearing Shifeng's claim, everyone was surprised. Such an excellent weapon was not the best piece of equipment that dropped. The red and black buckler was only 1/3 the size of an ordinary shield. However, the image of the Bluefire Crow King had been engraved onto the shield, surrounded by many runes. With a single glance, one could tell that this buckler was extraordinary. Divine Bluefire Shield, dark gold rank. Level 30, level 35. Defense plus 1950, currently level 30. Equipment requirement, strength 220. Defense plus 550. Block rate, 42%. Strength plus 31, endurance plus 47. Evasion plus 15. Attack speed plus 2. Additional passive skill dash. Bluefire Shield, absorbs 30% of the damage taken and converts it into Bluefire. When accumulated damage reaches 5,000 points, causes 150% damage to an area of 3 by 10 yards in front of user. Additional active skill dash. Rising Fire, when activated, sacrifice 20% HP to transform Bluefire into the Armor of Flames, increasing defense by 150% and strength by 40% for 30 seconds cooldown, 30 minutes. Chapter 628, Guild Mount. The moment the divine Bluefire shield appeared, hunger burned in the eyes of every MT on the team. Even Cola drooled. The shield was crucial to any MT. It was the equivalent of half of an MT's life. Not a single MT would pass up an excellent shield. The best shield Zero Wing currently had was a level 25 dark gold shield. However, compared to the divine Bluefire shield, it was no more than scrap metal. Not only did the divine Bluefire shield possess extremely high defense, but it also had a powerful attack skill and berserk skill. If an MT equipped it, they would no longer be just a meat shield. The damage they could deal would be no less than what a normal DPS classes could do. This divine Bluefire shield's attributes are better than even the current first-ranking shield, the Blue Dawn. Aqua Rose was greatly shocked when she examined the red-black buckler. Most likely, this is the best shield currently available throughout God's domain. As the manager of a guild, Aqua Rose normally collected information on the various large guilds throughout God's domain. For example, she knew which guilds had been active recently, members of the main force of various large guilds, experts, and the latest powerful equipment. Blue Dawn was a level 30 dark gold shield. However, a super guild had obtained this shield through a quest, and it had made many other super guilds jealous. Many corporations had even offered an astronomical price of 1,000 gold for it. On the other hand, the divine Bluefire shield was a dark gold shield that would improve to level 35. Setting aside its basic attributes, just the passive skill Bluefire shield and active skill Rising Fire were excellent skills. The Bluefire shield was clearly more valuable than the Blue Dawn. Not including epic shields, it would not be an exaggeration to call it the most powerful shield currently available in God's domain. However, Aqua Rose very quickly realized something. If the divine Bluefire shield, something that was so important to a guild, only ranked second among the loot they had obtained, what kind of item ranked first? Very quickly, the rest of the team reached the same conclusion. Their gazes darted back to Shifeng, expectation written all over their faces. All right, then. I'll unveil the first-ranking item. Shifeng laughed. He then took out a purple-blue crystal necklace. Chances are that every magical class will go crazy over this. Bluefire Heart, Necklace, Dark Gold Rank. Equipment requirement, Intelligence 200. Level 30, Level 40, currently Level 30. Strength plus 10, Agility plus 10, Endurance plus 10, Intelligence plus 40, Vitality plus 35. Casting speed increased by 20%, magic damage and healing effects increased by 20%, passive skill dash. Mana Heart, maximum mana increased by 15% and mana recovery rate increased by 50%. Active skill 1 dash. Bluefire Devour, burn 30% of your mana in exchange for the power of Bluefire, increasing all skill effects by 200% and mana consumption rate by 200% for 30 seconds cooldown, 30 minutes. Active skill 2 dash. Bluefire Summon, summons 3 elite ranked Bluefire crows to battle for you for 30 minutes cooldown, 5 hours. The Bluefire Heart's basic attributes were average at best. However, the necklace's skills increased its value tremendously. The skills almost made up for all of the weaknesses a magical class possessed and enhanced their firepower. Most importantly, the Bluefire Heart was a necklace. Ornament-type items were extremely rare in God's domain. The value of one was multiple times that of a weapon or other equipment of the same quality and level. In the case of the Bluefire Heart, even a Tier 3 class would continue to use it. Hence, it was significantly more valuable than the divine Bluefire shield. Since you have seen the items for yourselves, you can start bidding for them, Shifeng said, grinning at everyone's dumbfounded expressions. First up is the Bluefire double-edged sword. The starting price is 20,000 GCP. Currently, Zero Wing's contribution points were worth roughly 30 copper per point. In other words, 20,000 contribution points was around 60 gold. However, this price didn't surprise any of them for a weapon of the Bluefire double-edged sword's caliber. This was considerably cheap. If it were on the auction house, it would sell for at least 200 or 300 gold. 21,000. 24,000. 26,000. For a time, the berserkers and swordsmen began fervently outbidding each other. As the members of the guild's main force, they frequently raided dungeons, especially small-scale team dungeons. Furthermore, they were the guild's frontline when it came to pioneering team dungeons. They would exchange most of their unwanted equipment for guild contribution points. In addition, they also completed the various high-level guild quests. Hence, they had accumulated quite a lot of guild contribution points in the end. However, the guild's current number 1 berserker, Rampant Blade, won the weapon for 40,000 contribution points. Cola won the second item, the Divine Bluefire Shield, for 90,000 contribution points. However, this was practically Cola's entire fortune. It would be some time before he could compete with others for equipment. Aqua Rose bought the third item, the Bluefire Heart, using 150,000 contribution points. As the guild's vice leader, Aqua Rose enjoyed certain benefits. In addition, she also frequently participated in dungeon raids and guild quests, so she had accumulated an extraordinarily high number of guild contribution points. Not even the commander of Zero Wing's main force, Fire Dance, could hold a candle to Aqua Rose. In Zero Wing, only Shifeng was a match for the woman. Everyone on the team envied these 3 players. These 3 pieces of equipment were definitely among the best currently available in God's domain. Equipping them would significantly boost their combat power. After all, no other guild in God's domain had managed to clear the hell mode of a 50-man team dungeon, following which, various members of the team purchased other dark gold and fine gold equipment, increasing the overall strength of the entire team significantly. As for the other materials, he stored them in the guild warehouse. Everyone, head back to the city and get some rest. Our next goal is to challenge a 100-man team dungeon, Shifeng said slowly. Blackie, Fire Dance, Cola, Violet, and Aqua, stay behind. I'll need you guys to accompany me on a quest. Quest? Everyone could not help but grow interested. Shifeng was the publicly acknowledged number 1 expert in Star Moon Kingdom. Just what kind of quest would he need help with? However, everyone only wondered about it. None of them volunteered to assist. After all, weaklings like them would never survive a quest that even Shifeng would need help to complete. They needed a certain amount of strength before they could embark on such a quest. Otherwise, Shifeng would not have called the top-ranking experts of the guild to join him after everyone else returned to the city. Blackie, who could no longer hold back his curiosity, asked, "Guild leader, what kind of quest are we doing? Why the need for such secrecy?" "Guild leader, is it an epic quest? I've been wanting to give an epic quest a try." Cola's eyes glowed. Epic quests. No one, other than Shifeng, in the guild had taken on an epic quest yet. First of all, ignoring how rare an epic quest was, they were simply too difficult. Moreover, in the event that one failed an epic quest, the consequences would be extremely severe. However, if one completed the quest, the rewards would be astonishing. Although I call it a quest, I need help capturing a wild beast. Shifeng shook his head and laughed. Capturing a wild beast? Everyone grew confused. It was possible to capture wild beasts in God's domain. However, capture was far more difficult than simply killing it for EXP. Even if one captured a wild beast, there was nothing they could do with it. At most, they could leave it in a corner and look at it. Most importantly, players had to spend a lot of money to capture a wild beast. Hence, at present, nobody was willing to spend their time on something so costly. "Don't you want to capture a wild beast and ride it as a mount?" Shifeng said, smiling. Upon hearing these words, a hint of anticipation flashed in everyone's eyes. "However, I heard that, in order to capture a wild beast to tame it into a mount, a guild first needs a stable," Aqua Rose stated. "Guild leader, we don't have a stable. We'll have to challenge 100-man team dungeons to obtain one." Shifeng simply laughed without offering a reply. "Guild leader, don't tell me that you already have the design," Aqua Rose asked in disbelief, her beautiful eyes widening as she stared at Shifeng. Chapter 629, 5-Star Mount. Aside from Aqua Rose, no one understood the value of the stable design. However, this was expected of those present, aside from Aqua Rose, who was the guild's manager, and Blackie, who managed the workshop's affairs. Everyone had immersed themselves in improving their combat techniques. Why would they have noticed the guild's potential constructions? Seeing Shifeng silently nodded his head, Aqua Rose involuntarily began trembling in the past. Why had various large guilds desperately tried to raid large-scale team dungeons, going so far as to invest massive sums of money into gearing up their respective guilds' MTs and utilizing all items capable of assisting their raid of a large-scale team dungeon? There was only one main reason: guild mounts. God's Domain's maps were extremely large. Once players began arriving at level 30 and higher maps, they would have to spend a large chunk of their time traveling. The maps would also only grow larger the further one progressed into the game. Meanwhile, a powerful mount would help players save a lot of time. However, the more important function of guild mounts was that they could attract more players to join a guild. The common mounts sold in cities not only required players to have sufficient reputation, but they also required a significant sum of money to purchase. A common mount cost a full 40 gold. Even after players reached level 40, it would still be extremely difficult to procure that much money, unless, of course, one was willing to purchase coins with credits. In the end, however, they could still only purchase a common mount. However, guild mounts were different. Although players were required to collect a certain amount of guild contribution points before they could purchase a guild mount, which was more expensive than a common mount, unlike the common mounts, guild mounts could be nurtured and upgraded. Moreover, they possessed varying and much better-looking appearances. This was fatally tempting to many independent players, and wealthy players' guilds could take this opportunity to develop and expand themselves, obtaining a large sum of funds. After all, guild members were also required to spend money when purchasing guild mounts. Meanwhile, a portion of that money would flow into the guild's coffers. Due to this, the various large guilds in the past had desperately attempted to raid 100-man team dungeons. It wasn't just because they had aimed for the weapons and equipment available inside the dungeon, but more because they hoped to obtain the stable design as soon as possible. Aqua Rose had never imagined that Shifeng would actually obtain a stable design, one of the greatest money-earning tools of a guild. So quickly. It seems that my decision had really been the right one. I want to see just what father will have to say in the future. Aqua Rose's lips curled up slightly. She could not help but recall the reason why she had left Twilight Echo. I will make sure Zero Wing surpasses Twilight Echo. Originally, Aqua Rose had not believed that Zero Wing could surpass Twilight Echo. After all, Twilight Echo was a long-standing, first-rate guild. Whether it was in terms of background, funding, contacts, or human resources, Twilight Echo was far superior to Zero Wing. Although Zero Wing was currently far ahead of the other guilds, the guild's weaknesses were glaring. The guild simply had no background. Even though Zero Wing was so far ahead of the other guilds right now, it would still have to accumulate power for a relatively long time in order to fully operate this machine known as a guild. However, the situation had changed since they could build a stable, one of the core components of a guild, so soon. They could accumulate power several times faster, following which, Shifeng wasted no more time as he sent the group back to White River City to prepare some necessary hunting tools. Meanwhile, Shifeng made a trip to the candlelight trading firm. Capturing wild beasts in God's domain was not an easy task. It was also a major field of study in the past. There had even been a specialized class for this task, the Tamer. In the past, there had been players who specialized in researching methods to capture rare wild beasts. They would also sell the beasts they captured to various large guilds, earning huge sums of money. Meanwhile, the most important item required to capture wild beasts was a cage. However, NPCs did not sell these cages, requiring players to produce them. Hence, many players would learn forging to craft the cages themselves. Fortunately, the NPC-run forging associations sold the forging designs for cages. Moreover, they were very cheap. However, Shifeng did not bother purchasing these forging designs as he had a method of producing a cage of even higher quality. Shifeng quickly hurried back to the candlelight trading firm and entered a forging room. He then retrieved a pile of materials from his bag and began to refine them. Cages were sorted into ranks, with 1 star being the lowest and 10 star being the highest. Different ranks could capture beasts of a corresponding rank. In other words, a 1-star cage could be used to capture a 1-star beast at maximum. It could not be used to capture a 2-star beast. One had to use a 2-star cage in order to capture a 2-star beast. The wild beast Shifeng planned to capture was at the highest rank he could capture currently, a 5-star beast. Hence, he required a 5-star cage. Meanwhile, a 5-star cage cost almost 2 gold to craft. Moreover, there was no certainty he could capture a 5-star beast with a single try. This was also one of the reasons why capturing wild beasts was a costly endeavor. Feng was currently a basic forger, so he had almost a 30% success rate of producing a 5-star cage. Half an hour later, Feng managed to forge 4 5-star cages. The total raw materials he had spent on these 4 cages cost over 30 gold. He had also instructed Aqua Rose and the others to purchase a large number of hunting scrolls and storage space scrolls, both costing more than 3 gold. Just as Feng was about to leave the forging room, the sound of his communicator reached his ears. Phoenix Rain? Feng could not help his surprise when he saw the caller ID. Ever since Phoenix Rain invested into the Candlelight training firm, she had left practically all cooperation matters to her subordinates. She no longer contacted him directly. Or, to put it in another way, she did not find it worthwhile to keep in touch. After all, in the wide world of God's domain, the guild leader of Zero Wing was an insignificant character compared to a grand player like Phoenix Rain. To the young lady, the Candlelight trading firm was only one of her many small investments. Since her business with the trading firm had been completed, she would not bother entangling herself in the matter anymore. Guild leader Black Flame, congratulations on obtaining the first clear of the hell mode ruins of the Crow God, Phoenix Rain said as she laughed softly. I had jumped in surprise when I heard the system announcement. I had not realized that you had hidden your strength so deeply. It's nothing. Feng laughed as well. Doing away with pleasantries, he asked, since Miss Phoenix is contacting me personally, do you have some business you wish to discuss? Sure enough, guild leader Black Flame understands people well. Would you be free to meet up at the Blueberry restaurant? Phoenix Rain smiled mysteriously. Guild leader Black Flame might receive another boon. Feng was surprised when he heard her mention the Blueberry restaurant. Blueberry restaurant was one of White River City's ordinary restaurants. This meant that Phoenix Rain had personally made a trip to White River City. It was clear that she wished to discuss something quite important. Okay, I'll head over there now, Feng agreed. During his previous meeting with Phoenix Rain, the latter had brought him an epic chest and allowed him to earn a hefty profit. Since Phoenix Rain offered another business opportunity, he had no choice but to meet with her again. In truth, Feng could more or less guess why Phoenix Rain wanted to meet him. As soon as he cleared a 50-man Hell Mode team dungeon, she had come knocking on his door. This showed that it must be something related to the strength of the guild's team. She might very well be looking for Zero Wing to help her complete some sort of quest. He might even be able to take the opportunity to earn a large sum of credits from her. Before, in order to purchase the necessary training facilities, he had spent most of the credits in his account. If he could lure Phoenix Rain into an alliance with Zero Wing, it could save Zero Wing many years of work. Chapter 630, Proof of Strength. White River City, Blueberry Restaurant. The moment Feng entered the restaurant, he immediately felt several gazes land on him. Phoenix Rain sure knows how to put on a display. Feng looked around the restaurant, noticing that the establishment's customers were not simple at all. The players sitting around were unanimously level 30. In the current God's domain, they ranked at the very top. Moreover, judging by the feeling these people gave off, it was obvious that they were not virtual gaming experts. Rather, they felt like experts who were proficient in martial arts. Among these people, some had cold and sinister auras, while others had a violent auras. However, they all shared a common aspect: they were all independent players. None of them were members of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. After glancing at Feng, these people turned back to their own interests. Guild leader Black Flame, please come upstairs, a beautiful, young lady asked softly as she walked down from the restaurant's second floor. Feng also knew this beautiful woman. She was Phoenix Rain's capable assistant, Pure Fragrance. She was also one of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's top-tier experts and was quite famous. She ranked within the top 600 on the God's Domain experts list. Not only did she possess impressive strength, but she was also quite talented. In the past, she had been a Tier 5 powerhouse during her peak. Feng simply nodded and followed Pure Fragrance to the second floor. At this moment, Phoenix Rain was the only other person on the second floor. She sat at a table near the window, quietly overlooking the street outside as she toyed with a black leather book. Miss Phoenix, may I know what you wish to discuss with me? Feng asked in response. Phoenix Rain smiled leisurely as she handed the black leather book to Feng. Guild leader Black Flame, please take a look at this. Phoenix Rain said unhurriedly. The black leather book was not a quest prop or anything similar. Instead, it contained the written records of players. However, after reading through a few pages, Shifeng's surprise grew as he continued to read. This black leather book contained information on the Dark Arena. To be precise, the book held information regarding the official members of the many battle teams participating in the Dark Arena. Moreover, the information was extremely detailed, so much so that even the participants' life stories had been recorded. There was even a brief introduction to their current equipment. Beyond that, there was an assessment of every battle team member's combat power. These assessments were also very detailed. These players' strengths and weaknesses had been recorded in detail. Guild leader Black Flame, how do you feel about this information? Phoenix Rain asked gently, a pleasant smile on her face. Miss Phoenix, why are you giving me this information? Shifeng was slightly confused about Phoenix Rain's intentions. I've heard that your guild has been in contact with the Glorious Lions battle team, so I believe that guild leader Black Flame should understand the Dark Arena's value by now. Phoenix Rain smiled sweetly as she collected the leather book from Shifeng. Unfortunately, ordinary players do not qualify to participate in this game. However, I am, so I hope to establish a battle team myself to have some fun in the Dark Arena. Initially, I intended to seek cooperation with Pantheon's guild leader, but I suddenly changed my mind. Now, I wish to cooperate with guild leader Black Flame instead. May I know if you are interested in cooperating with this young lady? Miss Phoenix must be joking. How could Zero Wing possibly hope to compare with a super guild? Wouldn't working with Pantheon be a better choice? Although Shifeng was so calm on the surface, inwardly, he was stunned. He had not expected Phoenix Rain to be capable of obtaining the participation rights to the Dark Arena. However, Shifeng did not believe that Phoenix Rain would hand over such an opportunity so easily. After all, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had countless experts, not to mention a super guild like Pantheon. It would be child's play for Phoenix Rain to gather 10 Apex experts. Why would she need Zero Wing? I sought you out precisely because Zero Wing is not very famous. That way, the opposing team will not bother to investigate you in detail. With guild leader Black Flame's power, it should not be hard to earn some achievements in the Dark Arena, Phoenix Rain said, smiling. After all, it should not be that easy to obtain the first clear of the Hell Mode ruins of the Crow God. Phoenix Rain had personally entered a 50-man Hell Mode team dungeon before, so she understood just how difficult raiding one was. Even a super guild's main force had zero chance of raiding a 50-man Hell Mode team dungeon successfully, much less the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Raiding a dungeon was different from PvP. Successfully raiding a 50-man Hell Mode team dungeon was proof of one's strength. Moreover, she had conducted an investigation of Zero Wing's experts. Not to mention Hell Mode, even clearing Hard Mode would be a challenging endeavor, yet Zero Wing had done just that. What did this mean? Black Flame was not as simple as he appeared. Hence, she had abruptly changed her plans and immediately made her way to White River City. I presume that guild leader Black Flame has already seen the experts downstairs. None of them were professional gamers before God's Domain launched. They are experts that I have nurtured secretly, and none of the other battle teams have any information on these people. With the element of surprise, we might be able to compete for the top 100 rankings. As for the remuneration, guild leader Black Flame will earn 10% of all of our winnings. If you lead the team into the top 100 spots, I'll give you 20% of the winnings. What do you think? Phoenix Rain's offer was extremely generous. It was much better than Everlasting Wars. Most importantly, there were no restrictions on his freedom. He would only partner with Phoenix Rain. Phoenix Rain would provide the participation qualifications, while he would fight the Dark Arena's battles were the fastest method to earn credits. Moreover, after he gained fame in the Dark Arena, he could form plenty of influential connections. In the future, he would have a much easier time purchasing S-rank nutrient fluids, various training materials, and virtual gaming cabins. Most importantly, the Dark Arena was the perfect place to improve one's strength. Even the Divine Colosseum could not compare. After all, the Divine Colosseum was a place for ordinary players to battle each other or the system. Compared to battles against experts, players gained fewer benefits in the Divine Colosseum. What if I get us into the top 30? Although Shifeng was already satisfied with the 10% and 20% remuneration Phoenix Rain offered, he instinctively tried to strive for more. Top 30? Phoenix Rain could not help but chuckle. If guild leader Black Flame really manages to get the battle team into the Dark Arena's top 30, then I'll increase the remuneration to 40%. In Phoenix Rain's opinion, entering the top 100 would be extremely difficult, not to mention the top 30. After all, this was a competition between the battle teams that various major international corporations had formed. None of those teams could be underestimated. Okay, let's see a contract, then. Shifeng grinned. Although he, too, doubted that they could achieve such a feat, he had not accepted the epic guild quest, Ancient Battlefield. If he could allow the guild's few top experts to train there for a time, they might have a chance of getting into the top 30. A moment later, Phoenix Rain and Shifeng established a contract. Let's go, then. I'll introduce you to your team members. Phoenix Rain stored the contract and walked downstairs. The moment Phoenix Rain arrived downstairs, the tens of people seated on the first floor of Blueberry Restaurant stood and greeted her respectfully. None of them displayed the temperament of an expert as they had with Shifeng. Even those several experts that had exuded violence had sheathed their auras as expected of the woman known as the Demon Queen. She sure knows how to put on a powerful display. Shifeng was inwardly astonished. Chapter 631, Trial of Strength. Every player here was an expert, and as experts, they all had their own pride and principles they abided to. It would not be easy to get these experts to submit. Yet, looking into these experts' eyes, Shifeng could see the reverence that filled their hearts, proving that their actions were not due to Phoenix Rain's demands. Miss, all 20 members are present, Pure Fragrance said in a low, but respectful, tone. Phoenix Rain nodded in response. Turning to Shifeng, Phoenix Rain asked, Guild Leader Black Flame, how do you feel about these experts? Of the 20 players present, all were level 30. Their equipment also consisted of level 25 to level 30 top-tier equipment. In White River City, these players would rank at the very top. Clearly, their skill spoke for itself. Every one of them was an expert who had experienced the baptism of live combat many times. Noobs like Fire Dance and Zero Wing's other core members, who had only gained their strength through arduous training, could not compare to these experts. One could feel the hostility they radiated from far away. Amazing. You will not find many in Star Moon Kingdom who can match them, Shifeng replied truthfully. However, Shifeng's words instantly earned the ire of these 20 people. They glared at Shifeng, killing intent filling their eyes. They were all experts who Phoenix Rain had carefully nurtured. How could the lowly experts of Star Moon Kingdom possibly hope to be their equals? Guild Leader Black Flame, you may not realize this, but despite none of these people having any fame, they are not much weaker than the experts on the God's Domain experts list. They are even stronger than some of those experts, Pure Fragrance said contemptuously. Just how many people in Star Moon Kingdom ranked on the God's Domain experts list? On the other hand, if the 20 people present displayed their strength, every one of them could definitely rank on the experts list. One could just imagine how immense their strengths were. They were far beyond Star Moon Kingdom's top-tier experts. Shifeng did not refute Pure Fragrance's words. The God's Domain experts list had initially served as an analysis of experts who had publicly displayed their strengths. It did not record every expert within the game. At most, the list could be used as a reference. However, he also wasn't wrong. Although these people were strong, in White River City alone, there were plenty of experts who were much stronger. For example, there was War Wolf and Ghost Shadow. There was also no need to mention those unknown experts hidden throughout Star Moon Kingdom. While God's Domain was very large, Star Moon Kingdom was not small. How could it possibly be that easy to become one of the top experts in a kingdom? Fragrance, enough. Have everyone introduce themselves so that Guild Leader Black Flame can establish the battle team more easily, Phoenix Raid softly instructed. There is no need for all of that. Anyone who can block my sword without using any skills will be admitted into the battle team. Of course, I won't use any skills, either, Shifeng declared, not wanting to waste too much time. It seems that we are all going to become official members of the battle team today. A thin assassin in black snorted. The others similarly revealed annoyed sneer. Shifeng actually dared to underestimate them to such a degree initially. Shifeng had similarly surprised Phoenix Rain. However, she smiled and said, Guild Leader Black Flame's suggestion will also work. Let's do as he asks, then. Following which, everyone left the Blueberry Restaurant and headed towards the Divine Coliseum. The Divine Coliseum was situated in White River City's central district. The Divine Coliseum was a massive tower that stood in the city center. Although the Divine Coliseum had only recently been constructed, a sea of players flowed to and from the building. Hahaha. I passed the second floor today. I can finally take part in Zero Wing's entrance exam. Recruiting members for a level 25 team dungeon. Must have skill completion rate of 70% and above. Equipment must be at least mysterious iron rank. Heaven's Burial is recruiting guild members. Our guild has already cleared the hard mode ruins of the Crow God. If you wish to join, you must be able to clear the Divine Colosseum's first floor before you can take the entrance exam. In the Divine Colosseum's first floor hall, many independent teams shouted, recruiting members in the past. These players usually recruited at the teleportation hall. Now, however, they had all come to the Divine Colosseum because they could determine a player's strength here. That way, they could be more at ease when they raided dungeons. Similarly, ever since the Divine Colosseum had emerged, guilds no longer looked at a player's level and equipment when allowing players to take part in their entrance exams. Instead, they determined the player's qualifications through their progress in the Divine Colosseum, and ordinary players' techniques would not even be enough to pass the first floor of the Divine Colosseum. If one passed the second floor, they would be roughly as strong as an elite player. Meanwhile, one was definitely considered an expert if they could clear the third floor. Hence, it was very easy to determine the exact standard of a player upon arriving at the Divine Colosseum. Pure Fragrance spent 5 magic crystals to rent an amphitheater. In the amphitheater, players could fight however they wanted. The combat inside an amphitheater and the combat in the underground arena were different. In an amphitheater, players could set the rules of combat to their liking. For example, they could allow only melee combat, prohibiting the use of skills or tools. This would make fights much more realistic. On the other hand, such privileges were not available in the underground arena. After setting the rules, Shifeng and the 20 reserve members entered the amphitheater. Miss Black Flame is simply too arrogant. I'm going to enjoy watching him embarrass himself. Pure Fragrance gloated as she smirked at Shifeng. Fragrance, you're underestimating Black Flame. The fact that he could become the #1 expert of Star Moon Kingdom and remain undefeated is already enough proof of his strength. Don't forget, even Martial Dragon was helpless against him. You will see just how skilled he is, Phoenix Raid said, smiling when Pure Fragrance thought about the monster known as Martial Dragon. She could not help but tremble. An expert who had mastered a domain was an inhuman existence in the entire Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Very few were capable of blocking Martial Dragon's attacks. After the last war between the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Zero Wing, the various large guilds at the time had investigated Black Flame in detail. After all, a person capable of lasting against Martial Dragon in battle was extremely rare, not to mention someone capable of killing the Berserker. Although Black Flame was not responsible for killing Martial Dragon in the end, the fact that he fought Martial Dragon as an equal was an astounding feat. However, the investigation's results shocked everyone. Black Flame's basic attributes were simply tyrannical. He had relied on pure destructive power to survive against Martial Dragon. To put it simply, Black Flame's equipment was excellent. Now, however, things were different. Since that battle, the various large guilds had improved their equipment constantly, strengthening their top-tier experts' basic attributes. Martial Dragon's basic attributes had grown significantly. If he faced Black Flame now, most likely, Black Flame would last only a few exchanges before dying. Meanwhile, the 20 reserve members present wore top-tier equipment. Their equipment also held Tier 2 gemstones. Every one of them wore 3 intermediate mana armor kits. In terms of attributes, they had eliminated their weaknesses. On the contrary, one could even say that attributes were their strong points. Hence, it was no longer possible for Black Flame to rely on pure destructive force to win his battles. Just as Pure Fragrance fantasized about the 20 reserve members toying with Shifeng, a shocking scene suddenly played out before her eyes before anyone realized it. Shifeng's first opponent fell to the ground, lying there motionlessly. What happened? Pure Fragrance muttered in disbelief. She was only distracted for a moment, yet the battle was already over. Chapter 632, Grey Eagle. Above the wide and spacious stone platform, Shifeng slowly sheathed the abyssal blade, not even bothering to look at the level 30 berserker who had fallen to the ground next. Shifeng said calmly, the rules of the amphitheater were set so that when a vital point was struck, death and defeat were certain. Even a shield warrior with high HP and defense was no exception to this rule, not to mention a berserker. Seeing Shifeng's calm expression, everyone who had felt insulted immediately shut their mouths, a hint of fear appearing in their eyes. Although the berserker class was not a speed-based class, it was not easily defeated. Not to mention, the berserker that had served as Shifeng's opponent was an expert who had experienced countless live battles. Moreover, they were all companions, so they understood each other's strengths quite well. Although the berserker Shifeng had defeated did not rank within the top 5 of their group, his combat power could still rank within the top 10. The fact that Shifeng had defeated the berserker with a single attack, giving the berserker no time to react, was simply inconceivable as expected of someone chosen by the pavilion master. You indeed possess some ability. Let me, Grey Eagle, learn something from you, then. A middle-aged man with a lean body and eyes as sharp as an eagle's stepped out from the crowd. When the crowd saw the berserker named Grey Eagle step forward, the shock from Shifeng's one-sided victory immediately dissipated, their arrogance and confidence returning. Eagle, we're counting on you. We can't let him look down on us. The others showed their support from the side. Grey Eagle was the #1 expert among their group. Although the man was already in his 40s, his keen skills and bountiful combat experience were unmatched by ordinary, young players. I'll do my best. Grey Eagle nodded as he slowly walked up to Shifeng. Meanwhile, Phoenix Rain smiled pleasantly as she watched from the stands. We didn't have the chance to see Black Flame's true strength in the previous match. Now that Grey Eagle has stepped forward, we should get to see his limits, Phoenix Rain said, smiling as she watched a playback video of Shifeng's prior battle miss. Even in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Grey Eagle is an expert who ranks at the very top. He has a good chance of defeating anyone among the younger generation, other than Martial Dragon. How could he not be a match for Black Flame? Pure Fragrance could not help her surprise when she heard Phoenix Rain's words. Pure Fragrance believed that Phoenix Rain overestimated Shifeng's strength. She had not been paying attention, so she had not seen the moment when Shifeng had drawn his sword. However, after watching the battle's recording, she could tell that his attack was not so fast that it was unblockable. Only, Shifeng's attack was crafty, suddenly changing its trajectory to target his opponent's blind spot. As a result, the berserker was unable to react in time and received a hit to his vital point, dying. However, Grey Eagle was different. The combat experience he possessed was several times greater compared to the other reserve members. Even if Shifeng abruptly changed the trajectory of his attack once more, it would be no threat to Grey Eagle. We'll know once the battle begins. Naturally, Phoenix Rain knew how powerful Grey Eagle was. She had initially wanted Grey Eagle to lead the battle team. If Black Flame had not succeeded in conquering the Hell Mode ruins of the Crow God, she would not be here today. The moment Phoenix Rain finished speaking, the countdown timer above the stone platform also ended. Let me see just how strong you are. Grey Eagle retrieved his two-handed saber. Suddenly, his eyes grew cold, even the surrounding temperature dropped. It seemed as if nothing could escape his frosty gaze. Before Shifeng could move, Grey Eagle sent his saber slashing at Shifeng's shoulder. Grey Eagle's attack was not fast. On the contrary, it was very slow. Even an ordinary player could react to and block the attack. It was as if Grey Eagle's attack were tempting his opponent to block it. In addition, Grey Eagle's saber targeted a vital point. Facing this attack, one would have no choice but to either block or dodge it. If Shifeng did not defend against this attack, choosing to attack Grey Eagle's vital point instead, the battle would end in mutual destruction. One could say that this was a suicidal blow at this moment. Those who were familiar with Grey Eagle laughed. They all knew that Grey Eagle was not trying to pit his life against his opponent's. Rather, he was using this attack to probe for his opponent's weaknesses. Normally, experts rarely had any weak points when they were on guard. However, the instant they launched an attack, they would reveal their greatest weak point. Hence, Grey Eagle tempted Shifeng to expose his weak point of his own accord. Then, he would strike. Although Grey Eagle would also reveal his weak point, with his superior insight and abundant combat experience, he could easily suppress his opponent. In other words, Grey Eagle lured Shifeng to fight within his comfort zone. Due to this ability, many top-tier experts in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion were helpless against Grey Eagle going all in. Shifeng laughed. You'll regret it. In the next moment, Shifeng recklessly dove forward, towards Grey Eagle's purple-black saber. He did not even bother using his sword to block the oncoming weapon. Has he gone mad? Grey Eagle was dumbfounded as he watched Shifeng's insane behavior. Does he think I'll show mercy? Or does he think he can avoid my saber at the last moment? Grey Eagle was very experienced in combat. Seeing as Shifeng was not a lunatic, the only possibility for such reckless behavior was that Shifeng believed he could evade his attack at the very last moment and take the opportunity to strike at his weak point. You underestimate me. Grey Eagle's expression chilled further as he used more of his arm strength. Suddenly, the speed of his saber increased. At such a close distance, it was simply impossible for anyone to avoid this attack. Immediately after, Grey Eagle's saber passed through Shifeng's body. This is. Grey Eagle was dumbfounded as he saw his saber cut across Shifeng's face, discovering that his weapon only struck an afterimage. What's going on here? Pure Fragrance gaped at this scene. No matter how she looked at it, Grey Eagle's saber should have struck Shifeng. Yet, for some unknown reason, despite a short distance of 1 meter between the berserker and swordsman, the 1.3-meter-long two-handed saber had failed to reach its target. Sitting beside Pure Fragrance, Phoenix Rain squinted her eyes at this scene. With a heavy expression, she said, treating retreat as advance. I didn't imagine that Black Flame had already reached such a realm. Treating retreat as an advance? How does he know that? Pure Fragrance was shocked when she heard her superior's comment. Treating retreat as an advance was an attack technique. Against this technique, one would notice their opponent rush towards them, while in reality, their opponent was retreating. In actual combat, one would discover that they could not make contact with their opponent's body despite their opponent remaining right in front of them. It was as if they were haunted by a ghost, and they could not get rid of this ghost no matter what they did. This was a technique that could mentally exhaust the other party. Treating retreat as an advance was Martial Dragon's specialty. However, the reason Martial Dragon could use such a technique was his domain. He was only capable of using such a combat technique due to his absolute control over his surroundings. Could he have learned it after his fight with Martial Dragon? How can that be? Thinking up to this point, Pure Fragrance felt a chill crawl down her spine, following which, Grey Eagle brandished his sword over a dozen times at Shifeng. Every attack was swift and precise. Ordinary players could not defend against these attacks at all. Yet, no matter how hard the berserker swung his saber, his weapon never struck the swordsman before him. His attacks would always be off by a small thread. However, he could not stop his desperate and suicidal attacks. With such a short distance between them, if Shifeng attacked, he would not have enough time to react. No wonder the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's men were so confident when Grey Eagle stepped up. He's an expert who has entered the refinement realm. If I had not gained some enlightenment from the Darkness Shrine, fighting him would have really been troublesome. At this moment, Shifeng already had a general grasp of Grey Eagle's standard. Time to end things.